it went live a second time, but it defaulted to unlisted. So it just wasn't showing up at all. But nobody knew why. Hello and welcome to the East Super Series here in this 2024 MLQ season. Apologies about all the technical delays, the fact that the stream ended and is now back. We should be horizontal and good to go for the rest of the day. This first matchup is going to be the Charlotte Aviators in light blue on the left-hand side and the Washington Admirals in the dark blue on the right-hand side. I am Keegan Remy Miller. I'll be doing play-by-play today. I'm joined by TJ Jenneret on color. TJ, it's day one of a Super Series. It's really hot out. What are you expecting here today?
I'm expecting the first game to be fought really hard. Everyone wants to get out front and have a great start to the series because, as you know, in this hot weather, it's going to be very difficult to keep up that intensity.
All right, we are ready for brooms up. Alex Amadal is the head referee. We will bring you the starting lineups after play has started. The last second, there was a realization that both teams cannot be called blue by the referees. They're figuring that out. It's going to be light and dark are the calls. Don't think that should come up on the stream, but good for us to know here. We are off. Stars beats Hodge to the quad ball. And there's going to be control for Admirals as well. Mulcahy runs in, Butler in front. Hodge there. The shot is no good. Knocked down, picked up there by Zachary Thompson. Mulcahy fights for it. The ball comes loose. Stars now picks it up. Stars, far side. Stone. Stone gets stuffed the first time, but scores the second. Everything going Admirals' way to start this game.
That was a beautiful pass by Riley Stars. I'm honestly a little surprised Brian didn't go for the dunk there, but they kept their composure and got the nice goal.
So in that chaos, the Admirals do trade out control for a goal. So now Aviators will get a chance to respond with control. Head coach Cody LeBeau has one of the dodgeballs and is right in front of Oliver Hodge. LeBeau goes left. That's Mickey Harrelson, the other beater. Butler is beat out. Littleton picks up a dodgeball. Pump fake as the quad ball goes behind, but Mulcahy intercepts the pass and gets slowed down there by Tomasini.
Yeah, Brian has no help right now. It's a little concerning. Oh, the guy's just back to Julia Rankin, and we're going to get back into the half court.
Yep, Stone is beat out. Butler misses a beat on Bove. Rankin keeping this one real slow. Gets it to Stars. Stars over to Mulcahy.
Oh, you got to get that with two hands, Brian.
Mulcahy keeping it slow. David Littleton here playing a full beater shift. I heard that he's now trying to kind of move to a utility player after spending most of his years wearing a white headband. Riley Stars now has it near to the camera. Butler cannot come away with the catch. That's a double beat. Rankin, far side Mulcahy. Mulcahy is beat out. Good defense there by the Aviators and Cody LeBeau. Off and running. Thompson goes right and nobody home. Great screen there from Hodge on Stars. We're tied up at 1.
That's as easy as it gets, Keegan. Nice fast break transition. Makes it 1-1.
1-1, a little bit sloppy so far. And as you said, I think energy is going to be really high in this game, but we'll have to see how long these teams can keep it up, how quickly they sub. It is about 97 degrees, real feel somewhere around 103. So it's going to be a long day for these players.
Yes, I'm not jealous of them out there running right now.
Koretsky and Rice, the beating pair now in for Admirals. Stars starts to direct traffic. Stone gets it behind. Stone, the pump fake, the stiff arm, but then right back underhand to Stars. Stars does not want to fight Hodge. Pass off as Stars is beat out. Mulcahy gets it behind. Ooh, a good pump fake, or rather misstep, but then he misses the shot. And that is a reset over the hard line. Brian Mulcahy does not often miss that shot.
Oh, man. What a beautiful passing display by Admirals there. That was very impressive. Did everything right and just couldn't get the final finish. I wonder.
It's not a reset. It's not. Amadal was saying Hodge is allowed to immediately step over half, which they chose to do. That beat misses from Koretsky. Stone cannot intercept, but Rice comes in with the beat. Hodge immediately hit by Stars. That's a big battle between two very physical players. Ball out, picked up by Ross. She is beat out. Rankin picks it up. Koretsky makes a beat on Lebov. Rankin tries to airmail it to Mulcahy, but the pass had not enough on it. Thompson is beat out by Koretsky. Now Mulcahy is running down the pitch. Mulcahy all the way himself. 2-1, and this game is off to, it looks like a jittery start from both sides.
Yeah, that was a wild possession by both teams. Great defense on both ends. Sloppy passes going around, but all that matters is that you finish in the end, and the Admirals are happy to go up 2-1 for sure.
Lauren Hirsch subs into the game in the black headband for Aviators as they look to win control back here. Melissa Ross up high. It's the Hodge option on the far side. Hodge moves left. Hodge keeps moving left, gets the pass behind Thompson. Cannot get it before it goes out of bounds. Kind of a wasted possession there for Aviators. So we see McConaughey and Ty now into the game for Admirals, it looks like. Also Sheridan and Williams. So all 6 Admiral starters have already taken their first sub in this one.
And that's not surprising, Keegan. It is hot out here. You want to have these shifts be short and quick and work hard on each one.
High gonna ball handle here. Williams the up high option. Shane McConaughey near side. Sheridan has Rob Rice with him far side corner. Williams gets it over to Sheridan, met by Ross. Ross is beat. Nope, missed beat from Rice. Cannot be missing those. McConaughey now has it. Gets it to Williams. Williams, good team defense there. Thompson knocks it down, picks it up. Thompson off and running. Gets the step on Williams. Comes around the corner. Sheridan comes in the spin. A beat came through. Heroics there from Rob Rice to prevent that goal.
That was phenomenal. Never gave up on the play. Man, that is amazing, Keegan.
Great team defense there to slow Zachary Thompson down just enough for Rob Rice to come in. And now we see Neutzel and Bourne, the black headband. Julie Neutzel, again, moving to a utility role this year after spending many years as just a chaser.
The Admirals are looking very different this year as far as players playing different positions and also the way their offense is going. It looks like they want to move the ball a lot more than...
McConaughey beat out immediately by Lebov. He had that one sniffed out.
Terrible timing on my end.
And finally, we're going to get some subs from Aviators too. We've just passed the 5-minute mark, and Austin Cruz is into this one now. The white headband, they're going to be the behind option. Bourne and Lebov kind of posturing with each other here. Both beat. Nope, Lebov was clear. Far side. Hodge gets the ball to Cruz. Cruz right around Williams. Oh, it went through. I thought Sheridan had knocked it down, but there's going to be a discussion.
Yeah,
Sheridan came in from absolutely nowhere, and I thought knocked it under the hoop.
Ooh.
And a blue card for unsporting conduct on Shane McConaughey for, I think, arguing with the ref or having a referee signal, despite the fact that one of the ARs was basically saying the same thing as McConaughey. But I guess Amadal just really wants to set the tone early that he's not going to take any arguments from the players throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, Keegan, following up what you said previous, I am surprised that the discussion ended with that goal still being good. I saw one of the ARs saying that it was not, but the goal in the field stands, and it's now 2-2.
It is 2-2, and because that unsporting penalty was after the goal, there is going to be penalty time served. Good catch there from Lebov. The pass comes out. It was meant for Bourne, but Bourne cannot receive it. He is a beater, and Aviators look to take their first lead of the game. Hodge moving up. Gets the pass behind. Cruz knocks it down. Williams is able to get to it. Bourne protecting.
And the head coach is not going to be happy with that one, Keegan. The number one thing you learn as a chaser is to catch with 2 hands. That was a beautiful pass from Lee Hodge. Unfortunate that they weren't able to execute.
Tony Bonadio now into this one. Black headband as Aviators are starting to sub all of those starters. And McConaughey is back in after that blue card, just 30 seconds. Bourne makes a beat on Hirsch. Bonadio makes a beat on Bourne. That's a throw after. It's going to be control still. But McConaughey catches the floater and scores right over the head of Tomasini to tie this one back up at 3.
Yes, that was a beautiful pass. I think
to take the lead 3-2.
I think they're calling Shane moneybags nowadays. That was a very money play right there.
Hodge with speed. Sheridan beat out Hodge. Goes left, floats it for Cruz. Cruz, the beat does not fall. Tries to fight through Williams and Sheridan and is able to. 2 refs called it no good. The HR is going to take their own eyes at face value and call it good, 3-3. There is going to be a stoppage here, I believe, to discuss a penalty, not to discuss whether or not that ball went through the hoop. So our first longer stoppage here in a minute, TJ. Tied 3-3. I think we're about 8 minutes in. How do you think these two teams are feeling?
I think the Admirals are a bit upset that it's possibly going to end up being 3-3 here. From what I've seen, the hoops going through the ball's going through the hoop, it should honestly be 3-1 in my opinion from what I've seen. But if you're Charlotte, I think you're getting the jitters out right now and you're happy to be neck and neck with the Admirals. I think they need to punch a little bit harder because as the game wears on, it becomes more of an even match once everyone becomes exhausted.
There's been a lot of running. We've talked about how this is the first game. Both teams still have a lot of energy. Do you think that's maybe favoring one team over the other? I think both teams have made some mistakes. Both teams have played some transition defense. You think either team's going to try to slow it down, or are they both happy with this?
No, I think both teams are happy with it.
And it is a no good goal on Charlotte, but there is going to be a quad ball turnover.
I wasn't able to see what caused that. Did you see what happened there?
Unclear why there's a turnover. It is going to be 3-2 though, and Charlotte will get a second chance here to tie it up at 3. No players are in the box, so we'll just call it a second chance here. Braxton Hale into the game in green, takes the handoff from Cruz. Sheridan playing high on this 2-2 defense. Sheridan is beat out. Hale gonna pick it up, drive through. Tanagai there with the dodgeball. Far side. That's Womack. Womack hit by Williams, but gets the ball out. Tanagai beat out. Cruz picks up the quad ball. Quad driving, gets hit high by Sheridan. Williams. I don't know who to credit the goal to, Cruz or Hale, but either way, it's tied up at 3.
That was so impressive. No quit from either the offense or the defense there, and this is going to just be a gritty game.
Helen Trudell comes in for Rachel Williams. Looks like the only sub for Admirals right now. Tanagai and Butler, the beating pair. Womack, Cruz, Hale, and trying to get my numbers right, I think Corinne White are the 4 chasers here for Aviators. McConaughey drives right, gets around White. The shot is no good. It rims out high. Sheridan racing it to that line and was able to get there in time, but his momentum carried him out of bounds. It's going to be a stop for Aviators, and they get a chance to take the lead.
I think if you're the Admirals there, you're okay with that possession. Moneybags has been known to hit that shot all through college, all through his MLQ experience. And if you're the Charlotte Aviators, I think you're a little bit lucky there.
So Hale now is going to slow this one down. Stephanie Peck in with the black headband on for Aviators as they start going through their beater rotations. Bonadillo has it far side, one of the dodgeballs. Cruz picks it up off the ground, met by Sheridan. The pass comes across. Trudell cannot come away with it, but Butler's going to be there to protect. High slides in and falls on it. Well protected there. So once again, Aviators are unable to take that lead.
And Keegan, I think I've seen Sheridan on every single defensive possession causing the disruption for the Aviators offense. He gets a much well-deserved sub.
A testament, I think, to the Admirals defense. Sheridan was absolutely everywhere on defense, and his sub is David Littleton. I'm not sure that's a big step down. So really running 21 deep still is this Admirals squad. Trada beats there as Gaffigan is now into this game. Drives right, then backs up as some beater players running around. Julia Rankin has it far side, right back up to Gaffigan. Gaffigan driving through Hale over the top, and again, a missed shot. That's 3 or 4 missed shots already for Admirals early in game 1.
I'm very surprised to see the kind of sloppy offensive possessions that we're having. It seems like the passing is going well in the beginning, and it's just not being able to finish at the hoop or at the keeper zone.
Hale from Womack here, gonna cross over half. Butler moving forward, Trada beats. Hale just went right around Littleton, but missed a shot themselves. Fornash fights for it, gets right through Trudell.
What a move.
Swing move over Gaffigan, but then Butler with the fake out beat caused the pass, and Littleton picks it up. A great pump fake there from Jack Butler.
That was a beautiful move by the Charlotte Chaser, and even a better pump fake to cause the errant pass.
All right, we have hit 10 minutes, and because there was no active play, we are going to take a heat break. Once again, at the start of this game, the temperature was somewhere in the ballpark of 97, feels like 102 or 103. So we are making sure that the players get a chance to the shade to make sure they're well hydrated. Both teams so far look like they're running their sublines well, which I think you really need to do on a hot day like this. But kind of both of these teams now get a little bonus timeout. TJ, it is tied at 3. What do you think Charlotte is saying in their huddle right now?
I think Charlotte has gotten better as this game has progressed. The score might not completely show that, but I honestly think the momentum's shifting in their favor, and I think they're just in their huddle saying, keep it up, we're doing good, we're where we want to be.
So Charlotte has taken games off of the Admirals in the past. They've never taken a whole series. Last year was kind of, I think, one of the Admirals' most dominant series wins over Charlotte in the history between these two teams. But coming into this series, I think a lot of folks were thinking Charlotte might actually be the favorites. So do you think they maybe thought of themselves as the favorites? They could be a little bit disappointed with 3-3? Or do you think they're saying, based on the past, based on this really deep Admirals lineup, you know, we're happy and we think we're gonna even improve more?
No matter what the roster says this year, it's kind of hard to come in thinking you're a favorite when you've never won the series. So I don't think they're coming in expecting to be the favorites, but I do think they expect to win this series overall. They don't think it's going to come easy, but the way this game is going, I say they're right on track for making this a tough series for the Admirals.
Meanwhile, on the Admirals side, they are tied at 3. They probably don't like 2 of those Charlotte goals, as you said earlier, or one of them was called back. But also, as I said earlier, they've missed 3 or 4 shots so far that ended their offensive possession. Do you think they're going to change their approach a little bit or just start trusting their shooters and thinking that eventually those shots will go in?
I think that's going to be completely up to head coach Colin Bourne. If you want your shooters to shoot, you tell them to keep going because those looks overall weren't bad looks. They just aren't falling. If you want to switch it up and maybe go for something a little bit simpler to get the momentum going, that is also another approach that the Admirals could take.
All right, so that heat break is done. During the heat break, the referees are also checking all of the game balls to make sure that they are not becoming too inflated as they are used in this sun. So again, that stoppage was at 10 minutes. It was a heat break. Neither team used a timeout. And we are going to get going here with Admirals in possession of the quad ball and the score tied up at 3.
Julia Rankin's in kind of a tough spot right here. Beater looking right at her and not a lot of support nearby. I wonder if they're going to press. They do press out of it.
So Gaffigan now has it, passes it back to Littleton, and I think the Admirals are kind of pushing the limits of stalling here. No warning yet. But now they're moving forward. Tanagai and Koretsky going to try to win control back. Tanagai goes for the pass to Koretsky, but did not hit it. Ball goes far side. Trudell now has it, being met by White. That's the strip. Bonadio makes the beat. Womack picks it up. Aviators get the stop, and they're off and running once again, looking to take their first lead of the game.
I don't actually see anyone stepping but Adrian at this point. Adrian makes a beautiful
makes
throw.
The beat. Rankin picks it up, and we're going to be slow here. Koretsky leads the way. Koretsky gets the beat off on Peck, but Peck threw back first. Rankin just takes it, and again, a missed shot from Admirals. And again, kind of another wasted possession.
I think I'm having a little bit of deja vu here, Keegan. I feel like I've seen that same possession at least 3 times from the Admirals with the same result. I wonder if they're going to try something different at this point.
And it's not just one player missing these shots. It's really every player who's taken a shot, it seems, has just about missed.
But if you want those shooters to shoot, I mean, if I saw Gaffigan, Rankin, and Moneybags taking shots and I heard they didn't go in, I was surprised.
The drive there from Woodard and then just the pass immediately intercepted by Trudell or shot or whatever it was. Womack's beat out behind the play. Josh Peck now into this game as well. Gaffigan over the top to Zan Siddiqui, newly into the game. Siddiqui hits the shot. Zan Siddiqui subs in, immediate goal. And that is the sort of spark plug that Siddiqui, I think, is supposed to be for this Admirals team.
I mean, I think that was his very first possession in the game and immediately making a difference. I think the Admirals are excited to see someone coming in. And
first possession even of this MLQ season, as he was not on that New York roster, or that roster against New York. Woodard ball handling now. Rice is beat out. Peck drives forward, beats out Stone. Woodard still not taking space. Some pump fakes, goes far side. Siddiqui going out to play defense. Gaffigan grabs that one off and running. Gets it up to Siddiqui. Siddiqui tries to corral it one-handed, can't quite get there. Tries to get through Woodard. That's going to be a penalty. Siddiqui stays on his feet, still driving.
Oh,
hits
my
another
goodness.
shot. Zan Siddiqui is a one-man show for UVA, and it looked like when he subbed in, Admirals were in trouble. He said, I'll be a one-man show in MLQ too.
I don't know if everyone heard it, but it seemed like he was saying, get off me right there. That was a very impressive drive from Zan. Complete composure, not even concerned about the advantage that they had going their way.
Ren Morgan into this one, the black headband there. First minutes of the game. Bonnie Hernandez also now in. She subbed in 1 or 2 possessions ago. Woodard driving, goes way wide. Siddiqui comes up, the little swim move gets past him. Beat out, good beat from Rob Rice. Siddiqui's gonna inbound this one for the Admirals. Let's see if he can go 3 for 3 in 3 possessions.
If I'm the Admirals, I want to keep the ball in Zan's hand on this possession. He's 2 for 2 so far. There's no reason to go away from it.
Siddiqui just driving into space, hits McKay, gets it back to Siddiqui. Siddiqui looks off the tackle. Williams tries to get there, but cannot. Siddiqui tried to go back to Mulcahy, but he had been beat out. And Bonnie Hernandez is going to slow this one down for the Charlotte Aviators.
Can hear Brian Mulcahy saying that's on me. I don't know if that's completely on Brian there. It's just a very good beater play by the Charlotte Aviator beaters right there.
I think it was Mulcahy saying that he should have been very loud that he was beat out. No call there. Woodard gets around with the help of a screen, but Rice again. Rob Rice and Zan Siddiqui picking this one up. Stone with the stiff arm and the goal. Liz Stone gets on the board, 6-3, and Admirals are into a rhythm now.
And Keegan, this beater line for the Admirals has been so disruptive for the Charlotte Aviators.
Zan Siddiqui subs out. I think that was only 5 possessions, but that's the sort of day it's going to be with the heat out here. Riley Starr's back in, but Rice and Siddiqui really there with a great few possessions to give Admirals a quick 3-goal lead on a 3-0 run.
And I would say this run that the Admirals have gone on has been spearheaded by their beaters, just causing so much chaos.
Caleb Brooks now into the game for the first time. Woodard swim arms past High, but High hangs on. Great defense from Jeanette High. Brooks gets it behind, marked by Stars. Takes the pick. Drives through. Good defense there from High, but better offense from Melissa Ross. And Aviators stopped the beating 6-4.
Woo, that was a great defensive possession, but an even better catch by the chaser there, slamming it over Jeanette High.
A good mismatch there identified by Charlotte. Caleb Brooks threw that one high, and Ross was able to get way over the head of High to come down with the goal. Stars now gets it near side Mulcahy. Mulcahy just drives straight through everybody. 7-4. That's the kind of possession I'm used to seeing from Brian Mulcahy.
That was very simple and very successful by the Admirals right there. Brian, no hesitation in that drive, saw the mismatch and just attacked right away.
That's something the beaters are going to have to watch for in the future for Aviators if Admirals are able to pass around some of their better point defenders. Jack Butler's beat out at the top as Woodard drives in. Going to be picked up by Stars now, far side. Jared Woodard gets it over. Melissa Ross, marked by Rachel Williams. Over the head of Caleb Brooks. There's going to be a fight for it. Stars cannot be beat in green. That's also going to cost Ren Morgan control. Stars driving, slowing down Caleb Brooks there. Butler going to beat Brooks off. Peck is beat, and the goal there from Riley Stars, 8-4. Admirals have kept that momentum that happened after Siddiqui subbed into the game.
And the curse is finally broken. Finally, a shot goes through that top hoop. I think everyone on that sideline is happy to see that go in.
Some more new players now on both sides. Levon Siskarishvili, talked to him before the game. He already knows that I'm not going to be able to say his name right. Making his MLB debut. Melissa Ross catches the pass far side. Hernandez now with it. Woodard gets the pass, gets around to Lipitsky. Siskarishvili staying there, fighting for it. Tried to get the pass to Ross. She didn't know it was coming. The beat comes through from Bourne, and Stars now gets it. Keeper ball, but he has to come out as Hale's going to play aggressive defense. Butler looks them off. There's going to be a race for it, and that is control 1. A good swat there from Hale.
Oh, but there seems to be some confusion with the bludger. The Charlotte Aviators are actually keeping their
I believe swats are, correct me if I'm wrong, TJ, swats are illegal now by chasers in MLQ, I think. Only allowed by seekers. There's that USQ. That might be the turnover. At any rate, Rankin now has the quad ball far side. Brooks goes to the defense, and Rankin hits the floater before the beat comes in. I think folks were expecting a pass, but Rankin just took it herself.
I wonder if the ARs think that was before the beat came in. They're discussing something, not entirely sure what it is, and the goal is confirmed. Admirals 9-4.
A big lead here as we approach the 20-minute mark. Butler and Rice also have control for Admirals. See if they play aggressive defense. Butler with a beat on Peck that was unnecessary and not legal as there was immunity. And a timeout called by Charlotte. So they are looking to stop the bleeding. At 10 minutes, we had a Heat timeout and the score was tied at 3. Now Charlotte calls a timeout and they are down 9-4. Do you think that's more to adjustments made by Washington or some lapses from Charlotte?
I think this is completely due to adjustments made by Washington. I mean, I think it was their third beater line that came in with Rob Rice, and I believe Adrian Koreski was in at one point. I'm not sure if they started at the same time, but they were causing so many turnovers and giving easy fast break opportunities for the Admirals. I think Charlotte is still overall kind of playing well. We did see a couple of lapses, especially on that last offensive possession where they passed it to the chaser that wasn't facing at them. But generally, I think the Aviators are still playing well. I think the Admirals just kicked it into another gear.
I think the Aviators on offense also, they start their offensive possessions looking like they know what they're going to do. They talk with their beaters and chasers talk. They usually go one way. Someone's directing traffic, and they've often been getting a good pass off. And then it kind of collapses. It looks like no one is sure if there's going to be a second pass or if there's going to be a drive off of the first pass. And it looks like that's kind of where the confusion comes in. And the Admirals defense, it almost seems like, while they're being aggressive with their point players, is wait, pass, and then they go. And it really feels like it's throwing Charlotte off of their rhythm. I think we saw earlier in the game they're scoring a lot on fast breaks. And with these Admirals goals going in, Charlotte hasn't had a lot of transition looks in the last 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, and Keegan, those Admirals point defenders are scary. I mean, when you catch the ball running towards the hoop and you run into John Sheridan, Brian Mulcahy, all the other chasers that are on that team, Julia Rankin, it is a tough kind of decision to say, I'm going to keep running at this person, because you probably know in the back of your mind that it's not going to go well for you.
All right, so we are about to get underway in this one. Alex Lipinski and Levon Siskarishvili are both in for Admirals, two of their youngest players here, both at Chaser. So we'll see if Aviators can take advantage of that little bit of inexperience on this Admirals lineup. Hale going forward a little bit here. Harrelson and Peck looking to win control back. Hale gets blocked by Stars as Littleton makes a beat. Stars is off and running. Just Ross to beat. Goes right around her, and Riley Stars puts it home 10-4.
Number 25 on Charlotte was sprinting their way backwards to try to stop that play. They actually were able to get the dodgeball off, but was unable to make the beat on Riley's back.
Yep, Josh Peck there not quite getting back in time with the dodgeball. Caleb Brooks keeping this one slow. Going to talk with Mickey Harrelson to determine how they want to attack. Jordy Sancho now in as well for their first minutes of the game. Brooks driving, gets the pass to Lee. Lee is beat out, or Hodge rather. Sheridan picks it up. Brooks, I think, could have just taken that himself, and that's kind of what Aviators is happening to Aviators, kind of this indecision or the extra pass where they really don't need it.
Yeah, I think the thought there might be, I can score this, but Lee Hodge definitely can score this, but Lee was not expecting the pass right there, leading to the turnover.
So Sheridan, marked by Womack up high. Littleton now with the dodgeball. Sheridan moving right, still no beat from Littleton, just trying to walk Womack back. Sheridan going to be picked up by Hodge at the keeper's own line, passes it right to Helen Trudell, back into this game. Trudell keeping it slow. Hodge again going to be the defender. Womack jumps out to Sheridan. Sheridan backing it up, goes right, gets around the corner. The no look to Stone. Stone comes around the corner. It was called no good. It went through. I think none of the referees had a great angle on it. Sheridan, good defense to slow down transition. Stone comes in after Sheridan is beat out, and Harrelson cleans this one up.
Keegan, I think the Admirals are going to be upset with that one. David Littleton made a beautiful beat to get control back, leading to that almost goal by Liz Stone. They have since lost control, but I think they would have been happy with losing control and getting a goal there.
19 minutes as Hodge cannot quite handle the pass from Brooks. Stone coming in, gets the push. Stone is beat out, but the turnover happens. Sheridan gets it up. Oh, a good dodge there, and the good move back to Sheridan. Give the assist to Sis Karishvili, and a good way to get on the scoreboard for the young Admiral there.
Admirals go up 11-4.
Julie Neutzel back into this one in a black headband. Jeanette High in a white headband. High, Sheridan, and Neutzel want to play up top, but we are going to have an injury stoppage kind of behind the play for Jordi Sancho.
And I think it
looks like he's okay. I think it's either a heat issue, walking around there. So definitely no leg issue, and it was not with any other players around. So hoping that he's okay out there. So Aviators are going to have an injury sub come in. We're about the 19-minute, 20-second mark here. The Admirals have really extended their lead. Since the 10-minute heat stoppage, the Aviators have only been able to get on the scoreboard one time. TJ, it is going to be a long weekend, and you know, as a coach, as a team, you never ever want to say, well, this one isn't for us. But it's game one of a 4-game day for Aviators, 2 more games tomorrow. Is this a time where you maybe say, this one isn't for us? Let's make sure we have our SOP, our flag runner on pitch game down, so we know what we want to do the next time we see this team, but otherwise try not to get too tired before the rest of the games today.
As a coach, I think you aren't in the wrong in pitching that idea. Unfortunately, I think they have too many competitors on this team to just kind of roll over and say we're going to lose to this Admirals team. Charlotte has made so many comebacks from being down from behind against the Admirals in the past, and honestly, it's not looking that great right now, but anything can happen when SOP hops on, especially if they're able to get a catch.
Especially with the Admirals' top 2 seekers from last season, yourself, TJ, and today's flag runner, Tyler Trudeau, both not on the pitch. I'm not sure who's going to be starting for Admirals in yellow, but we'll have to see if they can get a catch. Hodge being pressed high by Jeanette High. The beat comes in from Tanagai. Sheridan picks it up, sprinting up the field. Tanagai with a wild throw. Sheridan gets hit from behind with a dodgeball. Gaffigan picks it up. It goes through. It was before the beat. Gaffigan bar down 12-4.
And once again, the Admirals beaters are just causing so much confusion. Actually very impressive that the Charlotte beater was able to get their bludger back in their hand, but they made about 2 throws before the chaser from the Admirals got into vision.
There was a stoppage here because Julie Neutzel lost her shoe at her own hoops and then sprinted the entire pitch to behind the far sideline, and there was a stoppage here to deliver her cleat back.
Got a bit of cleat cam going on right here.
A heroic run, and that is going to be the Admirals' only dodgeball, so we'll have to see if she can rip one back to Tanagai to help play defense here, or if Hodge and the Aviators can take advantage and score a goal.
Lee Hodge is going to have quite the head start on the dodgeball here. I wonder if they're going to go straight for the goal or kind of slow it down and get one last possession in before the 20-minute mark.
So for the whistle, there'll be 10 seconds until the 20-minute mark. So this is likely going to be the last possession unless... Oh, good play there from Womack. Womack knocked down the throwback, but is beat in return. LeBeau gets a block off his hawk up, gets the bounce pass off to White. White gets hit high by Jeanette High. That is a good stop there. And Jeanette High, I think, has been maybe the best defender, although John Sheridan might have something to say about that. That duo, Sheridan and High, have been absolutely everywhere for the Admirals in the last 15 minutes.
High has had 2 amazing wraps outside of the keeper zone, straight point defender, and has been unpassed today when it comes to playing defense.
A coach leading by its example. It's exactly what we like to see. So here we are at 20 minutes. The score is Admirals 12, Aviators 4. The set score will be 18. The flag runner is worth 35 points, 3.5. I've been talking about it. And as we said, last year the Admirals boasted one of the best seeker lineups in the country. TJ Jenneret, who is here beside me on the microphone, and Tyler Trudeau, who's wearing the yellow shorts today. I think that we could see Alex Lipinski, we could see Liz Stone, we could see Shane McConaughey, all wearing that yellow headband. Unclear who will start. And I think on the Aviator side, we're going to see Austin Cruz out of the ASU program, potentially Tony Bonadillo as well. TJ, who do you think has the advantage. Obviously, a catch all but seals it up for Admirals and might be the only way the Aviators could start a comeback.
Well, I think the Admirals might be a little bit lacking when it comes to the seeker talent compared to Charlotte. However, they have the benefit of being up by 8 goals right now. When you're going out there, you know you don't need to kill yourself because your team is likely going to keep advancing the score here and chaser play. And if you're the Aviators, you want to get this catch quickly because you do not want this game to get out of hand before you have a chance to catch. Unfortunately, they're going against Tyler Trudeau, who is probably one of the most difficult flag runners to catch in the sport. And whoever's going up against them is going to have a difficult time.
Trudeau did flag run for Game 2 of the Washington-New York series a few weeks ago and went uncaught. So far on the season, Trudeau is 1-0 against all the seekers that he has faced.
And if I know anything about Tyler, he likes to keep his record nice and pretty. So I think he's going to go for 2-0 in this game right here.
The players head back to their brooms. Again, the score is Admirals 12, Aviators 4. The set score is 18. And I think one other thing, well, I personally think that the Aviators might have a little bit of a beater advantage if all the beaters go to the flag runner. But I think the chaser advantage could end up being very lopsided towards the Admirals if that happens. And even if it's not lopsided and the teams just trade goals, that's obviously a huge advantage for Admirals with their 8-goal lead.
Yep, and you cannot afford to trade goals being down 8. So if you're the Aviators, I say you make really good pushes in the very beginning. Hopefully get a catch before the Admirals score more than 2 goals. And I think even if you catch and they score 1, you're pretty happy with that transaction.
All right, so Amidal is letting everybody know the score and the set score, which means we are about to get back underway. There'll be a 10-second countdown before seekers are released. It's going to be Shane McCarthy for Washington and Tony Bonadillo for Charlotte here. Camera and comms are going to stay with the quad ball, but TJ's going to keep an eye on those seekers and let you know if anybody's getting close.
Looks like Shane's going to be starting with the Admirals. Has 2 beaters in his face.
Sheridan got it off to Gaffigan. Gaffigan drives through, gets stuffed to the hoops. Great defense there from Thompson. Gaffigan gets his own miss, but he's being called beat, I believe. The Lebov beat grazed the jersey, so that's going to be a good stop and a great way to start this 20-minute or the flag runner on pitch period for Charlotte.
And it looks like Tony Bonadillo is going to have a clean look at Tyler Trudeau right now. I do not see any of the Admirals beaters in play, and Shane was just tapped out.
Yeah, Bourne about to tap back in. Koretsky sprinting over to try to get this dodgeball. Lebov makes the beat off on Koretsky. The only other dodgeball is way far behind the Aviators hoops. Hodge drives in, goes left, goes high, gets the ball knocked out by Gaffigan. There is a race for it. Aviators win the race. Gaffigan with the wrap. It's going to be a hit from behind. So there's going to be a stoppage. I think that's a pretty ticky-tack call from Alex Amidal. Gaffigan looked like he had his feet pretty well established there. But it is going to be a yellow card and a chance for the Aviators to score on the power play.
Tony is actually getting pretty close on Tyler Trudeau in the background while all that is going on. So that could have been a 4-point swing for the Aviators if they're able to get the grab and the goal right there. They're going to keep possession, and from what I can see in this positioning, it's going to be a freebie for the Aviators.
Yeah, Corinne White is allowed to take the quad ball at the closest restrictor line, so she will take it back out to the Admirals keeper zone line, and with all the Admirals behind the hoops, this should be a pretty easy goal for Corinne White.
And if I'm Corinne, I am not running towards Jeanette High right here, and does not care and throws it down.
Put your hand through the hoops. That's the best way to make sure you don't miss the shot. 12-5. And Sheridan off and running, gets beat. Lebov, great defense here. High also beat out. Womack tries to pick it up, but not before Bonadillo gets the catch.
And I think that's going to be clean, Keegan.
This could be a 5-point swing. Goal to catch, and now a chance for another goal. Exactly what Charlotte wanted coming out of the 20-minute stoppage.
Yep, the Admirals have not scored since the 20-minute mark, and like you said, this could be potentially a 5-point swing if this catch is considered good.
So there's going to be an injury stub for Admirals. Jeanette High comes off. Rachel Williams goes on. Whether or not this is called good, Hodge is going to be able to pick this one up. The catch is, in fact, good Credit that one to Tony Bonadio, put Tyler Trudeau's record on the season back to 1-1. But the quick turn of events makes it 12-8. And with Hodge looking to beat Sheridan and Gaffigan, I'm interested to see if they just go high and try to poster those two defenders.
I don't think you want to run directly at John Sheridan, but Lee Hodge is
the spin
a
move around
special
Williams
player.
Gets high, the shot goes low. Sheridan picks it up, green headband, and Bourne is gonna protect Sheridan as it comes out of the keeper zone. Sheridan to Mulcahy comes off.
And Gaffigan, not typically known as a super strong defensive player, but has had some extremely great stops, especially on that last one against Lee Hodge. Beautiful defense.
Littleton on in green. Hernandez back into this one. Far side. Littleton gets around, passes around Ross, gets it to Mulcahy, marked by Hodge. All the beaters kind of behind the play here. LeBeau sprinting back in. Mulcahy does a 360, gets it over to Littleton. Littleton keeping it slow. Tiptoes on that middle line. Koretsky in front to protect. Littleton drives, shoots it, no good, and kind of back to those bad habits from the start of the game for Admirals.
Yeah, and then as a head coach, you know David Littleton can make those shots, but I don't know if you really want to take that one, especially when you're kind of a 0-5 skid. You want to make the most out of each of these possessions.
Thompson slowly with Hirsch in front. Okay, he beat out. Thompson beat out. Bourne there to protect. Beats out Hodge. Koretsky can protect. That ball is out of bounds on Hodge.
Admirals
Littleton
ball.
comes in. Koretsky going to go for the sub. Looks like Jack Butler's going to come in.
I really want to see the Admirals set up in a nice half-court set here. Pass the ball around, kind of get their bearings back.
They do have control, although Butler, who's just subbed in, is a little bit behind the play here. Williams takes a few steps in, a few steps back. Littleton now has it back in that same corner, marked by Hodge in the green. Gets it to Williams. Williams gets beat out, and a bad possession there again from Admirals. Great defense here from Charlotte.
Only 2 Admirals chasers touched the ball that possession. You're not happy with that if you're the Admirals.
So Hodge here, keeping it nice and slow. Again, Admirals need 6 goals. Aviators need 10. Butler makes a beat on Peck. Hodge goes to the throw. Someone got a hand on it. Mulcahy first to the ball. Thompson gets beat out. Mulcahy slows it up.
I hear a none call from the Admirals bench. I wonder if Brian's going to run this one.
Speed again. Great catch from Peck. And then the beat hit Mulcahy. Great play there from Josh Peck. That beat comes through, hits Hodge in the foot. That should be a turnover. I think there's going to be a fight for it. There's going to be a whistle just to make sure. I think Mulcahy comes away with this one after Hodge was beat in the cleat. So some great beats there, first from Peck, and then from the Admirals.
Some beater heroics from both sides, like you said, Keegan. That could have easily been a transition goal for either team there, and then each end up with 0. We're still at 8-12.
So Mulcahy gonna keep this one slow. Stone up the field. Littleton all the way behind the hoops. Jeanette high back into this one. Just she took an injury sub slightly earlier. Has some tape on her hand. There might have been some blood.
I do not know what happened, but the Charlotte second bludger is all the way off pitch. They're just getting it back now.
Josh
or dodgeball.
Sprinting back in. So there's a beat in the middle. Stone gets the pass from Mulcahy and makes it count. 13-8, and Admirals' first goal since that 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and it's good to get back in the scoring column for the Admirals there. That was very simple offense, to be honest with you. But if it's simple and it works, keep doing it.
Thompson has it near side. Rice gets the beat on Peck, then gets the beat on Hodge. Thompson now gets the block on Butler, but the ball comes out, gets the block again, and then steps out of bounds. So it's going to be dark inbound here.
Yeah. If those were 2 clean blocks, that is very impressive. To keep your composure there with the dodgeball hurling at you.
So Mulcahy is going to ball handle here for Admirals, at least at the start of the possession.
Set score is 180, so Admirals still need to get 5 more goals, and Charlotte needs to get 10. It's going to be a long game regardless of how it ends up finishing.
Siddiqui back into this one. He got some quick goals early in his first stint. That's a bad pass from Mulcahy, not really to anybody, although Siddiqui's first to the ball. Rice gets beat out as Siddiqui comes around the corner, gets it to Mulcahy. Mulcahy gets through before the beat. 14-8, and Zan Siddiqui has really been a spark plug on the offense now, both of his shifts for Admirals.
And if you ask Zan, he'll probably try to tell you that was a pass, but definitely a shot. But Brian did not give up on the play, was able to catch it and put it through.
Siddiqui, super aggressive defense here, puts Thompson on the ground. Thompson gets beat out, but not before Hale gets the ball. Hale to Hernandez, cannot handle the pass. Jeanette High falls on it. And again, we're talking about Jeanette High's defense in this game.
The Admirals have been closing out on every single pass made by Charlotte. That was a great offensive possession, great pass. That was the right look, and unfortunately weren't able to execute.
Peck presses, but Mulcahy gets it to Siddiqui. Siddiqui gets the block. Siddiqui off and running now. Keeps sprinting. Floater, no good.
And I think Zan might have had a couple more steps there, but he had no clue where the dodgeball was because he was so fast and in front of the play.
No dodgeballs there for Washington, so I honestly don't hate that from Siddiqui as the Admirals were getting pressed. Might have been about as good as a look as they were going to get in that possession.
If you're the Admirals here, you want to make sure to not tire yourself out. You're still up by 6, and you still have a long day ahead of you. You don't want to tire yourself out. You want to...
Gets the pass off to Cruz. Cruz drives in, gets beat out. The shot's no good. Hale picks it up. Hale goes right. That shot is low. And Charlotte cannot score.
I think the chaser there had a player on the left-hand side they could have potentially passed to, though Moneybags was in the vicinity. Probably why they end up going for the shot on the top hoop.
Harrelson and Peck with control for Aviators. Tanagai Nutzel looking to get it back for Washington. Shane McConaughey walking this one up pitch. Rachel Williams, the high option. Jeanette High near side. Zan Siddiqui far corner. Shane McConaughey goes in, gets it to Jeanette High. Gonna be marked by Braxton Hale in the green headband. McConaughey drives right, floats one. Good defense there from Melissa Ross, knocks it down. Aviators got to stop. Austin Cruz off and running. Gets straight through Zan Siddiqui. Has to beat Williams. Is able to get around on the swim move. Pass over to Hale. Braxton Hale puts it home, 15-9.
Great transition offense. Chaser kept their composure and made the right pass at the end. I think a lot of people there, after making so many juice, making so many people miss, will want to dunk it there. But the player kept their composure and made the right pass.
Timeout comes from the Washington Admirals. They have been subbing very frequently, but it still looks like all the players on the field are out of breath. They just really need to settle down and score 4 goals. At the 10-minute mark, they'd only scored 3, but then kind of between 12 minutes and 18 minutes or so, they went out an absolute tear, and that sort of run is what they need right now to end this game quickly, as they do have the back-to-back and will be facing Ottawa in the next game.
Yeah, and I think, Keegan, a large contributor to that is maybe a little bit of desperation of wanting to get out of this heat. You're knowing you're relatively close, only needing 4 more goals to end this game, and you want to be the one that gets your team out of the sun, out of this hot weather, so you can rest a little bit for the next game. But unfortunately, it's resulting in a lot of not so ideal offensive possessions from the Admirals.
Yeah, kind of the confusing sentiment that in order to end the game quickly, you need to slow down.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, Aviators, while they're still trailing by 5, have had some really good looks. They've scored the same number of goals as Admirals since the 20-minute mark, as well as caught the flag runner. So they're really hanging in there, and quite honestly, momentum feels like it's been on their side, despite the fact that they've also missed out on a few chances.
That is absolutely correct. I was getting a little worried for them at the 20-minute mark that they were gonna kind of not be able to put up a run to get this game close, but despite it being a 5-goal differential, I think the Charlotte Aviators are actually in this game.
That's good.
What do you think the Admirals are talking about during this timeout?
I think the Admirals are saying, let's slow down. We've scored our goals, some in transition, but we've mostly scored our goals when we've had good looks. There's been a lot of rushed shots. I think their beater play in particular, since the 20-minute mark, the Aviators beaters have had a massive advantage over Washington. That was not the case in the first 20 minutes, and I think Colin Bourne, a beater himself, the head coach of the Admirals, might just be saying, let's slow it down. Let's make sure that our beaters are talking not only with each other, but with the chasers. And if we do that, we shouldn't let up quite as much transition as we have been the past few minutes.
I absolutely agree. It looks like we're going to get started here shortly. Possession is in the hands of Riley Stars. He's on the field with Jeanette High, Shane, and I'm not sure who the 4th chaser is.
Shane
Rachel
McConaughey,
Williams?
Rachel Williams. Yep. AT Tanagai, Julie Nutzel in black for the Admirals here. Again, Admirals need 4 goals to win it. Charlotte needs 9. Charlotte has already caught the flag runner. High fakes a little pass right, comes left to Williams, has Tanagai in front. Williams takes her space, rockets one over the top to McConaughey. He tiptoes on that back line, gets the pass off to Riley Stars. Riley Stars with speed, gets around Ross, rips a shot, puts it home. Assistant coach Riley Stars gets the goal and brings Admirals
and
one goal.
I think the Aviators are running, Keegan.
Off and running. That's Woodard.
Very surprised Nuso doesn't make the beat there.
Nuso can't come away with the catch. Ross now has it. Going to be met by McConaughey. Floats a pass. Williams knocks it out of bounds. It's going to be a Charlotte inbound, but a brief respite at least for the Admirals defense.
Yep, and I think Rachel Williams maybe could have caught that, but you always want to be safe rather than sorry, and swatting it out there is still a good play.
Yep, Ross floated that pass, giving Williams the chance to get there. And Jared Woodard now has the ball. Top of the key. Bonadio now back in the black headband, the successful seeker here in today's game.
Little bit of lull in play here as the Aviators look for a weak point in this offense.
The pass comes from Cruz. Good defense there from McConaughey. Knocks down the pass from Ross.
And I think if Riley wanted to, he might want to run. Shane's running.
To McConaughey. McConaughey up. Stephanie Peck back with a dodgeball. The pass goes to nobody. Nobody ran to the far hoop, and that's not the best transition look Washington's going to see.
I think it was a bit of a miscommunication there between the two Admirals chasers and keeper. Riley Stars was streaking middle, but the pass went over his head.
Diego Rojas Godoy now in black headband for Admirals, making their debut in this game. Probably the freshest legs on the field. They did have some time in that first New York series as well. Far side, that's Fornash with it. Fornash now driving, cannot score, but maybe it was a pass to Braxton Hale. Hale is able to score through Stars. Woo! And it's 15-10.
That was a beautiful pump fake, Keegan. Got Riley off his feet, out of the play, and made it easy.
Helen Trudell now in white headband for Admirals as both teams keep subbing out a lot of players. Julia Rankin back in as well. Rojas Godoy and Bourne with control for the Admirals. I really think Admirals need to be scoring here whenever they have control. Stars gets it to McConaughey. McConaughey comes through, gets it down. That's called good. It was before the beat came through. 16-10, a set play there against the 1-3 defense for Admirals.
And that's exactly what you said they needed. Needed a goal in that possession. They had control. They made it easy on their chasers, and they are now 2 goals away from securing this first game against Charlotte.
We are now at 30 minutes, and therefore we'll have another heat break. I think maybe the last thing some of these players wanted to hear as this game is going to go on for at least a few more minutes. But here we go, game recap for you. We are at 30 minutes. We are having a heat break. Again, at the start of this game, the temperature was 97 degrees. The real feel somewhere around 103. So we have had a heat break here at 10 minutes and now 30. The set score is 18. Admirals lead 16-10, and the Aviators were the team that caught the flag runner. At the first 10-minute heat break, the score was 3-3, and really since then, or really from the 10 to 20 minute mark, it was all Admirals, and from the 20-minute mark to now, it's kind of been back like that first 10 minutes where the teams are really trading goals.
Yep, but if you're the Aviators, you can't afford to be trading goals with so little goals left in the game, so they got to go on a little bit of a run here. I do think they still have a chance despite the 6-goal differential, I believe it is.
So while we have a little bit of time here, TJ, I'm going to ask you to put on your analyst hat a little bit and teach the folks at home watching a little bit about that last set play Washington ran. So the Admirals had 3 chasers, 1 on each hoop, and they had their keeper in the green headband who could not be beat in their own zone playing defense. So what we saw was Riley Stars passed it left to Shane McConaughey, and as he ran forward, there was no one on that small hoop. Can you kind of talk through how the Admirals set up that play to make sure that that hoop was going to be open?
Yep, so when you're doing that, you want to primarily just kind of stretch out the defense. If you're going to have the keeper at the top of the key, you want to kind of drag them away, which is what Riley did by engaging them in the very beginning there. By the time he made it to Shane on the other hoop, they were already way too many steps behind the play, and Shane still was able to make an athletic play over the hoop defender that was there, but I think they were in the action of getting tapped out during the goal.
Yeah, Colin Bourne was definitely there trying to tap it out. There was a lot of bodies coming over. I think Charlotte recognized the play. But yeah, I think that's a set play that as long as Admirals have control and Charlotte wants to play that defense, that's going to be a goal, not 100% of the time, but it's going to be a high percentage goal, probably 7 or 8 times out of 10.
And enough of the time where you can kind of maintain your lead and not be concerned about losing it, as it did look that way for a little bit earlier.
So Jared Woodard now is going to be ball carrying for the Aviators. Lebov and Harrelson looking to win control back. Or rather, Stephanie Peck, not Harrelson, looking to win control back here. Far side. Stars playing defense. Woodard gets it, beat out. Stars off and running. Nobody to beat. Oh, good duck there from Riley Stars. Amazing field awareness on the desperation beat. 17-10, and Admirals are just 1 goal away.
I don't know if that's Riley Stars or Peter Parker, because I don't think anyone gave him a heads up that dodgeball was coming his way and just knew to duck at the perfect moment to avoid getting hit in the back of the head.
The sideline from Admirals yelling game point, make sure we don't lose control. Frankly, I don't think the Admirals care if they let Charlotte score here. All they're focused on is scoring one last goal as Caleb Brooks is back into this one. And it's going to be ball handling for the Aviators.
And they're meeting John Sheridan at the top of the key. Cody LeBeau getting Sheridan out.
Brooks drives through, passes right. That's Womack. Knocks it down, picks it up. Gaffigan playing defense. The pick comes through, but Womack goes back right. Pass comes over the top. Hodge is going to be first to the ball. Bourne comes through, beats out Hodge. Rankin picks up the loose ball. LeBeau does have a dodgeball back. Gets the beat, misses, and Julia Rankin with the floater ends this marathon game. So the final score here is going to be 180 to 105. The Washington Admirals take game 1 of this East Super Series. TJ, final thoughts of the game quickly.
If you're Charlotte, I think you're a little upset with yourself. You started off the game very strong and you kind of let it get a bit away from you. I think you are encouraged by seeing that run you made after the 20-minute mark, getting that flag runner catch. But overall, I think you let yourself get out of a game that you were honestly kind of in control of in the beginning.
All right, so as most of you on the stream likely know, this is the East Super Series. The next game is going to get started in about 15 or 20 minutes. Let's call it 3:35 for right now. At the very least, TJ and I will be back with you at 3:35 to give you an update of what is going on. The next game here will be the Ottawa Black Bears against the Washington Admirals, and the game after that will be the Charlotte Aviators against the Ottawa Black Bears. So please stay with us. The stream is going to stay live. We are just going to mute the microphone so TJ and I can catch our breaths a little bit. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game 2 just about 15 or 20 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Game 2 here at the East Super Series is about to get underway. Captains and referee meetings have concluded. Teams are about to do their chants. So I'm expecting about 2 minutes until broom's up. If you are just joining us, the Admirals beat Charlotte in the first game of this Super Series. And now they are playing a back-to-back where they will face against the Ottawa Black Bears, their first game of this MLQ season.
And the first thing you might notice when you see the Black Bears step on the pitch is that they are not fielding a lot of players today, only bringing 13. And in this summer heat down in Maryland, it's going to be very tough to kind of stay out there for extended periods of time.
Yep, so again, just some talking points we had from the first game in case anybody is joining here later in the afternoon. It is about 97, 98 degrees here in Maryland with a real feel closer to 104. So we are using heat breaks every 10 minutes. So at 10 minutes in a natural lull in play, there will be a stoppage for heat. Currently, according to my phone, it is a 98, feels like 106. Then at 20 minutes, we will just have the normal 20-minute stoppage. And if necessary, at 30 minutes, we'll also have a stoppage there, which did, in fact, happen in the last game. So while the Black Bears do only have 13 players on roster, they have 13 fresh sets of legs. The Washington Admirals have changed their roster around a little bit from their matchup against Charlotte, but I do believe there's only 2 or 3 fresh pairs of legs on their sideline. So let's see early if Ottawa can get out to a great start with their energy. Last year, Washington made the trip up to Canada and played 3 extremely competitive games, kind of under similar circumstances. The Admirals were very short-staffed and a full-rostered Ottawa was able to make those games all interesting. So we'll see if the Black Bears could kind of reverse that today, although they will be the team that is the underdog in this case. While we wait here for brooms up, we can start to talk through some of the starters. Justin Kramer in the green headband will be starting for the Admirals, one of the players who is not on the Charlotte roster, along with Julia Rankin and Brian Mulcahy in white. No third chaser is out right now, although it looks like it's going to be Liz Stone here. A.T. Tanagai and Jack Butler starting in the black headbands for Admirals. Meanwhile, on the Ottawa side, we have Alexandra Fleck, Aya Tessier, Ugochukwu Wadike, and I think Emily Naftel starting, or my mistake, minus Emily Naftel, all starting as chasers. We're going to have somebody whose number we don't, oh, sorry, I thought it was a 26. That's 16, Alex Naftel in green. And then it's going to be Emily Naftel in black starting alongside, I think, Zach Rakin. Try to get those names confirmed for you on the Ottawa side as I see their numbers. A little bit more familiar with the Admirals roster as well as just having called their game, so can be a little bit more confident in those folks. All right, so looks like Alex Amadal, the head referee, is just about ready to get this one started.
Yeah, a little bit of friendly chirping going on between the Admirals and the Ottawa Black Bears. However, if I was a betting man, I would have my better chirping being on the Ottawa side, considering the hockey that goes on up north. Looks like we might actually get started here soon. Keegan got the thumbs up.
Yeah, Alex Amadal actually just looked at us to see if we were good to go. We are good to go. That starts asking all the refs if they are good to go right before we'll ask the teams. So again, the Washington Admirals are playing a back-to-back. They just played Charlotte and had a win. And the Ottawa Black Bears are making their debut for this 2024 MLQ season. Amadal clarifying how the referees will refer to the two teams.
a little bit of discourse about the Admirals being considered dark and the Ottawa Black Bears being considered light. Can't say I disagree with the chatter.
I think it was actually the opposite of that, but still, black and blue are different colors. At any rate, we are about to get underway here. Brooms are up. Mulcahy first to the quad ball, hits it sideways. That's immediately going to be a penalty on Wadike for making a tackle on a player who did not have a ball. In the meantime, it looks like Jack Butler has a dodgeball. There is a loose dodgeball behind the Ottawa hoops, and AT Tanagai has a dodgeball. So control not only with Admirals, but Ottawa without a single dodgeball in hand. Brian Mulcahy here.
I think Alex Naftel's going to have to make a big play here to prevent Brian from scoring.
Mulcahy goes in, drives right. Great pick there from Rankin, and Mulcahy opens the Admirals bank account in game 2 for them of the day, 1-0.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, that was a beautiful screen from Rankin because Alex Naftel was in good position there to stop Mulcahy from getting to the hoop, but was stopped in place by Rankin.
Naftel, far side, Tessier. Tessier drives straight through, gets it to Naftel. Naftel fakes right, goes left. Rankin fighting for it with Tessier.
Wadike picks it up.
Yep, Wadike with it, gets hit by Kramer. That's going to be a penalty. Tessier is beat out here as there's a fight for the ball. It is going to result in Ottawa getting a second chance. I don't know how the players are standing now. If Wadike is granted the quad ball where he is standing, it should be an easy goal here for Ottawa to tie this one up.
Yeah, kind of a confusing possession, to be honest. It was a lot going on there. Wadike did pick it up, and I think the call might be on Justin Kramer.
Try to look towards the camera when you're talking, because now you're like far away from it. So Justin Kramer, the keeper for Admirals, does receive a yellow card. The green headband gets swapped out to Brian Mulcahy. However, the quad ball is going to be awarded to Alexandra Fleck here up at mid-pitch. Control is with Ottawa, so they really don't need to rush this. Butler's now going to come in, look to force something. Pump fake, Fleck gets beat out. Mulcahy, great hand, gets in to knock that one down. Tessier gets the block off and runs. The beat from Tanagai misses. Tessier moves left, gets hit by Stone. Ball comes out, Rankin falls on it. Rankin is beat, but Mulcahy gets it. And a bad beat there from Rankin loses control.
Jack just finds a dodgeball at their feet. Super lucky day for them.
Mulcahy calling Butler back, making sure they understand they're killing penalty time with Kramer in the box. Pass goes far side to Rankin. Back up to Mulcahy, pump fake from Butler before a beat comes in. Butler's beat out. Rankin driving around. That shot is no good. Rims out. Mulcahy is beat out by Rankin. Naftel picks it up and runs. Stone is trying to catch up, but Naftel has no one to beat. Naftel puts it home. This one is tied up at 1.
Great play recognition there by Naftel. Saw that the dodgeball was on the ground, but the Admirals are running themselves.
Straight up the pitch goes Brian Mulcahy and stuffs it right over the head of Wadike. 2-1 Admirals.
And that is just super unfortunate if you're the Ottawa Black Bears. You get an awesome transition goal yourself, and then you let up an easy one with a bit of lapse from your beaters.
Naftel over half. Ottawa already running subs. Good to see them going into depth early as this heat is brutal. Naomi Hildebrand is the up high option. The pass does go there. Beat missed from Tanagai again as that pass goes well over the head of Miranda Naftel.
And while the pass leads to an unfortunate turnover, I think most would believe that the play probably should have ended earlier if the Admiral beater did not miss the easy gimme beat there.
Mulcahy slowly up the pitch as Admirals run a lot of subs. Koretsky in, McConaughey high, Williams in. Mulcahy and Tanagai the only starters still on the pitch for Admirals here. Pass goes far side, McConaughey.
Admirals are already down a chaser this possession.
Mulcahy now has it. Moving left, goes to McConaughey. McConaughey, keep it slow. Gets it back to Mulcahy. Mulcahy comes through. Great screen set there by Jeanette High to open up that small hoop. 3-1.
And you saw the big smile from Jeanette High there. She knows she did something awesome right there and leads to an easy goal for the Admirals.
Max Geiler the new keeper in for Ottawa, going to carry this one over half for the Black Bears. Alexander Ravache, the beater in front with a dodgeball, being marked by Rice. Pass comes near side, Hildebrand. Hildebrand gets beat out. McConaughey picks it up. McConaughey has beaters all over the place. Ball comes out, and that's a throw after beat by Shane McConaughey. A really unfortunate, unforced error, as if he had dropped it, I think Admirals would have got there.
Yeah, and Keegan, Ottawa has kept control for the vast majority of this game. Haven't completely been able to capitalize on
Gwen Naftel goes left to Geiler. Geiler gets beat out. Stars picks it up.
And that's unfortunate. Adrian Koreski has one of the biggest cannons on the pitch right now. What is unfortunate that that was Max Geiler didn't see Adrian standing right there.
So Riley Stars keeping it slow as Jeanette High taps back in after being beat early on in the play. Stars gets it to Jeanette High, far side. High is right, being met by Geiler.
Admirals don't actually have a dodgeball right now. Rob Rice is about 40 yards off pitch right now, running their way back in.
But no press call coming from Black Bears, and Admirals easily kill that off. Ravache makes another beat on Rice. Stars now has it. Stall warning comes. Stars drives, gets it to High. High puts it home. Great passing play between the two assistant coaches for Admirals.
And all of that, Keegan, without having any of their beaters in play and their dodgeball sitting on the ground. That's a frustrating possession if you're the Black Bears.
Yeah, I'm really surprised the Black Bears bench did not call on them to press, as there was a golden opportunity, and Admirals took advantage right as soon as they got that stall warning. So Hildebrand now going to ball carry, met by High. Right over the top to Miranda Naftel. She picks it up, gets it over to Hildebrand. Hildebrand marked by McConaughey. Over the top and too high there. The pass cannot be corralled. And that's going to be another stop there for Admirals.
Yep, Rachel William bringing this one up after the recovery. Riley Stars to our right, and it looks like they're just going to settle into another half-court set. It's been going well for them thus far. They're up 4-1.
Williams over half here for Admirals. Gets it to High. High gets met high by Geiler to the ground. Beats come in. Ravache beats out High. Geiler trying to go through. Beats come through. Williams is beat out. Geiler with Stars to beat. That did not go through. Great team defense. Everybody from Admirals wanted to make a hit on that play.
Yeah, and Max Geiler worked so hard for that possession there. Really would have liked to see someone be there to support him. Going to take a sub off because they were getting corralled by a lot of the Admirals players on that last drive.
Well, the score is 4-1. Something to note early is that Ottawa has had dodgeball control for most of this game, and the Admirals have had a really difficult time trying to win it back.
Yeah, Keegan, I'm surprised the Admirals beaters aren't being a little bit more aggressive trying to earn it back. It looks like Rob Rice is actually going to get it there.
Does make a beat as Trudell now has it. Far side, passes all the way to Shane McConaughey. McConaughey going to be marked high by a beater, gets it to Stars on one bounce. Stars goes right, goes left. The beat misses, takes it himself over the top. And that didn't go through. Shane McConaughey is there.
Riley Stars saying that it did go through.
It's about even. I think 3 refs said it went in and 3 refs said it did not.
And I'm not the greatest at math, Keegan, but I think the person saying it went in is going to lose this one right now. 3 beats 1 on most occasions. Now there, I don't know if a lot of people caught it. I think Riley wanted to go to the medium hoop on the right, but the Ottawa beater actually tapped out the chaser that was right there, so Riley forced to stay with it. I think he's pretty happy with how it ended. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get credit for the goal here. Oh,
no, it is a good goal.
And Riley is telling us, I told you so.
So that does make the score 5-1 is what the scoreboard says. That's what we're going to go with here.
Alex Naftel's going to start with it here, just going to slowly walk it up. Looks like Ottawa did lose control in all the confusion there.
Yeah, Howden going to lead Naftel in as Ottawa looked to get control back, which they held at the start of this game. Fleck now back in as well in the white headband. Stars gets beat out. Naftel goes far to Wadike. Gets it over to Fleck. Fleck goes for the kick. McConaughey keeps it in.
Wow.
Great footwork from Shane McConaughey. Although I think he picked it up while he was still out of bounds. The refs are going to let him have it.
Yeah. It looks like the AR is making a... What a beautiful soccer play from Shane McConaughey there. keeping it in bounds and allowing the Admirals to get back on offense.
He must have been watching the Euros this week, getting
For
prepared
sure.
to that. So John Gaffigan, far side. Julia Rankin now has it. Some subs in here for the Admirals. Julie Neutzel, black headband, dodgeball in hand in front of Gaffigan.
I can't really tell what shape the Admirals are going for here. Rankin and Gaffigan kind of standing on each other right now.
Pass over to Stars. Stars back to Gaffigan. Gaffigan goes right and gets the shot. Naftel comes off his feet, and Gaffigan hits him after the pump fake 6-1.
And I think Gaffigan has been doing that for a long time. That looked like straight muscle memory right there.
John Gaffigan, of course, a longtime member of the Cleveland Riff before making the move over to Washington Admirals last summer, as this becomes his second summer with the team.
Can already see some of the players kind of breathing heavily. It is hot out here.
Wadike cannot get the pass over to Fleck, intercepted by Gaffigan. Rob Rice wants to run. Rob Rice is all the way up the pitch, but the quad ball isn't there yet. Gaffigan now coming in. Gaffigan right, behind David Littleton. I don't think Gaffigan had any idea how fast David Littleton was running, and kind of a thrown away possession there for Admirals.
Yep, Littleton making a great cut to the medium hoop there, but never even had a chance to catch that one. Thrown behind him and at his feet. A little bit of weird possession from the Admirals there. Rob wanted to run. Slight hesitation. Rob stops running, and then the chasers go afterwards. I don't think you want that communication being that poor going into future games, but right now kind of inconsequential.
Geiler has it up top. Tessier calling for it. Geiler drives. Littleton hits the ground. Pass goes to nobody. John Gaffigan picks it up. John Gaffigan is off and running. Nobody back. And John Gaffigan puts it home. An easy transition goal for the Admirals, 7-1.
No pump fake needed on that one. Hand through the hoop, and it makes it 7-1. Alex Lipinski subs in for the Admirals, as well as Diego Rojas Godoy.
Yep, Diego Rojas Godoy did not play too many minutes against Charlotte. Probably have some fresh legs here. Naftel's beat out Bourne. Geiler makes a dodge, and then the next one hits the ground. Geiler fighting through two players, throws the ball out. Littleton is first to it.
And Admirals having a difficult time getting Geiler down there, but they had absolutely no one to pass to, leading to that turnover right there. Great team effort by the defense of the Admirals.
Littleton drying the quad ball off, moving up the pitch before passing off to Julia Rankin. We are at 10 minutes, so I believe after this possession there will be a heat stoppage. John Gaffigan back up top to David Littleton, catches it on the bounce. Littleton pump fake, and then it comes out. Lipinski picks it up. Lipinski back to Littleton. Littleton throws it across the middle, and there's no one home. But Rojas Godoy with a very aggressive beating. Lipinski is beat out. The ball ricochets over. Julia Rankin picks it up.
I think David's a bit frustrated with himself there. I think he was passing to someone that wasn't there.
Littleton gets beat. A bad pass there from Julia Rankin as Emily Naftel came back onto the pitch from out of bounds. Easily makes the beat. That's going to be a turnover. And I believe as they make this ball live, yes, indeed, as they make this ball live out of the sideline, we're going to take a 10-minute or a stoppage at 10 minutes due to the heat advisory here in Howard County, Maryland. So at 10 minutes, the score is Admirals 7, Ottawa 1. TJ, I believe if I'm not mistaken, this game was tied up at 1 early. So it's really been all Admirals of late.
Yep. And honestly, with the way the momentum's been going in this game, I think the Admirals are going to kind of continue to beat on an Ottawa that is for sure at least more tired than they were when they started. This break will definitely help them in trying to get some of their energy back. But Admirals just has so many more players. And then as far as a talent position, I think most people would agree that the Admirals are a bit deeper when it comes to their rosters. However, 7-1 isn't the craziest score differential after 10 minutes. And if Ottawa can go on a run here and get it within catch range by the 20-minute mark, we could see a flipping of the score here.
I think we've also seen a lot of good things from Ottawa. They've held control for large portions of this game. And typically when they hold control, they look really like they know what they want to do on defense. They look like they know what the Admirals want to do and can prevent it. I think really what is Ottawa is struggling with is their offense. It looks like they're constantly being rushed by the Admirals, so kudos to them for the aggressive defense, but a lot of their passes are floating or look rushed or just to empty space, and they're really going to need to clean that up if they want to string a few goals together.
Yeah, I think that's mainly attributed to a difference in confidence here. I think the Admirals know that they're in a good position to win this game, and the Ottawa, when they set up their offense, it's not bad. It's once the first pass is made, the person that catches it is often in not the greatest position or have an Admiral defender breathing down their neck. I don't know if you noticed, Keegan, but the Admirals have been pressing extremely high when Ottawa has passed half pitch. And something to look out for here is that all three dodgeballs are on the ground on the Admiral side of the pitch, and I do not believe that any of the Ottawa beaters is armed right now.
So I think Diego Rojas Godoy will actually have a dodgeball in hand. It does look like the other two are probably going to be on the ground. Colin Bourne very close to a dodgeball. And I'll move the camera so you know what we're talking about here before we move back when the play is live. So 66 here, Diego Rojas Godoy has a dodgeball in hand. Right on that far side behind David Littleton in the green headband, there is another dodgeball on the ground that Colin Bourne can pick up. And then you can see the purple dodgeball here, kind of in the middle of the camera, is going to go to Colin Bourne. Colin Bourne throws that one, an attempted beat, not sure on who. So the ARs are going to call this. The ARs are going to call this. They looked at each other and talked about it before they put their hands up, but they're going to say that Colin Bourne just threw that ball away. Third dodgeball manipulation. There was not actually an attempted beat.
Yeah, and I like what Colin was trying to do there, kind of get the third bludger on the ground so they can have a press opportunity. But I think it's just a little too much in a time where you don't need it there. You were already armed, and now you're putting yourself in a position where you're losing control.
Yeah, I think if you wanted to kind of mess around with that dodgeball there, the best move would have been to not pick one up. Just stand right on top of it so that the other team could not use immunity, beat out their player, and then start the press kind of from there after you've gone through those rotations.
I completely agree, and I'm sure his teammates on the sidelines will heckle him next time they get to talk to him.
Heckling the head coach, it's what we like to hear. Naomi Hildebrand now going to ball handle. Alexander Ravache up front. Diego Rojas Godoy with a yell and a catch as Alex Naftel, far side, floats a pass over the top. Maybe it was a shot. And that's a good beat there from Colin Bourne on Wadike, as Julia Rankin now is going to toss it to John Gaffigan and go for the sub.
And the Admirals are subbing out a lot of players right now. Jack Butler stepping in. Rojas subbed off for, Jack Butler, excuse me. And Colin Bourne still going in. Looking to throw at number 33 on the Ottawa Black Bears, decides not to.
So Littleton here walking around the zone, gets it to Lipinski.
And Listone is wide open if they see her.
Lipinski knocked down by Wadike.
I think Wadike saw what I saw from this angle. Like Listone is going to have an easy goal.
It is going to be a Washington inbound though, as Wadike is in a white headband, not a green. Stone just drives straight in, comes around the corner, puts it home. She had a goal just like that in game one, and that's a dangerous angle for Liz Stone.
Yep, and she gets the goal, but does pay the price for a ticket.
David Littleton goes for the sneak. Goes for the sneak. Alex Naftel has been playing this sport a long time and won't be caught out. Press call here, rips a shot, and Ottawa throws away their offensive possession just like that.
Ottawa has to find a way to not allow the Admirals to bully them. They're walking across half pitch. They're just throwing away, literally, possessions because of the pressure that the Admirals, beaters specifically, are putting on them.
So Tino Bourdon now into this game, one of those players who is only on the Admiral roster for this series, not the Charlotte one, so some fresh legs out here for Washington. Jack Butler is getting bothered by Ravache. Bourdon passes way behind Rachel Williams. Williams is beat out. Tons of dodgeballs on the ground. Jack Butler throws one back as Liz Stone picks up the dodgeball. Wadike picks it up, off and running. Tries to get the jump on Bourdon and is able to. Tanagai, the shot misses. You cannot have that if you are Ottawa. A golden chance goes down the drain.
Way off, so could have just walked to the hoop at that point. But you never know when you're moving that fast.
Yep, something to watch. AT Tanagai has had some issues with aim today. A few missed beats in the first game as well. Maybe something to keep an eye on here to see if he can clean that up or not.
If you're going to miss your throws, miss it in the game, you're up 8-1.
Yeah. So Tino Bordone walking this one up slowly, far side, gets it to John Sheridan. Sheridan rips it home. A good little one-pass offense there for Admirals as they go up 9-1.
And the Admirals lose control on kind of just a lackluster play by number 52 on the Admirals. Hands it to the Ottawa beater, and they just snatch it. That is coming to me.
So Meg Howden now the dodgeball in their hand. Part of that duo that has control for the Black Bears. Far side now. Williams is beat out. The beat comes in, and the pass is no good as Bordone intercepts the attempted pass from, I believe, Miranda Naftal.
Not entirely sure what the stoppage
So
is.
I believe the stoppage is for John Sheridan had blood on his person. So Justin Kramer's going to come in that green headband as Sheridan looks to get that taped up.
Looks like Sheridan is okay, though. Maybe just a small scratch or
It
something.
sounded like he didn't even know that, that there was blood and was told that he needed to sub off. So hopefully he'll be all right and back out in a few minutes after he gets that covered up.
So I think Jack Butler's going to want to trade here, and then maybe their partner's going to go for the tackle.
Good catch from Butler to win control. Bordone now off with speed. Bordone running up, then look past to Stone. Stone puts it through 10-1.
And Liz Stone is just eating up against this Ottawa defense. I believe that might be a hat trick for her, if not, definitely two.
Tanagai, unbelievably aggressive here as Ottawa calls a timeout. So unsure what time we are at. We don't have a clock on our side of the pitch. I think we're around 15 minutes. And the Admirals are up 10-1. Again, Ottawa had tied this game up 1-1. So Washington is on a 9-0 run here, kind of since the start of the game. Do you think this timeout, TJ, is just because Ottawa's short rostered and everybody needs a breather? Or do you think they have a game plan they want to try to execute, get a few goals back?
No, I think it's definitely because everyone's tired. This game's getting a little bit away from them, and they want to make sure all their players are safe because they got a lot more games to come, and there's no reason to kind of beat yourself up on your first game out. There's still 5 more games they have to play after this one between today and tomorrow, and you don't want to kind of risk injury in a situation where it looks like this game is all but over.
Yep, Ottawa does also have the back-to-back. They'll be playing Charlotte about 15 minutes after this game here ends. Meanwhile, while Washington is comfortably up, I do think they have a lot of stuff they can talk about in this huddle. Their beaters have been a little bit all over the place, and sometimes that's worked out really well for them, but other times it's really forced the Chasers to make some big hits to stop some goals. And at the same time, they've had 1 or 2 possessions. It feels like they sprinted up the pitch with no idea what to do and kind of ended up throwing their possession away. So we'll see if they try to slow it down a little bit, be more methodical as this game goes on.
Yep, and if you're a head coach, Colin Bourne, you want to make sure that you're talking about those mistakes in this game, even if it doesn't quite not matter, because you have 2 more games against Charlotte, and they will definitely capitalize if they see you making those mistakes. And Ottawa Black Bears will also capitalize if you continue to make those mistakes. Looks like Ottawa is not fielding enough players.
Okay, that's Meg Howden back to their broom. Get started here in just a moment. Again, the score is 10-1. We have not yet reached 20 minutes.
And look where Kramer and Liz Stone are standing, right at the half-pitch line, looking to bully the Ottawa Black Bears.
And Rob Rice did sub in for AT Tanagai on that timeout as well. Of course, subs allowed during timeouts. Naftal gets beat out. Stone picks it up. There is a beater back, and the beat missed. It bounced off of Alex Naftal, I thought, into Liz Stone, but it bounced into the ground. 11-1, a 10-goal lead here for Washington.
Liz Stone is so unbothered right now, getting everything that she wants when it comes to scoring these goals.
I believe that's already a hat trick for her in this one, as we have now reached the 15-minute mark. Naomi Hildebrand across half. Some dodgeballs up high. Hildebrand beat out. That ball was passed way after. Naftal is beat out anyway. Kramer picks it up. Kramer off and running.
And I think Kramer's going to have an easy
nobody back, and Justin Kramer puts it through 12-1.
And he puts that one through the hoop a little bit more politely than I would have in that situation. Kudos to him.
At some point, maybe you don't want to give the other team a break by eating that one all the way behind their sideline, as Ottawa is going to look to make a few subs here. Alexander Ravache back into this game. Emily Naftel into the game. That's the beating pair. And Max Geiler in the green headband, as Hildebrand is going to once again carry this ball over half pitch.
I really want to see the Black Bears beaters engage with the Admirals first and not let them get thrown at.
High goes up. Hildebrand throws the ball away. Bourdon picks it up. Bourdon sprinting up the field, has High and Kramer in front. Bourdon goes right, passes left to Jeanette High, and that's 13-1.
Jeanette High dabs at the camera. Think that one was for Keegan.
Definitely not for me, as TJ dabs back in appreciation.
Didn't know my partner was going to put me on blast here, guys. We are at 13-1. Black Bears are bringing it up. Max Schuyler walking behind a wall of beaters. Only one person on the left hash mark.
So Geiler now going right after an exchange of beats. Hildebrand trying to set a pick on High. High comes out. The ball comes through the middle. Naftel gets absolutely shouldered into by Justin Kramer on a fight for the ball. Williams picks it up, sprinting up the pitch. She has nobody to beat, and Rachel Williams goes coast to coast, 14-1.
And just happy to see that everyone's okay after that collision. Kind of scary. 3 players going for the same ball in the keeper zone there, but it looks like everyone's okay.
The Ottawa players clearly a little bit out of breath. Again, with only 13 rostered here, it's going to be a long Super Series. One of the challenges of being the Canadian team in the East is that I believe they play in the Super Series every year, which is always a difficult task. High comes up to make the hit. Geiler gets around and then gets beat in the back. Justin Kramer picks it up, off and running. Justin Kramer up the pitch. The beat comes through. Justin Kramer takes it himself. After a tough beat in the head on Emily Naftel.
Yeah, that one came in hot. I hope they're doing okay. Looks like they're going to sub off.
So 15-1, Naftel is going to sum off. And it's going to bring Meg Howden in. I think the discussion now here is potentially for Naomi Hildebrand, a little bit of an injury stoppage. So we'll turn the camera away while we make sure that they get water as they need it, a little bit of a chance to cool off.
Keegan, this one is 15-1. Is there anything that you want to see from the Admirals before this game inevitably ends, or?
So we are going to take this into a water break. Something I don't even actually, TJ, I've been thinking about this, how mad the Admirals team is going to get at me for saying this, but I am going to say it because if I don't do it now, I'm going to make a video about it later and then they'll be mad about that. So the Admirals are running a play on defense that I kind of brought in as a coach of the Admirals last year, where their beaters and their chasers talk with each other. And when they have control, their beater will tell their chaser, go, which means make the hit. The other team's beater has to choose, am I now going to beat the person making the hit or beat this other beater? It causes confusion. Additionally, if you go backwards, if you don't have control, then we'll have the unarmed beater go up. The chaser can call for the beater to make a tackle, and that frees up the chaser to make the hit. It's kind of premeditated communication between those two positions. I'm sure they think it's a secret weapon, and they'll be mad that I've explained that to everybody here. But I think in an effort to grow the sport, I'm surprised more teams don't do that. Perhaps they do, and I just haven't noticed as much. But at least here against Ottawa, it's worked to really good effect. It's causing a lot of bad early passes. And the wings in this 2-2 zone know to sprint out to those passes as soon as they happen, as soon as they see that beater or that chaser make the move to hit. And it's really proved an effective defense here for the Admirals.
Yeah, and I think why we might not see it as often is because it's normally not so successful. I think the Admirals are around 90, maybe even close to 100% success on running that play, to it leading to something undesirable for the Black Bears. And when something is working that well, it's kind of hard to forget about it. But maybe in another game when you're running it and you're not having quite the success, you forget about it, and such an excellent defensive look just doesn't get ran as often as it should.
Yeah, and it's also a challenging play to run if the other team is excellent at making those first passes, or if the other team's ball handler is particularly good at getting around a point defender. As you're saying, TJ, it kind of throws all your chips in at once. So if it doesn't work, you can kind of be leaving the rest of your defense out to dry. But it is something that I've noticed is they've run it right in front of the camera a few times here, so I wanted to bring that up. Meanwhile, Ottawa is getting a rest here. Again, this is an injury stoppage for kind of heat, out of breath, overheating, dehydration issues. We had one of those in game one as well. We're doing our best here to take some heat advisories, but it really is incredibly hot out here. Again, about 98 degrees, about 105 real feel, which I know some people watching the South might say, we practice in that all the time. Not quite so used to it here, and I'm sure our friends from Ottawa are even less used to it than the guys here from Washington and Charlotte.
Yeah, and I really hope Ottawa players can stay healthy because, like we mentioned before, there's still the end of this game, and there's still 5 more games that they have to play in this Super Series. And with bringing such a short roster, you can't really afford to lose any of those players. So you kind of got to make a decision. Do we go all in and risk maybe some injury or some exhaustion to some of our players, or do you play the long game and kind of maybe catch these other 2 teams when they're more tired and go for the wins in those situations? Because while it is a back-to-back for the Admirals, they are still relatively fresh in this Super Series, only playing their 2nd game of the day right now.
Indeed. So, again, the score here is 15-1 in favor of the Admirals. Ottawa scored their 1 goal very early on in this one, and it has been all Admirals since. If you have just joined us for this second game, the first game of the day was the Admirals against the Charlotte Aviators. That game was tied up at 3 when we hit our 10-minute heat advisory before Washington really comfortably took it over and won convincingly, despite the fact that Charlotte was able to catch the flag runner in that one. So they are 1-0 on the day and looking like they'll be able to cruise easily to being up 2-0 before getting a game slot off here during the Super Series.
Yeah, it looks like the Admirals bench is kind of in good spirits right now. I think they're happy with how they've been playing. Hopefully they can keep it up for the rest of the weekend.
We do also have a little bit of shade here and some wind coming in, which I'm sure is a welcome relief to all the players and spectators here.
Looks like Tyler Trudeau will be the flag runner for this game. He's kind of early right now. I think he wants everyone to know that he's out here. We see you, Tyler, but we're not quite ready for you yet.
So I think one more thing we can talk about a little bit on this stoppage is that for large portions of these 2 games so far, we have seen Charlotte and Ottawa run some 1-3 defenses. Some people call that hoops defense, trees defense, Baylor zone. Essentially, it is each of your chasers has a hoop to cover, and your keeper, who is immune in their own keeper zone from being beat, plays that point defense. The Admirals so far really have not had too much trouble with it. You can hear their sideline or their players calling out that that's the defensive look, and they really know how they want to attack it, with beaters coming in or with a chaser coming in to set a pick to open up one of the 2 side hoops. Meanwhile, Admirals themselves have been running a 2-2. TJ, as you pointed out, it's been a pretty aggressive 2-2 for lots of this game.
For sure.
That's really the only set they've run. They haven't run a 1-3. They haven't gone into mark defense. So it feels like they are just trying to focus on one thing, and let's let that one thing work. I think also as the favorites, they might be thinking, you adjust to us, right? We're not going to have all these different sets based on what we think you might do. We're going to throw our best at you, and we don't think you can beat it.
Yep, and I think when teams play the best is when they feel the best. And I think they were a little bit more hesitant in that first game against Charlotte, which let Charlotte kind of dictate the pace after the 10-minute mark. They did start off really strong in that first game, but went in a bit of a lull afterwards. I think if they can keep up this aggression from both their chasers and their beaters, they can find that they're actually a really good team, and they can get out to a hot start against anyone.
So Naomi Hildebrand is now on their feet. I heard them say, I don't know if it was to one of the refs or to the trainer, I'm fine now. So that is obviously great news to hear. Hopefully we'll see them a little bit later on today, although I would be a little bit surprised if we saw them in this game. And Amidal whistles to let the players know that They need to go back to their brooms so we can get started once again.
All right, I think we're approaching the 20-minute mark here. Not entirely sure where we're at, but I think it's between 18 and 20 minutes. Ottawa players are a bit slower to get back to their brooms, but it looks like they will all return, and this game will resume shortly.
So it is, once again, 15-1 here in favor of the Admirals. As TJ just said, we're really getting very close to that 20-minute mark. We aren't quite there yet. Max Geiler is going to start with the quad ball after a good goal from Admirals in the green headband. Dodgeball control, we are at 18 minutes. Thank you to the head referee, Alex Amidal. Rob Rice and Adrian Koretsky have control for the Washington Admirals. So some immediate subs here. Back into the game comes Gwen Naftel, the white headband for Ottawa.
Ottawa looking like a moving fortress, all stacking on the right-hand side right here between a wall.
Revoshin, Howden, you get the go call from the Admirals defense. Geiler gets the pass off, far side, that's Miranda Naftel. Geiler gets beat out, Mulcahy comes through, Mulcahy, nobody to beat, 16-1.
Yeah, and if I'm Max Geiler there, I have no clue how Adrian Koretsky kept the dodgeball after throwing so many of them on that possession. Seems like they were armed at every given moment. I think Brian might try to hit this one, decides not to.
Yeah, on a rolling dodgeball, that's a tough look. If you're knocking it out of the air, you're at least beat. That's kind of the trade-off there. 2 missed beats there. Geiler trying to get around Kramer. Gets hit, comes under the tackle. Kramer is beat. No, not. They're both 9. Both are beat. Quad ball now coming up the pitch. Mulcahy, swim move. Nobody to beat. Gets it to Jeanette High, and the assistant coach gets the goal and hits the dab. 17-1.
Yeah, and Brian gives Jeanette a freebie right there. Had a clear path to the hoops himself. Decides to drop off a little gift for his teammate there. I think on that last possession, they considered maybe calling a foul on Justin Kramer on a tackle on Max Geiler.
I think the call there was Geiler, after being contacted, dropped, which is what caused the hit to go high. Alex Naftel now dancing. Kramer going to go out to force the issue. The beat from Koretsky misses. Naftel comes through, goes left, or goes right, gets hit with a beat from Rob Rice. The pass goes, or the shot goes over the middle hoop.
Yeah, and I think Kramer there thought that the ball carrier was beat and let go of the tackle, but they in fact were not, giving a free pass to the hoop. Fortunately for them, they do not pay the price for it.
So this is now the last possession before 20 minutes. 17-1 is the score with the Admirals in the lead. Mulcahy takes off with speed, slows up, comes to a stop. Good defense there from Fleck. Goes left, right. Then right, straight through the middle. Good goal there from Brian Mulcahy. That makes the score 18-1 at the 20-minute mark. The set score will be 24. The flag runner, of course, worth 3. And so as we get to the 20-minute stoppage in what has been a very one-sided game, TJ, do you think Ottawa may try to put all their resources into the flag runner game, see if they can kind of get the moral victory there, catching Tyler Trudeau, or if they might try to take all their dodgeballs into the quad ball game and maybe prevent the Admirals from going on a scoring run here?
I think this is a prime opportunity to practice something in the game where I think all is lost. I think they should go for the flag runner, maybe get the strategy down for the future games that they have to play, because no matter how much you lose, a loss is only worth 1 loss. So I think their best bet here is to go for that flag runner, establish the strategy they're going to implement in their next games, and hopefully see some success. I think the Admirals chaser core is only going to become more dominant during flag runner on pitch.
I can't disagree with you there. Tyler Trudeau will be the flag runner, caught by Tony Bonadillo of the Charlotte Aviators in Game 1. So neither seeker from these teams has had luck today, although Ottawa has yet to have a chance. Shane McConaughey was the starting seeker in Game 1 for the Admirals and failed to get that catch.
Yeah, but we'll be interested to see what the Admirals' game plan here is for a flag runner. If they're going to put someone on to go for the catch, or if they're just going to try to run up the score and end the game as quickly as possible. Looks like Tyler is ready. He's walking around menacingly. No one there to approach him quite yet. Trying to see who from both teams is going to do the...
It looks like Shane McConaughey
Seeking.
coming out in yellow for the Admirals. So once again, he will start as their seeker. And it looks like Ugochukwu Wadike will be starting seeker for the Black Bears.
And I think Wadike has a pretty good build for going up against Tyler Trudeau, kind of longer arms. Though Shane does have long arms as well and is not scared to throw himself on the ground to get a good angle on the flag.
So the camera and my commentary will follow the quad ball. TJ is going to keep an eye on the seekers and let us know if they are getting close or if they get a catch. Alex Nafta will be starting with quad ball in hand here as we whistle in.
We do have some shade here on the pitch now, so while it's still kind of miserable out here for the players, there is a little bit of relief on its way as long as the sun decides to stay behind the clouds.
And as you say that, TJ, I think the cloud moved away.
I am 0 for 2 today for making calls, and I am jinxing everything.
So Amidal letting everybody know the set score is 24, current score 18-1 in favor of Washington. Bourne throws one back to try to maintain control as Diego Rojas Godoy will be Bourne's partner here to start the flag runner on pitch period.
And it looks like Ottawa's just going to ignore the flag runner, letting Shane get a free look at Tyler Trudeau.
Naftal pass way behind, and a great goal there from Gwen Naftal, I believe. Stars takes it and gets it to Jeanette High. Jeanette High, I believe that's a hat trick for her in this game as well.
Wow.
And Tyler Trudeau getting beat up right now. I think that was visible in the corner of the camera here, as McConaughey and Wadike are both going in hard.
Yeah, both teams opting to just let their flag
Naftal,
loose.
Far side, Gwen Naftal, she throws it high in the air. Jeanette High picks it up, gonna be marked by Fleck. High just goes in, wants it herself, and scores past Alex Naftal. Jeanette High is having herself a day. The defense was immaculate against Charlotte, and now the offensive display against the Black Bears.
There's so much energy in this chaser game right now. Meanwhile, both seekers are going in a big collision at the flag runner. I hope both parties are okay. Tyler Trudeau is not caught, though, after a great...
Naftal driving in. The shot rimmed in. I thought it rimmed out. But we'll call it good.
It looks like we might have an injury. Wadike is on the ground, hasn't moved. Looks like he's getting up. Might just be a bit exhausted.
20-3 is the score again. Set score is 24. Bourne with a catch there. Dodgeball game. Stars walks in, gets it to Bourdon. Bourdon puts it home. Tino Bourdon, 21-3. And a catch wins it now for Admirals.
No one's even really coming close to catching Tyler Trudeau.
Naftal up the pitch to Gwen Naftal. Bourdon intercepts, picks it up, runs. Stars called for it. Stars gets it. Stars puts the goal home, 22-3.
Asking you shall receive. Looks like Alex Lipinski is in to try to catch Tyler Trudeau. They are only 2 goals away from winning this game.
Lipinski with a catch would win the game for Admirals, although Bourne just forces another turnover. Fleck is beat out. Stars comes through. Stars takes it himself, and now the Admirals are 1 goal away after playing incredibly aggressive defense here in the 20-minute period.
Yep, they have been running away with this. Really going to be tough for Ottawa to put up any type of fight at this point. The pressure is just too much for them.
Gwen Naftal up the pitch. Neutzel and Bourdon are back to play defense for Admirals. Tanagai comes out to play against Howden. Naftal in the corner. Bourdon goes for the hit. On the feet, out of bounds. It's an out of bounds call, so it's going to be Tino Bourdon to inbound. And a catch wins it. A goal wins it now for Admirals. Tino Bourdon sprinting up the pitch. Bourdon to Rankin. Rankin fumbles it.
Oh my, the Rankinator does not come through with the game-winning basket.
And I think tellingly, Zach Rankin did not throw a dodgeball there. Looked like he was back to play quad ball defense, but just did not throw, even on the bobble from Rankin. Something to note there, I think. So Geiler now passes far side. believe that's Fleck with the ball, marked by Rankin, gets it back up to Geiler. A good block there from Rankin as Geiler gets through high, goes right, good hands from Tino Bordone. Stars now playing point defense behind the hoops, brings Geiler down. It's gonna be a hit from behind. It looks like an AR wants the call. Amidal says it was clean, the head referee. Bordone looking around, speeds up, gets it to High. Jeanette High with an exclamation point to end the Admirals' initial back-to-back. I think through 2 games, she has been the MVP for Admirals. And with a final score of 24-3, the Admirals are going to go into a well-deserved rest period, while Ottawa are going to have to face Charlotte here in about 15 minutes.
And while that ended up being kind of a beatdown, I do think Ottawa was able to get it going just a little bit there at the conclusion of that game, getting 2 more goals after the 20-minute mark. If they can kind of keep that same momentum going into their next game against Charlotte, hopefully we can see a stronger performance from them.
All right, so once again, your final score here in Game 2 of the East Super Series is Washington 24, Ottawa 3. We are now going to go on a break for about 15 or 20 minutes. I see now the time is 4:30, so check back in with us at about 4:45. I think we're going to try to get started just around then. That game will be the Ottawa Black Bears against the Charlotte Aviators. Both of those teams are 0-1 on the day. This stream's going to stay live, but we are going to go muted until that game starts. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are thankful that y'all are joining us today to watch the East Super Series. We are about to get started on the third game of the day. It will be the Ottawa Black Bears wearing black defending the left-hand hoops. It will be the Charlotte Aviators wearing blue defending the right-hand hoops. Both teams are 0-1 on the day, each with a loss to the Admirals. And Ottawa is the team that is playing the back-to-back, just having finished a game against Washington about 20 minutes ago. They are also very short-rostered, having brought only 13 people down for this weekend. Again, for anyone just joining us, it is very warm here in Howard County, Maryland. I think it's cooled off a little bit. We're now down to something like 95, feels like 102, a little bit cooler than it was earlier. But these games are being played with heat advisory rules. So at 10 minutes in a lull in play, there will be a stoppage for heat. The 20-minute stoppage serves as the heat stoppage at 20 minutes. And then should it be needed, there'll be another stoppage at 30 minutes. Yeah. My name is Keegan Romy Miller. I'm joined by TJ Jenneret here on comms. We'll be with you all weekend. TJ, what are your thoughts here? Charlotte's on a little bit of a rest. Ottawa coming off the back-to-back. What are we thinking about these two teams?
I'm thinking Ottawa's not very happy right now. I'm thinking Charlotte is feeling pretty good. I think they're extremely favored to win this game, and not only win this game, but win it by a lot. And if you're Ottawa, you just got to keep your spirits high and hopefully capitalize on any mistakes that Charlotte is going to make. But honestly, I think things are going to come so easy for them that there won't be too many opportunities for Ottawa to capitalize. However, every game does start at 0-0, meaning that it will be a fair starting ground for everyone going into the game.
So we will get you the starters for Ottawa: Zach Rakin and Emily Naftel in the black headbands, Alex Naftel in a green headband, and Alexandra Fleck, Ugochukwu Wadike, and I think Gwen Naftel are going to be the starting chasers for Ottawa. For Charlotte, it is going to be Lauren Hirsch and Cody LeBove in the black headbands. No, Tony Bonadillo. Cody LeBove just coming out as a head coach to talk to some of the starters before this game gets underway. Lee Hodge in the green headband. And it looks like Zachary Thompson, Melissa Ross, and one other player here starting for Charlotte, trying to get the last number. Looks like Grace Tomasini.
Yeah, and on the stream, I know it's going to be very difficult to see the numbers on the Charlotte jerseys. We are struggling just as much as you guys are. The black doesn't pop that much on the front end, though it's very visible when you see the back of their jerseys.
We'll do our best, of course, as we get deeper into the day. I'll recognize more and more players by face. I already recognize a few from each side, so that is good news. Alex Amadal, head referee in the middle of the pitch, looks like he's ready to get this one underway. Asks if the stream is good. We are. Score table's good. Refs are good. The only people left to ask are the teams, and we will be underway for, again, Game 3 of this East Super Series.
It'll be very interesting to see how this game opens up. If you remember, in the Ottawa Admirals game, it was 1-1 to start off the game, and that was up until about, call it the 3 or 4 minute mark. Then it kind of got away from them. I wonder if Ottawa will be able to stay in this one a little bit longer and make things difficult for this Charlotte team.
Charlotte is ready. Ottawa was never asked if they were ready, I don't think, but that is okay. We are off and running.
Big
collision. A fight for the ball. Hodge is going to end up with the quad ball, and Aviators are going to end up with control in the hands of Hirsch and Bonadillo.
Wadike making his presence known there in the beginning with Lee Hodge.
Hodge, cross-court pass, gets it to Ross. Melissa Ross puts it home, and an easy first goal there for the Charlotte Aviators.
And that is worrying. A turnover at the keeper's own line. And number 16, Alex Naftel, not realizing how close they were to the keeper's own line. I believe that's going to be a turnover.
So this sort of high press is something the Admirals ran during the flag runner on pitch period in their last game. And it could be a long 20 minutes for Ottawa if Charlotte decides to run it the whole time. Thompson now has it with Charlotte, keeping it relatively slow. Goes left, a beat comes through, and puts it home quickly, 2-0.
Nice little finger roll there on the small hoop, making it look easy.
Emily Naftel takes the sub. Going to be Meg Howden coming in, black headband here for the Black Bears.
Not a super ideal start for Ottawa there. However, I do think those were kind of anomalies as far as possessions, hoping to see kind of cleaner work from them here on out.
Far side, Wadike goes right, tries to get around the corner on defender. Can. Oh, and then spins back the other way. Great hand from Zachary Thompson to prevent the goal, but Naftel gets the rebound.
Oh!
Looks right, shoots left, and it knocks it home on the rebound.
Top bends, baby. What a beautiful shot on the left hoop there. Rimming in.
Good possession there from Ottawa. Gets some energy on their sideline as Hodge is now taking this one over. Moving left. Passes left right to Melissa Ross. She's already got 2 goals early in this one. A set play there from Charlotte.
And that's just way too easy, Keegan. Lee Hodge literally walking up the pitch, making a simple pass, lofting it to their open teammate for an easy goal. Definitely even more heartbreaking after you have such an excellent offensive possession prior to that, if you're the Ottawa Black Bears.
Alexander Ravache into this one alongside Miranda Naftel for the Black Bears as Ottawa looks to make subs early and often here. Alex Naftel passes left. And a good goal there from Wadike.
But Lee is running. Lee is running. I don't think anyone's going to catch him.
Hodge is off and running. And a quick response, 4-2. But Ottawa with life here early and 2 nice-looking goals early on. I think that might be the storyline even more so than Charlotte running in transition.
Yep, and if doesn't allow 2 transition goals after each of their goals, this would be a tie game right now. But unfortunately, they're down 4-2 because they can't keep Charlotte from running after their own goals. However, things are looking promising with 2 back-to-back goals in those last possessions.
So Howden already going for a sub out. That's going to be Emily Naftel back into this one. Early and often, again, the subs for Ottawa. Naftel driving in, shoots top hoop. Thompson knocks it down. Thompson off and running.
There are no bludgers in the play.
Just Wadike back to beat. Goes right, shoots left, 5-2.
Beautiful hesitation from Thompson right there. And I don't know if you've noticed, Keegan, Ottawa's actually, their offensive set looks a lot different than it was in the first game. They were kind of stacking extremely heavy on one side. They are a lot more spaced out right now, and I think it's contributing to the success they've been seeing on the offensive end.
So Alex Naftel slowly moving up the pitch. Ravache in front. He has a dodgeball in hand. Naftel gets beat out. Emily, that is the beater. Far side Naftel. Wadike gets beat out. Good beat there from Bonadio. Thompson surveys the field and elects to go slow.
Yeah, and that wasn't a bad offensive possession from Ottawa there. I think Wadike kind of got the ball in a tough situation, did want it though. So as a teammate to Wadike, you give him the ball if he asks for it and hope he makes a play.
Thompson rips one top hoop, nobody home. And that's not how you run a zone defense if you're Ottawa 6-2.
No, it is not. That is the no one's home zone, and that does not work well when it comes to stopping people from scoring.
So Rakin now in, black headband, Fleck back in, one of the starters for Ottawa at Chaser. Gwen Naftel to Alex Naftel. 3 Naftels out there in the quad ball game. Alex drives through, gets beat out by Bonadio.
Very unfortunate right there. Barely got Alex in the foot.
Lee Hodge has a lane created by Hirsch. Hodge gets it over to Austin Cruz, and Austin Cruz, newly subbed into this game, immediately gets himself onto the scoreboard, 7-2. Naftel sprinting up the other way, looking for a transition goal, but Lee Hodge is not an easy defender to get around, and Lauren Hirsch clears it up.
And Alex Naftel has some good goals earlier in the game, but they're doing a little bit too much. Had no support from their teammates, left them in the dust, and was corralled by the Aviator beaters and chasers.
So Cruz, after having spoken with Lebov, sends the pass the same way Lebov had run. It's Melissa Ross, gets the ball behind to Fornash. Fornash dunks top hoop again. A player for Charlotte subbing into the game and immediately finding themselves on the scoreboard, 8-2.
Yeah, and this is getting out of hand very fast. A little bit more success from Ottawa on offense, but the defensive woes are still existent, still remnants from the first game against the Admirals, being unable to stop these teams in transition and in their set offenses.
Max Geiler, ball handling here up at the top. Tomasini beat out. Geiler working on Fornash, cannot get around. Geiler gets it over to Wadike, back into the game, great headband. Wadike drives in, gets beat before it went in, but a kind of a nice looking possession there from Ottawa.
Yeah, and then Wadike's wearing the green headband actually for a change. Didn't wear that once in the first game against the Admirals. Maybe they're looking for a different defensive look with him in the green headband.
We're already seeing, I think, kind of the difficulty Ottawa's going to have all Super Series. During that last offensive possession, Alex Naftel actually went for a sub and no one was ready and was just waiting for 5, 10, 15 seconds there to get a sub. Because I think that's just how tired all these Ottawa players are right now. Cruz gets it to Fornash, right back to Cruz. Cruz keeps it slow here. Rips one over to Fornash, who hits the ground, lost his footing. Cruz first to the ball. But it's going to be a turnover to Ottawa.
Not entirely sure what happened there, Keegan, but yeah, Ottawa will have possession of the quad ball after that. Don't think they'll be able to run out in transition against these two Charlotte dodgeballs.
Trying to get it to Wadike, I think, here in the green headband is the best bet.
No urgency shown from Wadike.
Miranda Naftel. Cruz picks it up. Geiler intercepts the pass. Geiler off and running. It's beat out. Womack now going to pick it up for Charlotte, and they get a second chance.
There's a big fight going on with the dodgeball. At least all three on the ground.
Wadike cannot make the hit. Womack goes for a tour of the offensive zone before hitting it from behind.
Yep.
9-2.
On that last possession, Wadike kind of showing a lack of urgency for getting the getting the quad ball from their teammate, leading to that eventual goal from the Charlotte Aviators.
And some bad news here for Ottawa is they've already had to use their timeout, I think, to allow their players to catch their breath before we've even reached 1-minute heat advisory. Again, Ottawa came down to this Super Series with only 13 players. This is their second game of the day, but it is a back-to-back. And once again, temperatures, ballpark 95 feels a little bit higher than 100 degrees. So it's really tough out here, especially for some players from Ottawa who I imagine are not quite used to playing in heat this intense.
Yeah, and Keegan, what do you think is going through the mind of the Charlotte players right now? Do you keep your foot on the gas pedal, try to run up the score? Or do you kind of recognize that we probably have this game in our hands, no chance of us really losing it, and then you try to save your energy for the next game against the Admirals?
So I definitely think it's a combination there. Charlotte here is now going to have their back-to-back. They played the first game of the day, got a game off. Now they're going to play Ottawa and then Washington back-to-back. So they definitely need to conserve some energy as they looked good in the first 10 minutes against Admirals in game one. But I think there's a fine line to walk as a team between taking your foot off the gas and starting to play with some bad habits.
Yeah.
And the last thing Charlotte wants to do is have bad habits on the mind going into that game against Admirals. So I think I would play my depth a little bit. I know that Charlotte has a number of players who are only on the Ottawa roster, not on the Washington roster. So I would give them as much play time as they can possibly handle, and really just make sure that we maintain good habits, even if we decide to play a little bit more slowly.
Gotcha. And then I know the Ottawa Blackbears have been unable to score for quite a bit here, but were you impressed with how they opened up this game, getting two really nice goals? I believe both were from Alex Naftel.
Yeah, I was. It felt like they had more of an idea. In their game against Washington, they were typically throwing passes to flat-footed players who then kind of got caught out of sorts, were pressured very quickly. It seems like in this game, they've done a better job at hitting players with passes who have some dynamic movement already going for them. It gives the defense something that's a little bit harder to deal with, while also it's creating opportunities on cutting players for Ottawa to maybe get a better angle at a goal or maybe get a jump on a beater. So yeah, I think they looked better in the first few minutes. They scored 2 goals early, but I think even before we hit that 10-minute mark, they've just been absolutely devastated by the heat out here in the short-numbered roster. I did hear Alex Amadal at the start of this timeout say it will be an extended timeout. It's unclear to me whether or not it is being wrapped up with a 10-minute stoppage, or if Charlotte called their timeout on top of it. Regardless, though, that's why the stoppage is a little bit longer than a normal timeout.
Yeah, but I'm sure no one's complaining about the extended stoppage. It is still warm out here. Players have been in the shade for kind of the first 10 minutes of this game, but the sun looks like it is coming back out. And it's going to continue to be hot until probably the last couple of games of the evening.
Okay. So I have just been told it was extended for the heat stoppage, but the heat stoppage is at 10 minutes of real time, not 10 minutes of game time, which is why it's a little bit earlier than perhaps the game time would be. Although there haven't been too many stoppages in this game, so I'd hazard a guess we're probably close to 8 or 9 minutes right now.
No, not a lot of stoppages, not a lot of cards given out this weekend. I think we're underneath 5 for all 3.5 games that have been played up at this point. So very clean games from everyone participating this weekend so far. That can change in the heartbeat as things might become a little bit more chippy as the exhaustion sits in later in the later games.
Players are back to their brooms now. Again, Charlotte did just score. Wadike is going to start with the quad ball in hand. It will be live. He's in a green headband, but outside of his zone. And Cody Lebov is right here looking to cause a turnover. Although with no chasers particularly close for Charlotte.
I think Wadike wants to go to Alexandra Fleck here.
Far side.
Or
Wadike just throws it
my.
up. No plan there, and it rolls over the line. I'm surprised that wasn't talked about in the timeout. TJ, you were absolutely right. Alexandra Fleck was wide open and kind of away from Cody Lebov. Although Lebov now is deep into the Ottawa zone, and Rakin might have a chance to win control. Instead, Charlotte scores. That's Will Fornash driving in with little resistance.
Yeah,
and
and
it's 10-2.
Keegan, that's just a bad possession from Ottawa, especially out of the timeout, not really having a game plan on what to do out of the timeout and just turning over the ball for really no reason. Cody Lebov didn't even have to work that hard.
So Max Schuyler now, ball handling. Kind of driving in, gets it over to Fleck. Fleck gets it off. Cruz intercepts on one bounce. Austin Cruz comes through. That was a desperation beat from Rake, and it did not hit. Cruz still sprinting up the pitch, gets it to Fornash. Fornash on one bounce scores through the contact of Wadike, 11-2.
Yeah, and at this point, Keegan, I think the exhaustion is fully set in for this Ottawa team. They have to work so hard just to initiate their offense on the offensive end, and then by the time they're back on defense, they are so exhausted. I think Wadike has maybe taken one sub this entire game and has been playing an extended period of time.
Yeah, Alexander Ravache, Emily Naftel in beating. Oh, great play there. Ravache wins control. Wadike goes across, read well by Burl Womack. Womack passes it off to Cruz.
And under normal circumstances, a little ISO there wouldn't be the worst thing. But when you have so little players, you really don't want to be getting the hard baskets, the hard goals. You want to make it as easy as possible. As Charlotte
Womack gets around the corner and scores over the top of the defender. So Charlotte now quickly up 10. The score is 12-2.
Alrighty, Wadike finally getting the well-deserved substitution. Coming in for him is, I believe, Alex Naftel. And now we're back into kind of the offensive set that Ottawa was running in the first game, which they didn't have much success with. Maybe they figured something out during the timeout, but I do not think this is going to end up very well for them.
So Naftel, or rather Geiler to Naftel. The pass does not connect. Geiler saves it from being a reset. The beat comes in, though, from Bonadio. That's going to hit. And Braxton Hale now, the green headband, comes through as Naftel's beat out, trying to play defense. Pass comes over to Burl Womack, 13-2.
And the Charlotte Aviators have 13 goals. I believe at least 9 of them have come on that left small hoop right there. Just abusing that hoop. I'm surprised it's still standing.
So some more subs for Ottawa. They're basically running a conveyor belt to the substitution line at this point with the lack of players that they have and the heat that they're playing with. Fleck gets the pass on one bounce. Terrible missed beat there from Tony Bonadio.
I think he was aiming for the snail on the ground.
Naftel ducks, Gets it over, spin move, and hits the ground. Does Gwen Naftel. And that's going to be a stopped offensive possession for Ottawa, although a good look, one of their better looks in a long time.
Yep, that was a good offensive possession, just better defense there. But I think you're overall kind of happy with that. Sucks to take kind of a fall there and have to make that long jog back to the hoops. But overall, from Ottawa's team standpoint, they're happy with that possession.
Caleb Brooks now into the game. Stephanie Peck in front with a dodgeball. Braxton Hale now has it. Driving through, hits that small hoop after the beat out on Miranda Naftel, who was originally assigned that position. It's 13-2, and we have hit 10 minutes of game time now.
Yeah, and Charlotte's had so many options when it comes to offense. They could have been a pass there. They went with the shot. But overall, everything's just been easy, and Ottawa has not had anything come easy for them.
So Meg Howden leads in Alex Naftel. Naftel gets it around to Naftel. Brooks intercepts the pass, takes off sprinting. Caleb Brooks up the pitch. The no-look pass to Braxton Hale. Hale again scores on that small hoop. TJ, you're definitely right. Charlotte is targeting this left-hand side of the field.
Yeah, I don't know if something happened in between games with the Charlotte players in that small hoop, but they are definitely beating it up right now. Might need to have a deeper look into that.
14-2 is the lead for Charlotte. So they've been able to score basically at will throughout this game. Alex Naftel ball carrying up the pitch. Zach Rakin in front. The dodgeball. Looking to win control back is Ottawa. A good hit there from Howden. Naftel cannot get around Hale. Floats the pass over the head of Gwen Naftel. She recovers, gets the pass off to Wadike. Wadike rims out, and no luck there for Ottawa. As Braxton Hale takes off up the pitch and is sprinting, gets it over to Caleb Brooks, and Caleb Brooks scores the goal 15-2.
Yeah, Keegan, it's one thing to struggle on either the offensive end or the defensive end. Sounds like some frustration maybe on Ottawa side, but when the opposing team doesn't have to also try on the defensive end, that Charlotte team was completely flat-footed the entirety of that Ottawa offensive possession. Really no threat of them ever getting scored on. You got to make them work a little bit harder if you're going to have a chance at coming back in this game.
So Alex Naftel now ball handling. Rakin makes a beat, but Naftel is beat out, so no control here for Ottawa. Max Schuyler gets pressed by Peck, gets the ball to Wadike. Wadike gets around Ross and scores through the contact of Caleb Brooks, 15-3. Wadike kind of being a spark plug here as Braxton Hale took off up the pitch. I think it bounced in. It's going to be a question of whether or not Hale is able to pick it up on his own side of the pitch.
And if this is counted good, Keegan, that would make them 0 for 3 for stopping Charlotte in transition after they have scored their goal. So they aren't even really chipping into this lead that Charlotte has at all because they're immediately allowing goals from Charlotte. However, let's kind of go back to that dunk by Wadike, going over instead of past them. I mean, if you're going to get it one way or another, I mean, that's one flashy way to get a goal. Unfortunate that it's kind of immediately erased by the Charlotte team.
And we see him bent over here a little bit, catching his breath. But Wadike, it seems like, has had kind of the most energy on Ottawa's offenses here.
Yeah, and I think they should maybe try to lean into that. Earlier when Alex Naftel was the one getting all... It looks like we might have a card here.
This is a blue card. So the penalty was on Ottawa after they scored. Illegal swat on Max Schuyler. So both goals are good. So the score is going to be 17-3. Because the Charlotte goal was good, there's no penalty. The penalty was a blue card on Max Schuyler for an illegal dodgeball swat.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're Ottawa, you just try to see who could be that scoring presence for you. I think they're kind of in shambles when it comes to defense. However, they have shown some glimpses of greatness when it comes to the offensive end, specifically from Alex Naftel and recently Wadike.
Speaking of him, Wadike just throws it to the middle. Caleb Brooks, easy interception. Some lazy passes here from Ottawa are also not helping their case. Caleb Brooks slows this one down just a little bit to let some beaters get to work in front of him. Caleb Brooks goes right. The pass to Hale, the pass to Ross. And that's another good goal for Charlotte as they continue to run up the score 18-3 now.
And it's a great sign seeing that Charlotte's actually willing to make the extra pass there. Probably could have went for the dunk after the first one, but making it easy on themselves, making that last pass.
Josh Peck with the beat out. Hale is beat out. That's clear. The dodgeball hit the ground first. Alex Naftel to Wadike. Wadike sprinting through. Brooks with the hit. That's going to be a foul on Brooks. He knocked the ball out and then did the tackle. I think it would take unbelievable body control to have stopped that momentum.
Yes.
But I think they are saying because he's the player who knocked the ball out, he theoretically knew the ball was out and a hit should not have been made. So a second chance here for Ugochukwu Wadike and the Ottawa Black Bears as Charlotte calls a timeout. TJ, I think that's the best news Ottawa could possibly hear. Because we are now doing heat stoppages every 10 minutes of real time, this timeout is also going to be extended due to a heat stoppage. But as I was going to say, I think if I'm the head coach or any coach from the Ottawa Black Bears, in this huddle, am talking through the play we are going to run to score this goal.
Yes.
Let's just focus on this one possession and score this goal on a power play.
Yes, because if you can prove that, if you guys can brainstorm about something, think about what the game plan is, and go in and execute it, that is a great sign. Right now, I think they've been kind of thrown in rogue situations where they haven't had a chance to strategize. But if you could prove to your team that you can go in, and if you have the time to set a game plan and actually execute it, that is a good sign. You will always want that. You can't have any complaints. My only concern is I don't know if coming out of this timeout, they're going to have too many options to immediately go for the goal. I think Wadike's kind of by himself up ahead near the Charlotte keeper zone, as well as I believe the Charlotte beaters are in the vicinity.
I think the other discussion is where the ball is awarded. If it is at the spot of the foul, then Ottawa should have a really easy time scoring as there's no defenders back there for Charlotte, but we'll have that discussion after this heat stoppage is up. So once again, so a little bit of a day recap for you here. Currently, we are in Game 3 of the Super Series. We're a little bit behind schedule as Game 1 started a little bit late and then also lasted, I think, over an hour real time, which has really kind of thrown a hiccup into the schedule. But we are in Game 3 of this Super Series. Once this game is done, our schedule will be halfway done for today. In Game 1, Washington beat Charlotte. It was close for about the first 10 or 12 minutes before Washington really easily took that game. Washington then played the back-to-back and played Ottawa. That game meant much the way that this one is going, a comfortable win there for the Admirals to put them up 2-0 on the day before they got their first rest slot. And this is now Charlotte versus Ottawa. And as you've all been with us, you've seen that Charlotte has been able to score basically at will, opening up an 18-3 lead here, somewhere in, I think, the 15 or 16 minute mark of game time. Charlotte called a timeout that was extended into a heat break. We are now doing heat breaks here every 10 minutes of real time due to the weather, especially because Ottawa is short rostered, having brought only 13 down to this Super Series. My phone is updating with our weather. It thinks it is right now 96, feels like 103.
Woo!
So obviously trying to keep player safety in mind as all these players are playing 4 games today and 2 more tomorrow. It's been a slog out here, I think, for everyone, but Ottawa in particular.
Yeah, they're in the tough situation. Long trip down here to Howard County, Maryland. Very hot conditions, which each of them might not entirely be used to or adjusted to. And just to come into these games and kind of just get beat down from the very opening whistle, it has to be demoralizing. However, their spirits do not look crushed. They're still out there fighting, and you have to applaud them.
So again, before this timeout was called, a penalty was assessed to Kayla Brooks. I believe it was a contact penalty. I think probably contacted a player without a ball as his action knocked the ball out of the hands of Wadike before the tackle was really initiated. So it is now going to be Ottawa ball, but with the entire Charlotte defense back. Wadike is going to take it to the closest restrictor line, which is mid-pitch, to allow his teammates to get back up with him.
And I think that was the right decision, Keegan. Wadike was in the behind enemy lines with just a cloud of Aviator jerseys. Do not want to be right next to him, especially with them having control. This should hopefully give him an opportunity to get into a half-court set.
So game time is 14-12. And the movement has to be forward here from the starting whistle.
Which puts Wadike in kind of a tough situation because if you can see,
Josh
he will get
Peck
sprinted
here
at.
With a dodgeball. Gets the beat off, the quad comes out. It's going to be picked up by Alex Naftel. And now control maintained by Charlotte. Good hit there from Emily Naftel.
Beautiful
and
teamwork.
And then the beat comes in from Ravoche, going just about as well as it could out of the timeout for Ottawa, as they are on a power play here trying to score with Brooks in the box. Naftel, really slow here, drives in, the no-look pass cannot be corralled by Fleck. She gets rid of it to Naftel, and it goes through bar down. Miranda Naftel, the pass that turned into a shot, 18-4, and crucially, no transition here from Charlotte.
And she is amazed with herself, but that was an excellent shot from Miranda. The spirits on the Ottawa sideline have been lifted immensely after that. Hopefully we can see it turn into something a little bit more extended of a run.
15 minutes now. Bonnie Hernandez gets it to Caleb Brooks. Brooks drives, wants the top shot himself, can't get there. Braxton Hale gonna clean it up. Shot, Wadike knocks it out of the sky. Brooks first to the ball, gets hit hard by Wadike, but Brooks gets right back up, still fighting for it. A great defense here from Wadike.
He might get a card for lifting the offensive player right there. It's unfortunate because Wadike was playing excellent defense there. And for some reason, Charlotte beaters and chasers weren't really giving their teammate much support. I think Caleb Brooks was looking for some help there, but it never showed up. Only person saving them being the refs.
I think what would have best served Wadike there is just hit the ground. They're saying he lifted him. If all he'd done was fall, it would have been a takedown.
Exactly.
And there would not have been a penalty. So unfortunate call there going against Charlotte. But as we said a little bit earlier, Wadike has really been the spark plug for this short rostered team. And he seems to have boundless energy here.
Yeah, that was an excellent possession. Unfortunate that it ended that way for Wadike getting thrown in the bad boy box. But hopefully his team could make a stand for him right here so his effort doesn't go to waste.
So Brooks now ball handling. Goes right, Hernandez wide open. Bonnie Hernandez gets the goal, 19-4, and Wadike comes out of the box after the good goal from Charlotte.
Yeah, that's as easy as it can get, Keegan. Wide open, was open for an extended period of time on that right hoop, and for a change, Charlotte doesn't actually score on small hoop, opting to go for the medium one that time around.
But control is with Ottawa, so they can look to score again. Again, they're down 19-4 here. 1.5 here is the call from Ottawa on one bounce. Flex picks it up, tries to get around Hernandez. Looks back the other way to Naftel. Naftel, White is all over him, and then intercepted by Brockway. Brockway is sprinting up the pitch, slows down at half, now turns on the Jets once again, goes left to Thompson. Nicholas Thompson gets the ball cross court. Hernandez fighting for it. It is going to be Charlotte ball here. But Wilson Brockway is beat out. Thompson picks it up. Thompson trying to get around the corner, circling around behind the hoops, and slows it down here. It's Ravoche with a pump fake. It comes through the hands of Wadike. Hernandez now picks it up. She goes over the top. It hit Thompson, no good. Beat before. The quad ball's still on the ground. White picks it up. White just throws it. You'd like Ottawa to be the first to that ball, but they do get bailed out and get the stop.
Yeah, I think both parties were very confused after the first initial shots, kind of looking around, figuring out where the ball is and where they should go. Ends up not being consequential, but look at Wadike. He needs a substitution at this point. It's been out there for so long, but when you only have 13 people, your options are limited. Looks like Max Schuyler's going to walk down, leaving Wadike behind, hopefully setting up a nice offensive possession for the Ottawa Black Bears.
Yep, so Rakin goes in and gets the catch on Josh Peck. That's control to Ottawa and a great way to start their possession. Wadike with the spin move. He looks like he has all the energy in the world right now, but it rims out high.
Ottawa's going to stay with it.
Before it goes out of bounds, Gwen Naftel. Gwen Naftel gets it to Guyler through the hands of Miranda Naftel. It's fought for. Bonnie Hernandez is going to be first to it. And Ottawa cannot convert on that possession.
Rakin making a beautiful play right there with the catch on the dodgeball. His team, unfortunately, unable to execute. Oh, applying some pressure right now. Charlotte
Rakin
abandoned their
splits up.
chaser.
A good press there from Rakin, although it turns into nothing, as both beaters were subbing out behind the play for the Aviators. That's Ren Morgan and Gordy Sancho into the play. Geiler comes out of the box, can be beat, is beat. Burrow Womack catches it on the bounce, be covered by Naftel. Waves off the contact, didn't go through. Hernandez picks it up. Hernandez knocked down by Geiler. The ball comes loose in a swarm of bodies, but that's going to be a good stop there for Ottawa.
Yep, great defensive stance from Ottawa right there. Wadike and Max Geiler getting their hands on the ball at different times throughout their possession.
19:30 is the time. Ottawa could milk this for a last possession. Wadike goes for a well-deserved sub as Alex Naftel's going to come in the white headband. Ren Morgan is beat out. That's going to be control to Ottawa. Gordy Sancho dodges a beat, but then gets tackled. Rakin just takes it away. And Ottawa's players are bullying the depth of Charlotte
This
here.
is a non-situation.
Geiler gets through and goes around, scores through contact, 19-5.
I think Max Geiler's calling for an and one there. They don't do that in the sport, buddy, but great bucket.
This will be the last possession, and again, as I said right before Ottawa scored, as Charlotte looks to play some of their depth all together, Ottawa looks like they're a renewed team and taking some advantage there. Behind the hoops, Wilson Brockway, be marked by Naftel, backs it up, gets it to Thompson. Thompson by Geiler. Geiler, great hit there, brings him to the ground. Brockway picks it back up, trying to get around Alex Naftel. Good hit right to the ground. Stays with it though. Pass comes out. That's Burl Womack. Goes around the corner trying to score. The beat misses. Burl Womack scores on an athletic play, jumping in the air and kind of going backhanded to make the score, I believe, 20-5 at the 20-minute mark.
And you could sense a little bit of frustration from Max Geiler there. Playing phenomenal defense. Beautiful tackle throughout that possession. Multiple Ottawa defenders making great stops, but unfortunately Charlotte has been able to do what they've done all day and score on that left hoop.
So here we are at 20 minutes. The score is 20-5 in favor of Charlotte. That will make the set score 26. The flag runner is worth 3. Tyler Trudeau will be the flag runner in this game, as he has been in all the other games today. He was caught by Tony Bonadillo in Charlotte's only game so far today, and was not caught in the Ottawa versus Washington series. So Bonadillo may be the seeker to watch in this one.
For sure, and I think Tyler Trudeau wants to keep this record as clean as possible, already going down early in that first one. Like you mentioned before, did not get catch in the previous game between Admirals and Ottawa. And I'm going to guess that Charlotte wants to go for this catch right here just to minimize the time that their team is out there running in this heat.
Without a doubt, they do have a back-to-back here, so they definitely don't want to double up too much with the amount of running that a lot of their players are going to have to do. Of course, oftentimes flag runner on pitch period is a lot of fast breaks, a lot of transition. And for the beaters, it can just be a track meet of sprinting for loose balls, sprinting back to your hoops as you're beat out, and your partner's trying to win control. There's a lot more chaos typically right around this 20-minute period. And I think you're right, TJ, that Charlotte should throw everything they have at Tyler Trudeau in order to minimize the length of this game.
Yeah, and we'll see after this timeout what they end up doing. I don't know if maybe Tony's going to go out there and try to get another catch on Tyler, if they're going to send someone else out to get some practice. But I do anticipate them to go for the flag runner in this situation. If you're Ottawa, I don't believe that in the previous game against Washington, they just kind of let their seekers go for it and hope for the best. Didn't put anyone on Shane in that previous one as far as beaters go. They might go for a similar strategy here, keeping all the dodgeballs and the quad ball play and just hoping that Tyler Trudeau is able to defend himself, which is not a bad strategy considering how talented Tyler Trudeau is when it comes to flag running.
So this stoppage is going to be a little bit longer than normal for the 20 minutes because it is also being considered a heat stoppage here to allow the players to make sure they get hydrated, have a chance to stand in the shade. A lot of tents around here today on these fields.
So with the score to 20-5, we had this conversation in the Washington-Ottawa game. If you're Ottawa here, do you go for the morale victory with the catch? Last time they didn't really prioritize the catch, deciding to try to put up a fight in the quad ball game. Do you think they changed their strategy here, or do you think they try to continue fighting in the quad ball game and wishing that potentially Wadike or whoever they have out catches the flag runner?
I think they likely stay with the quad ball, if for no other reason than it's less taxing on your beaters. They do get a rest after this game, something that they've sorely wanted for a little while now. So maybe not, but I would be surprised if the Ottawa beaters had enough in their legs right now to really play an effective SOP period.
I completely agree. Unsure who's starting with the quad ball. It should be Ottawa. I believe Burrow Womack scored on the last possession before the stoppage.
Yeah, so it'll be awarded to Max Geiler, the keeper for Ottawa. Once again, the set score is 260 as the score is currently 200-50 in favor of Charlotte. Austin Cruz will be starting in yellow for Charlotte, and Ugochukwu Wadike will be starting in yellow for the Black Bears. Slowly up the pitch goes Geiler. Control is in the hands of the Aviators. Ravache making a play here on Lebov to no effect. That's also going to be a quad ball turnover. Sprinting up the pitch, Thompson. Dodgeball to beat. Floats one in the air. Burrow Womack goes for the one-handed catch and drops it. And then it bounces in. Naftel got a hand on it, but it rimmed in. And a lucky bounce after an unforced error from Burrow Womack, 21-5.
I'm telling you, Keegan, they have a problem with that small hoop. It is getting beat up. They just refuse to go to any other hoop.
Big beats here, causing a little bit of chaos as Geiler just sprints up the field and no one picks him up.
Wadike, I think, has the catch.
And Wadike with the catch, a 40-point swing if both count. The whistles for the catch were definitely after the ball went through the hoops. The goal should count. And it looks like if the catch will count too, a quick 40 points for Ottawa. And I think that'd be a huge win for them in the second game they're playing today.
And when it is, Keegan, the catch is good.
And the catch is good. A huge catch there for Ottawa and Wadike. And it is now 21-9. Still a big hill to climb. But Ottawa here putting up 95 points so far, I think is a big win in this Super Series.
I completely agree, Keegan. Let's see how Charlotte decides to answer back. It looks like they're going to try to hit him hard.
Nicholas Thompson sprinting up the pitch, met by Naftel. The pass comes to Brockway. Wilson Brockway puts it home, 22-9. And Charlotte is just 4 away.
And I thought Brockway was an Ottawa keeper right there, considering how deep into the defense they were. They are not on the Ottawa team, actually, and that was an easy goal.
The pass way down the field, easiest interception of Melissa Ross's life, and she's going to take this one herself up the pitch. Lebov in front to offer some protection against a point defender, and Ross is going to quarterback this play here. She gets it back to Thompson. Nicholas Thompson rips a shot, high hoop, no good.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. Bonnie Hernandez was going to be wide open on that small hoop, their favorite hoop, but decided to opt for the shot from outside the keeper zone there. It's not really going to end up mattering in the grand scheme of things, but you definitely do not want to be taking those shots in the future games.
And Charlotte is on the back-to-back here. They are the team that has to play next. So again, they really want to go perfect on their offensive possessions, get this game done. And one more defensive stand they're going to have to make now. Lebov gets the catch, gets the beat on Naftel. The pass was late. It's going to be no harm, no foul here as Wilson Brockway eventually ended up with the quad ball. But Lebov forces the turnover. Ravache gets beat out.
Looks like Ottawa does not have control for this defensive stance.
Right, so Nicholas Thompson now moving right, shoots middle hoop. This time does hit the shot, 23-9. 3 more goals before Charlotte can call this a win.
And Cody Lebov is a magnet because they are catching everything that comes near them, not even looking bothered in the slightest. Maintains control. They are 2 goals away from finishing this game against Ottawa.
Slabov does look like he actually wants to go sub out. I think that's Josh Peck coming back into this one. Looks like it as Hirsch presses. Naftel now driving. Rips the shot, no good.
Yeah.
Brockway's going to inbound.
Ottawa chaser, I believe that is Emily Naftel, might be a bit upset there they didn't receive the pass. They were streaking towards that medium hoop. Whether or not they were going to score is hard to tell, but it might have been a better decision than going for the shot there.
So Lee Hodge back into this game to help the Aviators close it out. Hodge backs up, gets beat. Good beat there from Rakin. Rakin wants his team to run. Alexandra Fleck in the green headband, sprinting up the pitch.
Wants to get it to Wadike.
Ball, spins, gets it to Wadike. Wadike now has to beat Hodge. Goes left from his knees. It's blocked by Ross. Naftel picks it up. Alex Naftel goes, scores through the defense. That's 10 points. Lee Hodge hits the mid-court shot. 24-10, 2 goals needed. And again, TJ, Ottawa scores and Charlotte scores in transition.
1 step forward, 2 steps back has been the story for this Ottawa team. Every time they accomplish something great, put together a nice sequence of events, Charlotte does not hesitate to strike back and kind of put them back in their place, if you will. Oh,
and a
no.
turnover by Alexandra Fleck. Just a mental lapse there, I think, by a player who's 2.5 hours of real time into playing in this immense heat. And that's going to give Charlotte a free defensive success.
And I misspoke previously. I thought Cesco 250. It is actually 260, which means that Charlotte is actually 2 goals away from winning, and Ottawa needs another 16.
So Ross now has it far side. Gets it back to Hodge. Hodge floats one. The pass cannot be handled. I think that was Tomasino back into this one. And Ottawa gets another stop. Grace Tomasini, unable to corral that last pass. Max Geiler, over half.
Yeah, Charlotte has control. It seems they've had the control for a very long time.
Pass goes deep to Naftel, and Ross intercepts again. She has a lot of interceptions in the last few minutes on this Charlotte defense. She takes it herself once again up the pitch, is met by Geiler, floats it over the top. Hodge is beat out, well read by Alexander Ravache. But Tomasini is there to pick it up and gets it back. Great play there to keep it onside by Mickey Harrelson. Fornash, again, just throws it to no one. And I think that Charlotte might have to go to their starters to get this game handled quickly.
Yeah, completely errant pass from the Charlotte chaser right there. That was Will Fornash. I don't know who they saw, but they weren't there.
I think it was a shot.
Oh, my. We're going to go back to the drawing board on that one, ideally.
So, again, Ottawa needs 16. Charlotte just 2. But Ottawa has looked, I think, much the better team kind of since that 20-minute mark.
Yep, spirits have been up for Ottawa, and they need to keep their foot on the gas pedal.
Geiler backpedals a little bit with Ravache in front with a dodgeball. Peck being really bothered by Naftel. The beat comes through. Geiler goes over, gets it to Naftel. Naftel, the shot's no good. It's low. Emily Naftel now trying to protect. Hodges beat out. The ball rolled over. And that's unfortunately for Ottawa going to be a turnover.
Yeah, and I just don't think that Miranda was ready for that one right there. Beautiful drive and dish by Max Geiler there, just unable to capitalize once the pass was made.
So Fornash now going to quarterback this play. Goes left, goes through the screen. Fornash goes around the corner, gets stripped, gets beat. Wadike picks it up. And again, Charlotte just cannot get these final 2 goals. Peck pressuring really high. Wadike wants to go for the block, gets beat out. Hodge picks it up. Lee Hodge puts it home. And it is these stalwart Charlotte players who have been the core of this team for a few years who are really trying to step up and finish this game out.
Yep, and they need those guys to step up because they've been struggling a little bit to put Ottawa away. Ottawa has been fighting back.
Hodge playing extremely aggressively. Harrelson and Peck going to do that as well. Alex Naftel throws a cross-court shot, no good. and Charlotte here will win the game with a goal.
It's unfortunate to see Ottawa settle for a shot like that. I think they could have maybe got out of that Charlotte press.
Melissa Ross straight up the pitch, over the top to Fornash. Fornash puts it home to end this game. That's going to make the final score 260 for Charlotte, 105 for Ottawa. A game that ended much better for Ottawa than it began. Ottawa is now going to get a well-deserved rest as Charlotte is going to take their 15-minute break before they have to face the Washington Admirals for the second time today. Final thoughts on that game, TJ?
I'm excited for Ottawa to play these remaining games. They look great after that 20-minute mark, having that 50 or 40-point swing after they had to catch from Wadike, and then also able to put some more goals in after the catch. I think they look good. They have a tough road ahead of them. And then if you're Charlotte, I don't know if I would say I'm worried. Maybe you just got lax towards the end of that game and there's nothing to concern. But if you kind of go in with those bad tendencies, those easy mistakes that can be avoided and go into this Admiral games and they come on their P's and Q's and get out to an early lead, you might have doomed yourself for going 0-2 against the Admirals today.
Yep, Charlotte will need to win the next game to keep the series alive against Washington. So don't go anywhere. Come back for that. The live stream is going to stay active. We are going to come right back here, but we are going to mute the microphone until the next game starts. Looking at my watch, I think that game is going to be starting sometime around 6 o'clock, which will be 1 hour behind schedule. So come back in a little while to catch game 2 between Washington and Charlotte.
5.
All right, welcome back, everyone. This is Game 4 of the East Division Super Series. We are a game slot behind in time. So this is, in fact, Washington versus Charlotte for the second time today. The Washington Admirals are wearing dark blue and will be defending the left-hand hoops. The Charlotte Aviators are wearing light blue and defending the right-hand hoops. Earlier today, Washington took the win over Charlotte. It was close for about the first 10 minutes, at which point it was tied 3-3 before Washington really ran away with it.
Yeah, and Charlotte was actually able to pull the flag runner that game. So if they could keep the game a bit closer and still get the pull, we might see a more competitive game between these two teams.
So starting lineups look like they're going to be Jack Butler and David Littleton in black for the Admirals, Riley Stars in green, Liz Stone, Julia Rankin, and Brian Mulcahy in white. I believe that's Josh Peck and Lauren Hirsch in black for the Aviators, Lee Hodge in green, and Zachary Thompson, Melissa Ross. And based on who has started in the past, I think Grace Tomasini, although I'll try to confirm that last player for Charlotte as we get underway here. Alex Amidal will be the head referee, as he has been for all the games this weekend. So the heat stoppages are going to be game time for this game. If anybody's just joining us for the first game here in Howard County, Maryland, it is very hot today. For the first time all day, the real feel is below 100 degrees. It's now sitting at 99. So every 10 minutes of game time will be a heat stoppage. That is 10 minutes. We'll use the 20-minute stoppage, and then 30 minutes if required. Both sides are ready. And we are off. Stars gets to it before Hodge knocks it back to Mulcahy. Hodge gets beat out. Mulcahy drives right around Tomasini and scores through Thompson and Ross.
There is a call on the play, it seems. Not sure what team is the culprit.
Wondering if there's a beat before or something. Certainly no contact on Mulcahy through there.
And the ball did go through the hoop, so Admiral should be a good goal.
Butler and Littleton both with dodgeballs in hand as they've been able to maintain control since the run-up. David Littleton, if you're joining us for the first time this series, has kind of transitioned more into a utility player for Admirals this year. And the New York series mostly was just playing brooms up, but here both against Charlotte and Ottawa, he's received kind of regular beater minutes as part of the rotation. So Charlotte, Josh Peck, false start, blue card on the brooms up. And David Littleton,
yeah, called number
also
6,
has
but
a
that
false
is an
start
8 on his jersey.
So those are the two beaters running against each other. So there's no good. Because it's 2 false starts, this is actually now going to be a full game reset. The game time is going to go back to 0. And interestingly, there will now only be 2 beaters for the 3 balls, as Peck and Littleton are both going to serve 30-second penalties here, either, of course, being released if their opponent scores.
Yeah, I've actually never seen this happen in my years of playing, so this is a new one for me. Interested to see how the 2 beaters handle the runoff, considering there would be 1 more dodgeballs than they can actively have in their hand.
So it looks like Butler is lining up to make sure they get a dodgeball where they'll have the quad ball to the right and the dodgeball to the left. Lauren Hirsch recognizes that and thinking that she won't be able to win the race, is going to elect for this dodgeball closest to the camera. I'm expecting Butler to throw one back to their own hoops before picking up a second. We'll have to see here. We get our second brooms up, Stars versus Hodge. Once again, Stars back to Mulcahy. Butler rolls one back and now is going to go offense as Hirsch makes a beat on Rankin, and this game officially gets underway. Stars, Stone, easy goal around Thompson, and Josh Peck is into this game now.
Looks like we just delayed the inevitable. Washington winning the runoff to the quad ball and easily scoring, this time on the small hoop rather than the medium hoop.
LeBove subs in for the Aviators now in the black headband. A chance to just run and get this third dodgeball, although Butler's doing their best to protect, and Littleton is back in. It's going to be control sticking with Washington. A hit here from Stone on Ross. Thompson comes in to pick it up. Thompson now driving middle, shoots high, rims in. Bar down, good goal. Lee Hodge didn't think it went in and kept playing.
I don't think it went in either, Keegan. It'll be interesting to see how they decide to see if this goes in or not.
So no goal on the play. It's going to remain 1-0 here in favor of Washington. It's going to be live on the ground is this quad ball. So Melissa Ross looks like it's going to have the best shot to pick it up here. Harrelson, bothered by Butler, but gets the beat off. Littleton gets the beat on LeBeau. Thompson comes through, passes it near side. Tomasini, Rankin falls over her. Ball comes out. Fight for it between Mulcahy, Ross, and Tomasini. Jack Butler coming in. So there is going to be a whistle here.
Great stop from Brian Mulcahy there. A lot of loose balls on that one, able to on top with it. Expecting after this stoppage for it to be reset. Riley Stars to get the ball in the Washington Admirals, going back towards the Charlotte keeper zone, being up 1-0.
Both of these teams got off to a pretty slow start in their first time facing off today, 3-3 at 10 minutes. Right now it is 1-0 in favor of Admirals, a few possessions in.
Oh.
David Littleton is getting called with a second blue card of the game, play after beat. So it is going to be Charlotte ball as well as a dodgeball turnover, giving control to Charlotte.
Now, Keegan, do they have a quad ball turnover as well, or does it stay with Washington?
We are going to see what Amidal does. Obviously, if Ross or Tomasini get this, Butler's right on top, as well as all of the Admirals chasers, although we're actually going to do a live ball. Ross and Mulcahy both have hands on it. And
I have my money on the Admirals.
Yeah, I think all Mulcahy has to do is tie her up and Butler gets the beat off, and that's exactly what happens here.
Just accepting defeat right there. It's a smart play. Had no beater support.
We'll see if Cody LeBeau, head coach of the Aviators, wants to press here with a beater in the penalty box for the Admirals. Does not elect to. Butler drops a dodgeball. Both players beat now. Rankin cannot get through Tomasini, but really slow here. Goes left. Rankin goes over to Stone, and Stone again around Thompson. Liz Stone is dangerous around the hoops. A stiff arm with one hand and the score with the other as Hodge comes up the pitch. Needs to get through Stars. Stars gets beat out, and
that did not go in, but they're calling it good.
It did. I disagree with you, TJ.
I don't know,
Hodge moved their body right and scored left-handed around Julia Rankin there.
Regardless of what I think, the score is now 2-1 in favor of the Admirals. Great run from Lee Hodge. Very reminiscent of their game against Ottawa that they just played. Getting scored on, but immediately striking back and evening things up.
So Koretsky now in to partner with Littleton. Mulcahy, Rankin, Stars, and Jeanette High, the newest chaser for Admirals on the pitch. Mulcahy gets rid of the ball. Great awareness from Mulcahy as he's beat out. Stars marked by Hodge, gets it to Jeanette High. Jeanette High comes around the corner and again scores on that small hoop. Stone and High have been deadly scoring through contact early in this game.
Yeah, I wonder if they're potentially calling something on a Charlotte player here. Not really sure if the Admirals committed any fouls, but am kind of in the dark here on what the refs are discussing. Looks like Cody LeBeau has a question now.
Yeah, just indicating, head coach of Charlotte indicating that he'd like a word with the refs before anything is finalized here. But again, I think I know I said it in passing here. So Liz Stone early and Jeanette High on this play, both of those chasers have received passes, and while they've been heavily marked by Ross and Thompson, both have been able to kind of shrug off the contact and score. Absolutely phenomenal play from both of them, kind of scoring down low, getting dirty. It's something that not every player in the league can do, and so when you have multiple options that can do it, your team can pile up a lot of goals. So there's going to be a blue card on
Charlotte,
Aviators.
I believe, yes.
Missed which player it was for, but there's no time served because the goal was good and blue cards don't stack. So at this point, it's a little bit inconsequential.
Littleton should be able to get out of the Charlotte zone without losing his bludger or his dodgeball, but we'll see how this.
Koretsky
Cody
also
LeBeau with
behind,
the wrap.
though. There can be a sprint here. There's no dodgeballs. Hodge coming through. Massini sets the screen. Thompson misses the shot. Thompson really needed to dunk that. High falls on it. Koretsky comes in to save the day.
And that's one I know Thompson wished they had back. Hand through the hoop is the number one thing most new players learn, and Thompson's not a new player. Knows they should have put hand through on that one.
Rachel Williams and John Sheridan now in the game. Mulcahy, the only starter left out there, along with David Littleton, one chaser and one beater from the start. Sheridan receives the pass from Williams, far side, gonna be marked by Hodge, right back to Williams. Williams has a lane open by Koretsky, does not drive, goes right, wants to get it to Mulcahy, and does. Mulcahy marked by Lebov. That shot's no good. Hodge grabs it, Koretsky makes the beat. Sheridan now, as Lebov gets beat out, Sheridan goes left, gets around Tomasini. Sheridan beat before, and Williams is able to get the stop, but is pushed out of bounds by Lee Hodge. So a good effort play there from Rachel Williams, but Lee Hodge, having none of it, gets the stop for their team.
Very reminiscent of a move that Shane made in the earlier game, Shane McConaughey, using their feet in order to keep the ball in bounds. Unfortunately, Lee Hodge meeting them immediately and letting them know, you're not doing this on my side of the field.
And as you name McConaughey, he subs out for Brian Mulcahy. Littleton still in this one. Braxton Hale now subbed into the game, ball handling for Aviators. Austin Cruz near side option, also newly subbed in. Using Lebov here. Koretsky drives in, Lebov gets beat out. Koretsky gets their own rebound. Williams intercepts and takes off running. Cruz is beat out. Williams still sprinting up the pitch, nobody to beat. Rachel Williams missed the shot. The coast-to-coast move with everything but the finish, and now Cruz is off and running the other way. High is off Broom. Sheridan wants to play defense, gets the hit off. Lebov now coming in. Sheridan is beat out. Cruz is beat out. The pass comes
Looks like
to
Sheridan's
the top.
still on Broom.
Tomasini gets it down, but a good beat there from Littleton, who played stay-at-home defense. And we're going to calm down here.
Yeah, I think Rachel Williams wants that one back. I don't believe there was actually anyone to prevent her from scoring that one. Maybe just got a bit spooked. Heard footsteps, if you will. Looks like
so. There is a substitution being called disallowed. So we'll see here now if Grace Tomasini actually has to play this defensive stand after an improper substitution procedure. And she is now going to have to play this defensive stand. So we'll see if Admirals try to target a tired player. Sheridan now. Rob Rice into this game, going behind, trying to win control. Rachel Williams now has it far near corner, gets it back into Sheridan, marked by Hale. Sheridan backs it up, gets it out to Julia Rankin. Going to be met high by White. Corinne White playing some defense. Bonadillo gets the beat in. Sheridan fighting White for it, but White comes out with the spin. Sheridan called back to Hoops. Now White is hit by Williams. And Rice is going to come in here and be able to clear it up. A beat on White, unfortunate, meant that Hale got away with it. Cruz gets it over to Hale. And a good goal from Charlotte after a very confusing turn of events, 3-2.
Yeah, I don't think Rob was going for the chaser on the Aviators right there. Unfortunately, resulting in them scoring after a nice series of passes.
Yeah, White inadvertently really blocking her teammate from being beat, Braxton Hale. So McConaughey now has it far side. Rice and Koretsky once again looking to get control back. Helen Trudell into this game for the first time for Admirals. McConaughey dancing, gets it to Trudell. Trudell gonna be marked high by Womack. Rips one through the middle to Julie Rankin. She catches it on one bounce, gets it over to McConaughey. McConaughey drives and thinks better of it. Sheridan dodges a beat. Koretsky might win control here and does. McConaughey now. Sheridan wants the pick. McConaughey calls it off. McConaughey gets it over to Sheridan. Sheridan swim move through White, then backs it up. Admirals here subbing out behind the play. Neutzel now in with control, and Admirals are going to try to run a half court here with control.
This has been a very long possession, Keegan. I'm hoping that
Rankin gets wrapped up by Hale, gets the ball out to Sheridan. Sheridan now dodgeballs all over the place. Goes right, goes left, gets the on one bounce, intercepted by White. McConaughey comes in from behind.
And I think this one's going to be against Shane. It might have been a bit of contact with someone that doesn't have a ball.
I think it might be contact from behind on McConaughey, but crucially, advantage does not hold. And Cruz, who was off and running, is now going to have to start from a standstill with Julie Neutzel understanding where he is on the field.
I wouldn't count John out on this one. Kind of a step or two behind, but does have the angle to beat them to the hoop.
So McConaughey is going to receive a card. McConaughey's arguing that he went for the ball, but I think that was a pretty clear tackle here.
Yep, guilty as charged.
So contact from behind. That's going to be a yellow card on Shane McConaughey. 1 minute in the box. or until Charlotte scores. And Charlotte here now have a power play to try to tie this game up.
Do you run it here, Keegan, or do you slow it down? Julie Neutzel is right there.
I run it. And Austin Cruz runs it. Cruz puts it home before a throw from Julie Neutzel, 3-3.
Making it look way easier than I thought it was initially. Beautiful play from Alex. Looks like we might have a timeout from Washington.
Admirals call a timeout. They got out to an early lead in this one, but 3-3 is a familiar place that Washington does not want to be in.
Yeah, and hopefully after a 3-3 start, roughly 10 minutes in the game, very similar to the first game between Washington and Charlotte. Charlotte's hoping that it goes better than it did last time, eventually losing that one by about 80 goals after getting the catch during flag runner on pitch. Hopefully they can take the lead in this one and not have to play from behind later in the game.
So I think the thing to watch for us is that Charlotte's first two lines, I think, match up very, very well against any players on Washington. But I think as Charlotte gets into their third line, that's where the trouble can start. And I think once Washington has momentum, it can be hard to wrestle it back to your side. Particularly in the beating game, I think that's the spot that Aviators have the best chance to create some chaos to help with some turnovers, as we've seen on some of these possessions. And so far it's worked. In their first game against each other, that kind of flagged off. Washington became really dominant as their beaters kind of started to run the table. And I think that's really the big key matchup to watch is can Charlotte's beaters maintain some semblance of control over this game.
Yeah, and the Charlotte third line might be a little bit weaker than the Admirals third line, but you really got to capitalize on these first two lines if you're Charlotte. Put yourself in a situation to succeed. Don't leave it as a neck and neck game as you're going through those subs, because you can't avoid putting that third line, and it's way too hot out here. They're working way too hard in order to only play a fraction of your roster right now.
So out of the timeout, Washington is going to make some subs. Helen Trudell in, Liz Stone in, John Gaffigan and Zan Siddiqui in green. We saw in game one, it was tied at 3. Zan Siddiqui came in. It was 5-3 really quickly on the back of Siddiqui. We'll see if he can do that again here, and if that's why Colin Bourne is going to the young UVA star.
Yeah, I think Colin requested for 2 goals from Zan. We'll see if he can pull through and deliver.
So Gaffigan is going to ball handle this one for the Admirals as Neutzel and Rice look to win control back. Bonadio and Hirsch have the dodgeballs for Aviators. Caleb Brooks into this game, one of the hoop defenders here. Gaffigan goes right, shoots top hoop. It hits the crossbar and doesn't go. Caleb Brooks is off and running, has Zan Siddiqui beat. That beat does not hit. Zan Siddiqui cannot come away with the tackle, and Charlotte Aviators have their first lead of this game, 4-3.
And that's the killer instinct that Charlotte needs to have. No hesitation there from Caleb Brooks, and able to sidestep Zan and get the not easy goal, but get the goal nonetheless.
So there is one dodgeball way behind. It's being awarded to Charlotte, but Neutzel doesn't look interested as Rice is the only one playing back here. Great little play there from Hirsch to go right over the head of Rob Rice. That should keep control with Charlotte. Gaffigan now running in, gets the pass to Trudell. She gets beat out. Womack is first to the ball. Siddiqui's beat out. Charlotte has a chance to go up too, although Neutzel, it looks like, is going to be able to win control here for Admirals.
Yep, and I think if you're Admirals, that's a bit sloppy, but you are happy with getting control out of it. We'll see if they can capitalize and maybe force a turnover up high against the Aviators.
So Jared Woodard now in the green headband, ball carrying. Peck makes the beat on Stone. Siddiqui comes out to hit Brooks. Call back to hoops for a jersey pull. Woodard going right, double beat in the middle. There's dodgeballs on the ground. Now Rob Rice coming in. Woodard is forced to pass it to Brooks. Siddiqui now coming in again. Rob Rice with the distance beat. That's a turnover, and great defense there from Robert Rice.
Yeah, no hesitation from Rob there. Love to see the confidence in his throws right there.
Gaffigan takes off with speed to get around Womack. Still going with a head of steam. Gets it to Siddiqui. Siddiqui puts it home. Zan Siddiqui and John Gaffigan, 4-4.
And there's not a lot of people that can make that pass while sprinting on the opposite side of the pitch. John Gaffigan happens to be one of those people that can.
Jared Woodard keeping it slow, 4-4. the head referee actually just told the goal ref he's allowed to pass it, a dead quad ball, to the keeper, and the keeper said that he wanted it left there. I think Charlotte really wants this game to go as slow as possible, as few possessions as possible. Woodard launches one across court. Bro Womack picks it up, swim move around Trudell before getting beat out. Liz Stone fights for it, is able to keep it in bounds. A good stop there, and Liz Stone immediately calls for the run, although the rest of the team doesn't look too interested, as Admirals don't have control.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. Let the offense develop a bit. No need to rush
Butler
it.
with the pass to Bourne, and the pass right back. Great play there. Gaffigan misses the shot. It goes behind Siddiqui. They were looking for another connection, as now Butler is jump. Great dodge, able to win control. And there is going to be a stoppage for the third dodge ball. Ooh, it was not for the third dodgeball going way behind. It is for the 10-minute heat stoppage. So a great play there from Jack Butler and Colin Bourne to win control back, although once again, Charlotte is successful on their stop. And this one's tied up 4.
Yeah, no one has pulled away quite yet in this game, which was the story in the first one. We are at that dreaded 10-minute mark, though, where things kind of turned for the worse for Charlotte in the first game. So we'll see how they respond and be able to catch their breath, both sides, and see how they come out of this timeout. I think you can't just go into this timeout and just relax and catch your breath. I think you need to kind of establish a game plan. These are two very talented teams, and to see it only be 4-4, it's not particularly like defense has been phenomenal from either side. I think the offense has been a bit sloppy, and you want to clean it up on both ends. However, I think either team is overall happy with their performance thus far in this game.
Yeah, I think some unforced errors here from Admirals have prevented them from taking a little bit of a lead. While Aviators, I really think, are going to keep this one as slow as possible in order to keep possessions down. They do have the flag runner catch in the only game between these two today. So I think they feel if they're tied, if they're down 1, it's almost like being up, because they're really banking on that catch.
Exactly, and I think that's not a bad strategy.
So it looks like Admirals are ready to get back out there. I assume Aviators are about ready as well, and we'll come out of this. If you are just joining us, if this is your first game with us today, we do have stoppages every 10 minutes of game time due to the heat today here in Maryland. So it's something like 95 real feels like somewhere around 99 or 100 right now. It's cooled down a little bit as we get later in the day. And that is the reason for some of these stoppages. So it is going to be Charlotte ball now. Their only dodgeball is well behind the play in the hands of Stephanie Peck. Butler and Bourne just won control, and I do not believe they're going to have an opportunity to press, as Jared Woodard is deep behind his own hoops and can walk just about as slowly as he'd like. Just as I say that, the whole Admirals team backs up to play a half-court set.
So we're going to have a set defense look against a set offensive look. However, Admirals does have the defense by having control.
Looks like Siddiqui wants to play defense against Brooks before picking up Woodard. The pass is low to Brooks, and it's beat out by Butler. Good defensive stand there, kind of a wasted opportunity for Charlotte. Siddiqui keeps this one slow before passing off to Gaffigan to run the half court. Gaffigan with speed now, moving right, gets it to Stone. Stone is beat out before getting hit. Gaffigan first to the ball. Stone, I think, was a little bit stunned by that hit up high as she was looking down to try to corral the ball that had hit the ground. She's talking and seems like she's all right now. I honestly, hoping that Liz Stone is okay. The chaos that hit, the stun that hit created, as Stone is now going to walk off under her own power, tap up Caleb Brooks. I think Brooks was concerned about the injury. It meant Gaffigan was the first to the loose ball. And Gaffigan now has given the Admirals a second life as Jeanette High comes in to replace Liz Stone for the Admirals.
Yeah, and Caleb Brooks, great sportsmanship shown right there. Didn't know that Liz dropped the ball, leading to kind of being a defenseless player.
So there's going to be a contact to the neck foul on Caleb Brooks. An unfortunate call, not only a mismatch of height, Liz Stone was kind of bent over as the hit came in, but we do want to prioritize player safety. And Jeanette High is being awarded the quad ball. She's going to the nearest restrictor line, is going to take it to that small hoop and do her best to sprint in and get this shot off before any players from Charlotte can block it.
Viewers at home, beware the dab. I think Jeanette's going to pull one if she's able to get this ball through the hoop.
Siddiqui, also an option behind the hoops, obviously. Gaffigan and Williams also on Broom, although a lot of defenders between those two and High.
And unless Jeanette slips there, I think this is kind of a freebie.
And I think crucially is Siddiqui needs to play miss shot here.
Yes.
Siddiqui needs to say, if my teammate misses, I'm going to pick it up, more so than I think look for a pass. He's in a great position to do so. So High takes it herself and does put it home. The little hesitation. 5-4, Washington retakes the lead.
All right, Charlotte's going to slowly walk this one up. It's in the hands of
Jared Woodard.
They're super okay. Admirals are not looking to press at all.
So Bourne and Butler with control here with some talk. Stephanie and Josh Peck. Siddiqui dodges a beat as far side. Woodard also dodges the beat from Butler. Tries to get around Mulcahy. Keeps going. Now picks up Williams. Williams can't get the hit. Siddiqui can't get the hit, but it hit the crossbar and down. Picked up by Brooks. Got to Hernandez. Mulcahy falls on it after Brooks is beat out, and Admirals get the stop and a chance to go up 2 here.
That was a very chaotic possession from the Charlotte Aviators there. Admirals able to not make sure that nothing slips through the cracks there.
Stars and Mulcahy, both starters in this one back into the game, along with High and Williams. Williams now has it far side, marked by Caleb Brooks, gets it back up to Brian Mulcahy. Woodard now going to pick up Mulcahy as the pass goes back to the middle and Riley. Stars, Butler in front, Bonnie Hernandez looking to play point defense. Stars with a few fakes to his right, then finally to Mulcahy. Mulcahy slowly right back to Stars. Stars driving, gets to Mulcahy. Mulcahy driving around the corner, scores through the contact of Caleb Brooks. 6-4, and Admirals are kind of getting back into that rhythm.
Yeah, that was a very patient look from the Admirals there. A little two-man game between Riley Stars and Brian Mulcahy, 2 superstars on this team.
So Will Fornash now into this game in a white headband for Charlotte. Mickey Harrelson also back into this one, the black headband, looking to win control back with Josh Peck. Peck, the big throw on Bourne. Bourne throws back. Woodard still dancing, going to be met by Stars up high. High's not going to pick it up, although she's beat out. Koretsky makes the beat on Woodard. The cross-court pass to Fornash off one hand and out the back. And TJ, you've been saying this all day. Charlotte needs to catch with 2 hands.
2 hands for sure. There might be a little bit of an argument made there that the pass was a bit high, but you got to give yourself a better chance than just throwing 1 hand up.
Koretsky beat out. Tanagai comes in, makes a big beat. Good effort play there from Tanagai to try to keep control.
And Tanagai is going crazy right now.
To High. High cannot come away with the pass. Woodard falls on it. That's keeper ball. Good stop there on a rush possession after Tanagai cannot quite win control back. High goes for the hit on Fornash. And Hodge now back into this one of the starters for Charlotte.
Hopefully Lee can come in and make a bit of a difference here. It's been kind of stagnant for this Aviators offense for the past few possessions.
Pass goes to Ross. Melissa Ross scores. Easy. The shot was there. A teammate ran a screen. I'm not sure if it was Fornash or Hernandez, but the screen on the defender on that hoop opens up the shot 6-5.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the Lee Hodge effect or what, but that is a great offensive possession from the Aviators right there.
Really, it looked like from Admirals, nobody jumped out to Melissa Ross. She had a lot of time and space to work with. She's shown all day she knows what to do if she has time and space. High now has it far side, Koretsky in front. Koretsky and Tanagai looking to win control back here. Stars receives the pass. Lebov with the catch, and then the beat on Stars, picked up by Hernandez, has Hodge in front as a passing option. Hodge just barrels through Jeanette High. Mulcahy comes back and potentially scored. I'm not gonna be honest. I am not a referee and I don't know the rules. I know pushing a defender is allowed. I know charging a defender is not. And I think there's gonna be a conversation here about if what Hodge did to High was a push or a charge.
Yeah, on first glimpse, it looked closer to the realm of being a charge. I can see the call going either way. Looks like Jeanette was able to get up, so I'm glad that she's okay. Think she might take a sub here.
Yeah, she landed on her shoulder, but seeing her on the sideline, she's taking a sip of water and looks all right. So that's great news. Meanwhile, Brian Mulcahy never gave up on that play, came out of nowhere. I, from my vantage point, could not tell if that ball went through the hoop. I don't even know if that's a conversation happening right now, but kudos to Brian for running back like that. I think most people who follow this sport know he's one of the very best defenders in the sport.
Yeah, from what I saw, Keegan, the ball actually did fall through. It was a pass that was mishandled, and then it ended up falling gently through that small hoop on the left side. So unless there's a card negating something, there should be a goal for the Charlotte Aviators.
So Liz Stone back in. Good to see her back into this one after being subbed off for injury earlier. And it's a good goal to tie the game 6-6 and no penalty on the play. So I think Amadal there is setting the standard of what is acceptable when pushing a defender as part of a screen. So Admirals, after going up 6-4, Charlotte responds. It's 6-6. And this one looks like it's going to be close to the very end.
I hope so, Keegan. I want to see a great game right here between two great teams.
Littleton now in green, first time today, or in this game at least. Tanagai is going to win control here after Lebov illegally threw a dodgeball back after being beat, so it'll be rewarded to Koretsky. Mulcahy gets it to Rankin, now with Koretsky, dodgeball in front. A beat there on Harrelson, although I think that's going to lose control as Lebov beats out Littleton. Hernandez picks it up, gets hit hard, and that's going to be a card on Julia Rankin for a hit around the neck. The second time today, we're going to see a card for neck contact, mostly due to the fact that the player who was hit was bent over. But again, player safety comes before kind of the momentum of the... Oh, no penalty, actually.
And I'm happy to hear that there's no penalty on that one. I think Rankin went in for a clean tackle, and it's just unfortunate that Hernandez was lower.
So Mulcahy receives the pass. Littleton is coming back in after being beat out early. Mulcahy drives, fakes right, goes left, and scores around Ross. I don't know if you had a better view than me, TJ, but it almost looked like Mulcahy went left-handed there for the finish.
He did go left-handed, and he did his little patented jab step there, driving through the lane, taking that little skip step to the left, and scoring.
Tanagai is awarded a ball. That was some of the ARs disagreeing about who should have been awarded that ball. Ultimately, it does go to AT Tanagai, who has had a wild streak today with a lot of missed throws. I think that's what caused that. Cody Lebov with a phenomenal pass to Harrelson and catch. Lebov is now beat out. Harrelson is trying to lead in Hodge. Stone is beat out. The floater from Hodge goes behind, well read by Koretsky, and the immediate beat on Fornash to get the stop.
And Tanagai is going to sub out. Had an electric shift there. A lot of mistakes, a lot of great plays as well.
Koretsky now just hustling against Jordy Sancho, newly into the game, wins the race and gets the beat off. Mulcahy now behind to Littleton. Littleton, middle hoop, and again, this has been a game of two goal runs. Lee Hodge picks it up, realizes that both Rankin, Mulcahy, and Rice are back and slows it up. Stone with a big hit on Hodge. Hodge can't get out of it. Rice comes in and makes the beat. Liz Stone with great heads-up defense there before rolling the ball out to Littleton. And this is where the Admirals need to keep scoring. They went 4-4, they went up 6-4, it got tied at 6. They go up 8-6, they don't want it back tied at 8. They want to extend this lead here 9-6. So Neutzel comes in as well, subbing for Koretsky. Dodgeball control with Admirals as now Mulcahy gets it with Neutzel in front. Hodge is going to step over to play point defense, cannot be beat in the zone. Sancho makes a good beat on Neutzel. That opens the door for Mulcahy, though. Mulcahy's brought down hard by Lee Hodge. Great hit there from Hodge. And Rice comes through and thinks better of it after seeing that Hodge has a green headband on. That is a stop courtesy of Lee Hodge.
Yeah, and I think in the pile there, Lee's probably saying, you're not going to catch me twice on that one, Brian. I saw you do it last time. You're in my house this time around. Making a phenomenal tackle inside the keeper zone.
17 minutes is the game time. Stone is beat out, so Littleton steps up. Hodge now gets through. Littleton had a swat. The pass comes over to Thompson. Thompson gets around the corner on Rankin and puts it home. The good little runaround, 8-7. And Admirals really don't want to see this one tied up at 8. Yep. Littleton now off and running. No dodge balls back to Mulcahy. Mulcahy had to slow down to catch the pass. Re-steps. Braxton Hale gets the hit, stops the goal, and Thompson intercepts. But Rice is going super aggressive. Rankin fighting for the ball. Braxton Hale picks it up. Has a beater with him. Littleton is beat out. Neutzel now makes the beat. The pass goes ahead of Bonnie Hernandez. Now she's in a race with Brian Mulcahy. Mulcahy gets the tackle. And Brian Mulcahy once again with the defensive effort.
That was a great play from Brian. Going to sub off. Think he's a bit tired after all that sprinting around.
And Rice goes for Bourne.
Looks like we have a new chaser for the first time this game. That's number 11.
Sis Karishvili in for Admirals. also subbed in around this time in the first game between these two. High now back in again. Good to see that she's healthy after the injury scare. With Bourne in front. High rips one.
Wow.
It goes through. Jeanette High, money from distance, 9-7. And Admirals stopped the pattern of those 2-goal runs.
Yeah, we might have to have a talk with Colin Bourne about that one. Don't know if that's what they're practicing nowadays, but that's a phenomenal shot from outside the keeper zone from Jeanette High.
Braxton Hale keeping this one nice and slow. Charlotte could potentially make this the last possession before 20 minutes, trailing by only 2 goals and a catch in game 1. They'd be feeling good. Thompson can't quite handle the pass, but then picks it up. Fakes left, goes right. Siskarishvili picks it up. He wants to run, gets around Hale, still going through, no beater back, and scores. Levon Siskarishvili scores that goal, I believe his first in MLQ 10-7.
That has to be a great feeling. No hesitation from the young player there. Just running through the Charlotte defense, bobbing and weaving and getting an easy goal, knocking down a hoop for a statement.
And that is a timeout for Charlotte. We've got to be around 19:30 here. 19:13. An interesting call here, I think, from Cody LeBove. Not sure how much more damage Washington could have done in these 47 seconds, but LeBove certainly wants to make sure it's minimal. Again here with the score 10-7, Washington up. A catch here after 20 minutes. Again, this is a timeout, not the 20-minute stoppage, would tie the game. But if Aviators are able to have a good look here, win control back potentially, score a goal potentially, they could be in a lot better situation than down 3 without control.
Yep, I think if you're the Aviators, you want to drop the best play you have in order to make sure you get this goal before the 20-minute mark. So you're going down, ideally, only 2 goals, whereas a catch puts you in the lead, or if Admirals score once during flag runner on pitch, a catch just ties the game up for you. So this is a very important upcoming possession for the Aviators, though I do think they're going to wish they kept their timeout.
Yeah, obviously the sort of thing where the most vital time maybe for Charlotte to have the timeout is if they could hang around, down 3. Let's call it Washington needs 2, Charlotte needs 5. Charlotte gets the catch. You can call a timeout and say, all right, we just need 2. Let's draw this up. They're no longer going to have the opportunity to do that. But this could be equally important. A press here from Washington and you're down 4 with no control. That could spell trouble going into 20 minutes. So ultimately, that's what the coaching staff from Charlotte decides their timeout is worth. Meanwhile, on the Washington side, I think they need to be positive, but I think they need to talk through when are we passing around contact and when are we accepting it.
Yeah.
They've had a little bit of success with both. They've had a little bit of trouble with both. But I think the decision-making in a lot of the cases has been the key culprit when they've been unsuccessful.
Yep, and no matter what they decide to do, you got to commit to it. You can't be half and half. That's where you find that you're making haphazard passes or haphazard shots. You got to be willing to commit to whatever decision you make.
So again, the game time here is 19:13. This is Charlotte's timeout. Washington used their timeout earlier in this game, so now neither team has one left. Charlotte will have the quad ball here right after a Washington goal. They trail 10-7. In game 1 today between these two teams, Tony Bonadillo did catch Tyler Trudeau, the flag runner, for Charlotte. So again, Charlotte hoping for a repeat of that. They're just looking to hang around down 2, down 3. They're in this game.
Correct.
Come on, Charlotte!
All right, we are about ready to get underway again here. Bourne and Butler have control. Sheridan in green. High, Williams, and Siskarishvili. The rest of the contingent for Admirals. Burl Womack back to hoops here.
And Burrow's going to get fired for swatting
It would be
here.
a blue card. So Burl Womack swatted the dodgeball out of Colin Bourne's hands, a little bit baited. Goes for the fake, I'm going to touch you. Never let go of the ball. Womack, thinking the beat was coming and could knock it away, ended up knocking it right out of Colin Bourne's hands.
Yeah, and while it's only a blue card, whatever play that Charlotte just drew up is completely gone now because they're going to be down a chaser. If I'm Charlotte, I'm hoping they say no harm, no foul, back to hoops, but I'm thinking Burrow's going to be in the box after this one.
Yeah, they're calling no harm, no foul on that one. It looks like. Oh. No, they are not. I assumed when the head referee talked to the Washington head coach, he was delivering bad news. But in fact, it was good news. So that is going to be Burl Womack for an illegal bludger swat or dodgeball swat blue card.
And it's actually a yellow card, Keegan. So
it was for
be in the box for a minute.
It was for a head referee call, in fact, not for the
Understood.
swat. Quad ball turnover, this is huge. Jeanette High, I mean, Tony Bonadillo is here and can press, but with 2 dodgeballs for Admirals, it's just a fake out, and High's gonna run a half court here. Bourne makes the beat on Harrelson, or no, Peck rather. As High again goes for the top hoop, cannot hit it. Williams is first to the ball. Caleb Brooks is there. The pass comes to Sheridan. Sheridan gonna be marked out high by White. Sheridan backs it up. Butler calls Sheridan over. High and Bourne back into this one.
If you're the Admirals, you want to wait to the 20-minute mark
gets
here.
the catch, but so did Peck. A good trade of catches there for the beaters. Sheridan gets the pass back, tries to go around. Braxton Hale cannot turn the corner. Comes back to the top. Jeanette High knocks it down. And once again, this is now going to be final possession here. Colin Bourne being very loose with the dodgeball, eventually loses control. Oh, great block there from Brooks. Sheridan picks it up. There was never possession for Charlotte, so Washington's possession stays live here. Jeanette rips one, far side no good. And despite the hustle from Siskarishvili, it is going to be the no goal from Washington, and Charlotte avoids disaster. In fact, winning control and preventing the goal despite Burl Womack being in the box as we got our way to 20 minutes.
Yep, and Rachel Williams was actually trying to open up a shot for Jeanette High there on the left hoop, going for the shove on the chase. But by the time that Jeanette saw it, ball was already released from her hands. Probably would have ended up in the goal if they were able to be on the same page there.
So the score here is 10-7 in favor of Washington. They're on a 6-3 run in the goal category after these two teams were tied up at 4. The set score will be 16, and of course, the flag runner is worth 3. Tyler Trudeau will be the flag runner, as he has been all day here. And again, in game 1, Tony Bonadillo of the Charlotte Aviators was able to get the catch, while Washington has been unsuccessful so far today.
I'm interested to see if Charlotte throws Alex out there against Tyler, or go for what worked for them in the past with Tony Bonadillo and have them take the first look at Tyler Trudeau.
Yeah, Austin Cruz got the first look in Charlotte's last game against Ottawa, although coming away unsuccessfully. Ottawa with the catch in that game. This stoppage is going to be a little bit elongated from a normal 20-minute stoppage, as it is also a 10-minute heat stoppage. So we'll talk through a little bit more. I think crucially, in the last game these two played against each other, while it did look like Washington was prioritizing the flag runner, they were up comfortably that I don't think they really needed to be. And I know you want to hope that all your players are as competitive as can be in any situation. I think it's a little bit different when the game is maybe on the line versus if they catch, you're still in a really good position to win.
I completely agree, Keegan. So it's going to be very important out for Washington to come out here and kind of not lose what the ultimate goal is. They want to get this win with the catch or without the catch, but I think they can just kind of, I don't want to say hyper-focus on the quad ball game. I think a catch makes your life a lot easier than seeing Charlotte get the catch, not only because of the score becomes tied up if no one scores in the quad ball game, but also just a momentum shift. It's kind of demoralizing when you look over and you see the other team's seeker with the flag in their hand.
And I think the big matchup to watch here, besides the Seekers themselves, are what Cody LeBeouf can do against whoever Washington decides to throw out there. LeBeouf had an absolutely amazing stint right before subbing off just a few minutes ago. And I think if he can show the kind of catching and dodging that I know a lot of folks in the community know him for, but that he just put on display a few minutes ago, it could be a long road to get to the end of for Washington. And it looks like Rob Rice and Jack Butler will have the first crack at that.
And the scariest part, if you're Washington, is Cody has been doing that against every single beater that you've put out there. It doesn't matter who it is. So you can't even really game plan for putting out a beater that's maybe had more success, because no one's had more success against Cody.
So Bonadillo is the one with the black headband on right now rather than LeBeau. I believe this will be a sprint to the line for no other reason than to make sure he is a sub for Austin Cruz at Seeker. So it will be Austin Cruz and Shane McConaughey starting in headbands for the Aviators and Admirals respectively. There's going to be an inbounds from Braxton Hale here as the last possession ended with the ball going out of bounds, and John Gapp again looking to play defense, maybe force a quick turnover. one final time. The score is 10-7 in favor of Washington. The set score is 16. So Hale comes in and Gaffigan. Oh, Gaffigan cannot fight against Hale as he is in the zone. So Hale subs out, Bonadillo subs out, Caleb Brooks subs out, Burl Womack subs out, and Aviators are kind of throwing a whole new lineup here. Bonadillo actually ended up staying in. Cruz is beat out. Koretsky misses a beat. Lee Hodge keeping this one nice and slow. I think the Aviators want to keep their offenses as slow as possible to give their seekers a chance to score. Thompson gets beat out by Rice. Sheridan sprinting up the pitch. Sheridan now just Hodge to beat, goes over the top. 11-7. Good goal from Sheridan. Cruz is beat out as Trudeau hits the deck. And I think the Aviators want to keep their possession slow, and I think the Admirals are bringing their dodgeballs back into defense, just so that they can't stay too slow. Although, as I say this, Rob Rice takes a look at Lee Hodge, does nothing. Bonadillo, great catch. Hodge spins around Stone. Hodge still going very, very slowly. They just want to give Cruz time to catch. Hodge gets around Stone. Stone is beat out. Far side Hernandez now. Trudell gets passed around. Gaffigan comes in for the hit on White and gets the stop. Sheridan now coming in. Koretsky to clean it up.
And I like what the Aviators are doing here, trying to give their seeker a chance to catch.
Sheridan passes it up to Gaffigan. Gaffigan has just Hernandez to beat if he goes quickly. He hits the shot. 2 quick goals, 12-7, and Aviators need to change up their look. If all Admirals are trying to do is say, you catch, we're going to score, that's not a good look for the Aviators.
And while they've been getting a looks that they want, Austin hasn't been particularly close to catching Tyler Trudeau. So
Lebov,
maybe you make a sub.
And Lebov is in, and Bonadillo is now available to seek. Hernandez goes left, but Gaffigan went out to play mark defense. Hodge now gets it back right. Koretsky a beat from a distance. Sheridan now off and running. Just Lebov to beat, but McConaughey has the flag in his hand. I did not see that catch. If it is good, then Sheridan's goal would end the game. And Sheridan, still has Hodge to beat. Lebov is going to have a dodgeball in his hand. If this catch is good, though, Sheridan might be able to end it in just a few more seconds.
Yeah, and I think Sheridan's a bit upset here if he gets put in a situation where he's going to get immediately beat.
The flag goes back on the shorts, and McConaughey's catch is no good.
And now Sheridan might be compromised. He was going to score for sure if the play didn't stop, but now with the reset.
So Lebov, they actually said threw the ball before the whistle, so Lebov has no dodgeball, and Gaffigan and Sheridan have a one-on-one against Lee Hodge.
If I'm Sheridan here, I'm kicking it to Gaffigan, but we'll see what he decides. Already one dunk against Lee Hodge.
Sheridan goes right around Hodge. 13-7. Now a catch will win it for the Admirals.
And this game has gotten out of hand very quickly for the Charlotte Aviators. They need to get a catch to reel this back in.
3-0 since 20 minutes. Hodge rips one up the pitch. Thompson scores. Nobody was home. And that's going to open their 20-minute account for the Aviators. 13-8.
Rob Rice putting a lot of pressure on the Charlotte Seeker right here.
Misses a beat, and that's big. Lebov is now off pitch. Sheridan moving up, can be marked by Hodge. Sheridan going right, has Trudell as an option, and that's where it goes. Trudell can just drive, elects not to, goes to Mulcahy over the head of White, and Mulcahy on a little pump fake puts it home.
Yeah, Brian making it look so easy on that one. Little floater on the top hoop.
Great catch from Butler in the beating game. Meanwhile, McConaughey gets another look as Hodge goes right across the pitch. McConaughey looks a little bit banged up here. Thompson rips one, rims in, incredible shot, 14-9. And Cruz was really close on that one, as Shane McConaughey's gonna need to take an injury sub.
Yeah, I think he hurt himself there going for a dodge against Tyler Trudeau. Might have been thrown into the turf a bit.
A huge part of the Admirals game, not only in seeking, but also, of course, in the quad ball game, as Shane McConaughey sits up, rises to his feet, looks to be okay. He's going to talk with the trainer about this one. Siddiqui has a yellow headband on, and it does look like Zan Siddiqui's going to come in to seek. Again, a catch ends it for Washington. 14-9 is the score. Set score is 16, so a catch here for Aviators, and they'll still be trailing by 2.
And you want to get this catch if you're the Aviators before it becomes next goal wins, just from a mental standpoint, knowing you need to play perfect. If they're only one goal away from winning, that might be a little bit too much for the players to bear.
Mulcahy is also going to take an injury sub, and the rookie, Levon Siskarishvili, is subbing in. An interesting call from the Admirals bench to go with the youth here to try to close out the game.
And I think that shows a lot of trust from the head coach, Colin Bourne, trusting his young players to get it done in crunch time.
Certainly invaluable experience. Sheridan makes the pass and subs himself. Riley Starr's assistant coach coming in. Julia Rankin also into this one now. Bryce gets beat out. Stars, the little stutter step, then goes right. Stars gets hit, gets it to High. High puts it home, and Admirals are one away, 15-9.
I have no clue how that ball got to Jeanette from Riley. That was an amazing pass from Riley Stars. Nice little dish to find Jeanette on the medium hoop.
Lebov makes the beat out. Siddiqui now beat out. Sprinting up the pitch is Fornash, gets beat out, but not before dishing the pass far side to Corinne White. And Aviators score again, 15-10, but crucially, next goal wins for Admirals. Riley Stars gets beat out by Lebov. Cody Lebov trying to put the team on his back. Up the pitch goes Jared Woodard, 15-11. And this one's getting interesting. Down only 4. Austin Cruz with a lot of time here on Trudeau. Washington need to buckle down and end this game.
I think the biggest issue right now is Charlotte has so much time, but they're not getting clean looks from Austin. They're making a sub right now. I believe that is it Miss Brooks is coming in to seek instead.
Yep, Kayla Brooks now in the yellow headband. Jeanette High gets it left to Riley Stars. Riley Stars goes left, then drives middle. The ball comes out. That's another stop here. And the Admirals cannot close this game out. Jared Woodard sprinting up the pitch, has to get around Siskarishvili. He is able to do so, rims it in, 15-12, a catch ties the game. Siddiqui pulls it. Siddiqui pulled it, and I think Trudeau's feet were compromised by Corinne White of the Aviators. If an Aviators player is who interfered with the flag runner, the catch is good, and Siddiqui may have just ended this game.
My only concern is that they might book Zan Siddiqui here for getting Tyler Trudeau around the ankles. It was very difficult to see exactly what caused Tyler to fall. They did have the Aviator players behind, but it's really up to the discretion of the ref crew here and the flag runner. However, regardless, a very athletic and incredible play by Zan Siddiqui.
The catch is good, and Zan Siddiqui has ended the game for the Washington Admirals. Final score 185-120, and what was an absolute barn burner of a 20-minute period ends with Zan Siddiqui coming in and making the catch for his team. Again, one of those players who's only rostered against Charlotte. This is the game he needed to make count. He doesn't get another shot against Ottawa, and he's able to come through their clutch.
Yeah, and as someone who's not primarily a seeker, that has to be a pretty exhilarating feeling, coming through for your team, getting the game-winning pull, and sending you guys to a much-needed rest.
So we do have 2 more games today. In here, about 15 or 20 minutes, the Admirals will take on the Ottawa Black Bears before the Charlotte Aviators will come back to the pitch and face the Black Bears for their second game today. So we are going to go ahead and pause here, mute the mic. The video will save live. If you want to stick with us, you don't need to leave the live stream. We'll be right here. We'll call it about 7:10. We're going to try to get underway with that Washington-Ottawa game. Hello and welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us here at the East Super Series Day 1. This is the penultimate game of the day, the Washington Admirals against the Ottawa Black Bears. Washington is defending the left-hand hoops in dark blue. The Ottawa Black Bears are defending the right-hand hoops in black. This will be Washington's last game of the day. Following this game, Ottawa will have a back-to-back and play Charlotte. So far today, Ottawa is 0-2. Washington is 3-0. And the first game between these two teams was not particularly close, TJ.
No, not at all. And I'm kind of expecting to see a bit of the same here. However, Ottawa did go on a nice little streak in their last game against Charlotte towards the end of the game, putting up, I believe, 105 total points in that game, which compared to their other two games that they played, my apologies. Compared to the 2 or 3 goals that they put up in their other games, it was quite an improvement.
And the good news for Ottawa, while they do only have 13 players here today, the sun has started to set. It has started to cool off. We are still going to be doing heat advisory stoppages. It's going to be 10 minutes of real time. The teams can elect if it's real time or game time. Ottawa has elected they would prefer it to be real time. So we are going to have a stoppage every 10 minutes when there's a lull in play due to the heat today. Starters out here looks like Emily Naftel and Zach Rakin in the black headbands for Ottawa, along with in white Miranda Naftel, Aya Tessier, and Ugochukwu Wadike, and Alex Naftel in green. Looks like for Admirals, it will be Justin Kramer in green, Tino Bordone in white. Both of those players not on roster against Charlotte, so those should be some fresh legs, along with Julia Rankin and Liz Stone rounding out the chaser core, with A.T. Tanagai and Adrian Koretsky as the starting beater pair. Making sure all the hoops are the correct distance apart from each other. Brett Curtis is going to be the HR for this one rather than Alex Amadal. Washington is ready. Ottawa is ready.
Yeah, I love that.
They did the same thing in the first game against these two teams, and there was a little bit of
dark
chirping
and
back
light.
at the HR.
You know, it's new, it's different. I respect it.
All right. We are off. It looks like Wadike is going to win this quad ball. Tessier back to Naftel. Control is also going to be in the hands of Ottawa, although Tanagai is going to try to do something about that, and looks like they can. Naftel rips it far side to Wadike. Wadike gets beat up by Koretsky. Bordone picks it up. Bordone now up with speed. Doesn't look like there's anyone back for Ottawa. Tino Bordone with those fresh legs puts Washington up 1-0.
Yeah, 52 beat the ground.
And one thing to look for, Tanagai made a very poor beat throughout that transition. Didn't end up paying the price because they were so much faster than the Ottawa beater. But you do not want to be making mistakes like that when you're not as quicker than the other player.
Tanagai coming up, beats out Naftel and Tessier. The missed beat on Alex Naftel and then cannot come away with the catch that's going to lose control. Alex Naftel rips one. Wadike is able to pick it up, gets hit by Rankin, but spins out of it, and Kramer intercepts the pass. And I think Julia Rankin took a shoulder to the nose on the spin from Wadike. Certainly a legal play. Just an unfortunate turn of events with shoulder height versus face height there.
Yep.
So early on, Ottawa's had a great look in the beater game. As you mentioned, TJ, Tanagai had an early missed beat that kind of wasn't paid for, and then a second missed beat just here in front of the camera on Alex Naftel that did cost Washington control. And that's kind of been a story with him today, is a little bit wild on some of his throws.
Yep, bit reminiscent of Brendan Hutton that used to play for the Admirals. Hopefully he turns it around here, but he has been a spark that they've needed in some situations, and unfortunately has been less of a spark in others.
So Bordone now across half with Koretsky in front. Gets it to Kramer, near side corner. Kramer driving in. Tessier comes out to meet. Stone wide open, small hoop. Liz Stone has been money there all day, 2-0.
Yeah, and Kramer, I think, is a bit of an underrated facilitator sometimes. can definitely get it done on his own, but it's an excellent passer. Finds Liz Stone on the small hoop there, making an easy goal. Admirals go up 2-0.
Ravash and Howden now going to be in for Ottawa as the beating duo. Gwen Naftel into this one, I believe, also freshly subbed in a white headband. Alex Naftel is going to ball carry here across half. Control is in the hands of Ottawa. Naftel gets hit by Kramer, throws it out. Wadike is beat, and Rankin is off and running. Good to see her. Okay, Kramer catches the pass and gets beat before it rimmed in, but that's a beat before and a good stop there from Ottawa. They're not going to let Washington run away with it that easily.
Yep, and Alex Naftel picks it up and starts walking back in the opposite direction. Ottawa looking to set up a nice offensive set right here.
I got one beater.
Alex Naftel and Wadike have been primarily the biggest offensive threats for the Ottawa Black Bears, both in right now. Hopefully they can move the ball around a bit. They're a bit stagnant right now. Kind of a little face-off going off between
Howden and Koretsky.
What an athletic catch from Wadike. Hopefully he can finish.
Wadike with the spin, hits the ground, but stays on his broom. The shot misses low. Liz Stone picks it up and is going to keep it slow. Tanagai gets brought to the ground, but Koretsky's going to clean it up. Stone gets it high to Kramer. Tanagai gets the beat on Wadike, but again has to go after an errant rebound. Beat before, no goal, and these Ottawa beaters are having themselves a game.
Yeah, and Liz is kind of known for this, switching hands while being corralled, passing it over to Kramer. Unfortunately, he got beat before the shot went through the middle hoop.
Tanagai being pulled here. Going to go for Robert Rice. Jeanette High also into this game. For Liz Stone here. Miranda Naftel looks to be going far corner. Gwen Naftel near side. So we also see Naomi Hildebrand making their first appearance in this game. The ball instead, though, goes around far corners. Max Schuyler's pass does not connect. Koretsky and Rice now kind of doing what they want on the pitch. They were a star pair for Admirals last year, really the most consistent pair this team have, despite all the beaters they lost. Kramer driving in, stops at Geiler, gets it to Rachel Williams. Rachel Williams now goes around the defender. And these Washington Admirals chasers, I know I've said it before, are not only targeting that hoop, every single player they've passed to there knows how to finish their contact.
Exactly, and that's really important from a team, because not everything is going to be no contact before you get to the hoop. Sometimes you got to fight through that defender, and Rachel Williams showing us how it's done right there.
So Geiler trying to be let in by Naftel. Koretsky gets the beat off. Pass goes far behind. Tino Bordone intercepts. Bordone off and running. Has Hildebrand to beat, and Rakin now coming in with the dodgeball. Rob Rice misses the beat. Kramer is beat out. Great patience there from Zach Rakin to get the stop. And these beaters now are doing a great job despite the fact that Rob Rice is now in for Admirals.
Yeah, second time in a row that Justin Kramer is taking a dodgeball to the back. I know he's upset about those two situations. Finding himself in great positions, just not good enough to avoid the dodgeball getting him.
So slowly up the pitch, Hildebrand. Ball handling, High is beat out. Hildebrand goes around. It's Bordone intercepts a good pass block there as Kramer now gets it off and running. Dodgeball in front. That's Naftel once again. Gets it to Rachel Williams. Rachel Williams now has time and space. Takes her space, gets it over to Jeanette High as Williams is beat out. High cannot get through the wrap of Messier before Bordone receives the pass, misses low. Kramer also cannot put it through. Bordone picks it up again, gets it to Jeanette High. High cannot corral it as she tries to dodge a beat. She's fighting for it on the ground, gets it to Justin Kramer, and Kramer finally puts it home 4-0.
Yeah, kind of a hectic possession from the Admirals right there. Able to overall get it done in the end, but you want to see it a bit cleaner there.
So big subs here. Shane McConaughey in now for Admirals in the white headband. Good to see him after he subbed out for an injury in the seeker position at the end of the game against Charlotte. Riley Stars in green now. Goes immediately aggressive against Fleck as the pass goes far side to Naftel. Naftel dancing against McConaughey, tries to go right, then goes left. Gets it off the crossbar. Williams picks it up, looks around, takes off jogging, but is ahead of her teammates, and I think she'll have to slow this one down as control is with Admirals, but both beaters far behind the play.
Yeah, and the Admirals are playing super confident right now, not hesitating to get out in transition when they can, setting up good offensive possessions when they cannot.
Shane McConaughey unguarded at the moment. drives in, gets it to Stars, cutting. Stars does not get it on the top hoop, rims out, but McConaughey picks up the rebound. McConaughey goes around the corner. It went through. Rachel Williams, I think, realized it might not have. I thought it hit crossbar and out. Rachel Williams puts it home.
Yeah, kind of an awkward angle to shoot from there, but Shane does not care, making it go through the small hoop there. Rachel Williams, like you mentioned, was ready to follow up if needed. And that was really creative because after Riley's shot didn't go in, Shane didn't quit on the play, and he was able to pick it up. So they never took their foot off the gas pedal when it came to putting the pressure on Ottawa.
Bourne now into this one, playing aggressively for the Admirals. Wadike gets it, tries to get around McConaughey, and does. Bar down, good goal. And Wadike has been an absolute breath of fresh air for this Ottawa side as Stars takes off up the pitch. Good block there from Ottawa. High cannot corral the pass. I don't think she was expecting it.
Yeah, Jeanette did not know that pass was coming. It was the right pass from Riley, but sometimes being too generous leads to turnovers, and that's a perfect example of that. Ottawa finally getting out of that slump, getting on the board and stopping the Admirals from attacking right back. Hopefully they can put two consecutive goals together to kind of narrow this lead that the Admirals have.
Ravash and Naftel with control here. Now Gwen Naftel has it near side, gets it to Wadike. Wadike marked by McConaughey once again. Gets through the contact, but then gets beat by Neutzel. Good team defense there from Admirals. Trying to maintain control. No, trying to manipulate that third dodgeball a little bit. Sprinting up the field, no dodgeballs back. A bad throw from Bourne, but it's okay. Riley Stars goes through with no defense to stop him, 6-1.
Yeah, Colin really pushing the pace there, trying to hit out Alex Naftel.
And Ottawa takes their timeout before we even get to the first 10-minute real-time heat stoppage. Although it just sounds like the head ref said we're going to add this timeout to the heat stoppage. So early on, 6-1. Again, Ottawa was able to get a goal early, something they've been able to do in all three of their games today. And I've had some good looks, but they really are struggling to finish.
Yeah, and I think the main difference is something you touched on previously. Admirals are ready to get hit when they're approaching the hoops. They're ready to make the pass while taking contact, and I don't think there's too many people on the Ottawa team that are prepared to make the same sacrifice. And then honestly, the positioning of their teammates are making it so it's not even worthwhile to do that because there's not really a great pass to make. So the first two passes on the offense are looking good. It's when you need to get to the third and to the fourth passes of the possession that they're really struggling. Dodgeballs are falling on the ground, and you really need to make a chaser against chaser play where they've been struggling the most.
But I do think the biggest bright spot here for the Ottawa Black Bears in this game so far has been dodgeball control. They've been able to maintain it for large stretches of the game, and it's really prevented Washington from getting out into transition a lot of the time. It's bailed them out on a number of occasions. This score could easily be 10 or 11-1, but it's only 6-1. I think on the backs of all four Ottawa beaters. I believe it's just for the rotating pairs of Emily Naftel, Zach Rakin, Alexander Ravash, and Meg Howden. I believe it's just been those four we've seen in the black, but they have all been playing very well so far in this game.
Yep, I agree, Keegan. And if you're Ottawa, you're happy to see that out of your beaters. However, being happy for your teammates and winning a game are two different things. And if they're going to have a chance at beating this Admirals team, I think they need to be more aggressive with the control. They've been having it on offense, but I think they really need to try to force some turnovers when Washington comes down, especially when they're running super hard, only making one or two passes before they decide to shoot it.
So the teams are headed back to their brooms. Again, that was a timeout called by Ottawa, and we've added a little bit of a heat stoppage to it as well. Something that has occurred in all of our games today at the 10-minute marks. For this game, it is 10 minutes of real time rather than game time.
There hasn't been a lot of stoppages this game, so we're probably approaching the 10-minute mark in the game. Right now, the Ottawa Black Bears are down 1-6 against the Washington Admirals. Just called their timeout, looking to get a good possession outside of the timeout.
So Alex Naftel going to walk this one up, quarterback in the play a little bit, letting his receivers know where he'd like them to set up. A good play there is going to win control for Ottawa against Colin Bourne. Alex Naftel gets it to Wadike, but the beat comes through by Neutzel. Phenomenal beat.
And I think they're going to call
it's going to
play
be
after beat.
Yeah, it's going to be not play after beat, just it's a turnover. The throw came after the beat. So it's going to be Shane McConaughey with the ball, although great hustle there from Naftel.
Ottawa still does have
Naftel.
control. They've been maintaining control for large portions of this game, so Admirals won't be able to run out of this. However, they haven't been as successful as stopping from Washington scoring despite having control.
So Riley Stars now going to walk this one over half. Neutzel and Bourne looking to win control here. Ravash beating out Shane McConaughey. McConaughey's going to get a card for swatting this out of bounds right on the sideline. You have to have better awareness than that if you're looking to swat dodgeballs here.
Yeah, and Shane, I think, is trying to make a bit of an argument here, but I think he is guilty of the crime they're accusing him with. So he's going to go spend 30 seconds in the box or until Ottawa scores.
Yep, it was illegal because the ball went out of bounds. And really right on the sideline there, McConaughey had no chance to keep that one in play. So now a power play here for Ottawa, although Quadball is going to stay with Washington as they look to kill off the 30 seconds. Bourne makes a good dodge on Ravash, and then a block comes from Naftel. Trudell has it behind, goes right, gets it to Rankin. Rankin cannot hit the shot as Neutzel was calling for the Quadball to go there. Neutzel makes a beat. There's a run for it. Bourne and Neutzel miscommunication is going to mean that control stays with Ottawa as they're going to swap out their beaters again. They're really on a rotation. I think you can tell they really seem fresh throughout this game.
Alex Naftel slowly walking it up the pitch, waiting for their beaters to get into the play. Now standing behind two armed beaters, looking for an opening in the defense, but there is not one.
Max Geiler now in black, their first time beating in today's Super Series. We'll see how that pans out as Alex Naftel is picked up by Riley Stars. The pass goes far side. The pass cannot be corralled by Miranda Naftel, and Shane McConaughey picks it up. That's a good stop there for Admirals.
Shane looks like it's going to sub out for John Gaffigan.
Riley Stars and Colin Bourne with an in-sync bounce of their respective balls. 10 minutes of game time have elapsed. Neutzel goes for the surprise. Gaffigan comes through, gets the block. It looks like Gaffigan, some pump fakes, the backhanded throw. Stars pump fakes. I thought Naftel had the save, but no good, 7-1.
Yeah, and that's hard to defend, Keegan. A lot of great passes between Gaffigan and Riley there, and it's hard to stop Riley once he gets that deep into the defense.
So Howden and Geiler now the pair looking to win control back for Ottawa. Alexandra Fleck into this game, well, the white headband, far side option for Alex Naftel. Stars and Bourne in sync here. Stars gets beat. Geiler immediately gets the rebound. Howden is beat. Naftel goes right, passes left. Stars intercepts, takes off jogging and slows it up. Gets it to Rankin. Stars gonna sub off here. Butler's on. Littleton is on. Bourne also subbing out. Lipinski in, huge subs here for the Admirals.
And the Admirals have just been taking their time, not rushing for the most part. They're up 7-1. I think they're happy. Just past the 10-minute mark a couple minutes ago.
Tanagai back in, see if he can control his throws a little bit more. Gaffigan driving straight through, goes right, pump fakes, scores, but beat before. Littleton behind the back and then rimmed it out on the dunk. Hit the crossbar and bounced out. Not a mistake David Littleton usually makes.
And we're going to have to check the tape there, but I think Tanagai might have hit Gaffigan there. Not actually sure if that was an Ottawa dodgeball that came through.
Tessier gets it to Hildebrand. Rakin gets beat out as Hildebrand gets met by Littleton, gets the pass out, but Tanagai is there to clean it up. Lipinski to Littleton. No dodgeballs back. Littleton is running up the pitch. Tanagai leading the way. Hildebrand cannot be beat. Littleton goes right around them. And then immediately it bounces off John Gaffigan. The selflessness of Washington is not doing them any favors. Hildebrand just kind of took off. It looked nonchalantly. Tanagai right there to clean it up. Fleck gets beat out too. Gaffigan then does clean it up, and Tanagai bails out the Admirals 8-1.
Yep, Gaffigan ends up scoring eventually, but the massive miscommunication between him and David Littleton on that drive. Not sure what Gaffigan thought Littleton was going to do with the ball there. I think he could have went all the way to the hoop and scored, but Littleton, being Littleton, wanted to do one additional pass.
A few more subs in. Miranda Naftel now in. Alexandra Fleck Tessier now has it, marked by Rachel Williams, goes for the stiff arm but can't get around. Now tries the other way, back right. Williams and Littleton both marking high now. Tessier goes right, but now Williams is right there, the team defense. Williams is beat out. The pass goes far side deflect. Going to be fought with for Lipinski. The pass comes out, though, to Tessier. Tessier now has it, marked by Alex Lipinski. Gets the pass up high. Hildebrand puts it home. A great set of plays there from Ottawa, 8-2.
Yeah, and that was spearheaded by Aya Tessier there. That was phenomenal footwork, juking between Littleton and I believe it was Rachel Williams, going back and forth until they found Hildebrand.
Yep, double team defense, and yet still somehow found a lane to get a pass off. It's Littleton and Williams now talking about how they want to run this offensive set. Looks like Gaffigan and Lipinski will be the players that go behind. Butler getting wrapped up behind by Williams gets it to Gaffigan. Gaffigan comes around the corner, 9-2.
Yeah, and Tanagai's going to help out Jack Butler there so they can maintain control. Oh, but Tanagai's hit in the back.
Lots and lots of beats there. There is a stoppage to talk about it, but I do think that Tanagai and Butler are both going to be beat. And therefore, Ottawa could be able to run this with 2 dodgeballs against none as Tanagai immediately goes for an injury sub, and Colin Bourne is going to take that sub. No, looks like Robert Rice and Bourne is going to go talk to the referees as the head coach.
Yeah, there was a lot of confusion there. Jack Butler was on the ground wrestling with, I believe it was
Zach Rakin, I think.
Yeah, I think it was Zach. They were both wrestling on the ground. Tanagai went to send help, but was immediately beat in the back himself. So like you mentioned, Keegan, Admirals, I believe, should have none of their beaters in play.
Yep, no foul on the play. Rice replaces Tanagai, and Butler and Rice are both beat. There can be a big push here. Tessier, though, fumbles the pass. Littleton fighting for it. Naftel is going to beat out Littleton. Hildebrand can't get the pass. Bourdon now stepping up. Far side, that's Naftel. Marked by Lipinski. Gets through the hit, but Littleton just takes the ball away. And David Littleton is able to play some good defense there to allow his team to try to get some dodgeballs back into the play. And Jack Butler is finally able to pick one up to avoid a press situation here.
Yeah, Admirals going for a lot of double team looks. It's something you don't really see in the sport of quadball a lot. It worked for him once, didn't work for him another time. It'll be interesting to see if they continue to try to put that pressure on the chasers for the Ottawa Black
Alexander
Bears.
Ravache beat out Lipinski, now beats out Williams. Butler wanted to do something about it and then doesn't. Throws back, missed beat, could be control here for Washington. And huge patience there from Littleton as, but a great catch from Ravache, but then immediately beat. Clear on Emily Naftel, so Robert Rice immediately throws control away again. Littleton driving, hits Lipinski, but she can't handle the pass. No, she knocked it through. Alex Lipinski gets the volleyball goal. Maybe we're going to talk about it. I saw 3 different referees call it good. If it is 10-2, and that one belongs on the highlight reel.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That is an old-fashioned little alley-oop tap-in right there between David Littleton and Alex Lipinski. It'll be great if it counts, and we'll see what the refs have to say about it.
So a conversation here. It is noticeably cooler outside than it has been throughout the day. And I think you can kind of see that. No good. I don't think it went in. I think that's why it's no good. So 9-2. And Ottawa get the stop. Ottawa seemed to have a lot more energy than they did in the first 2 games. And I think that can be attributed to the fact the sun is starting to go down. It's not quite as hot. The sun is certainly not draining as much energy. And I think that's really behooved this Ottawa side.
Yeah, I agree, Keegan. They're looking a lot more comfortable out there between the players, passing a little bit better, but also just not looking as tired as they were in the first couple of games.
So Hildebrand has Ravache leading them in. Williams is beat out. Howden goes for the hit, but gets beat out. Hildebrand gets beat by Butler, but not before the pass comes out to Naftel, then gets it to the next Naftel. That was Gwen to Miranda, and Rachel Williams clears it up, gets it to David Littleton. And there is a heat stoppage now. So the timeout is for heat stoppage. And it looks like there might have actually also been a timeout called by Admirals, unclear there. But 9-2 is the score. Again, Ottawa look like they've had more energy in this game than either of their first 2 games. Washington has really had trouble scoring. I think they were up 7-1, and it's been 2-1 for the last little bit, but I think it's a lot longer amount of time has passed than Washington would have expected with only 2 goals on the board.
Yeah, this is the second heat stoppage, which meaning we're at 20 minutes real time in this game. Kind of unclear where we're at relative to the 20-minute stoppage. But I think the Admirals are not upset that they're only up 9-2, but probably a bit surprised with themselves. Now, granted, when you're playing a game 20 minutes past and you only allow 2 goals, you can only be but so upset. But I think they're expecting a little bit more from themselves when it comes to scoring offensively.
Without a doubt, and I think these stoppages are really benefiting the short-rostered Ottawa Black Bears. Only 13 players here today. They've mixed in now Max Schuyler at beater to knock that number up to 5. But since I pointed it out at the first heat stoppage, I really think Ottawa really has still had the advantage in the beater game. They haven't held control, I don't think, for quite as often a percentage, but it feels like their beaters are winning more exchanges, are setting up more things for their team than the Admiral side.
Yeah, and they're not allowing the Admirals beaters to do whatever they want. I think that's been the biggest difference. Now, you can greatly affect that by having 2 of the dodgeballs in your hand. That makes it very hard to get dominated, but also when they haven't had both dodgeballs, they're still looking a lot more confident out there, being more willing to have exchanges with these Washington beaters. And also, they've had quite a bit of catches, Keegan, from a lot of their players. We saw one from Ravash earlier. And they've just been looking a lot more solid. Unfortunately, score is still 9-2. However, looks like they're going to be going up here for Ottawa.
Things look like they're on the up and up for Ottawa. Again, when these two teams first met today, Ottawa did get the flag runner catch as well. So that is another thing that they can be looking forward to. Keep it relatively close, get a catch, and you're right back into this game. We are going to now get back underway. It's going to be John Sheridan ball handling for Washington. Looks like there's some debate about what beaters are going to go out onto the pitch.
Yeah, looks
Koretsky and Bourne rather than Rice and Butler, it looks like. Lipinski, Bourdon, and Williams, the chaser trio for Admirals here.
Yep, and we're just going to slowly walk it up. Admirals has control right here.
Naomi Hildebrand in green, Gwen and Miranda Naftel both in white as Tina Bourdon goes up with speed, gets Lipinski. Lipinski puts it home 10-2. It looks like Wadike was subbing on, and I think that might have been the part of the defense that folks expected him to cover. And ultimately, it led to a really easy goal for Lipinski there.
Yep, you're exactly right. As Sheridan was walking it down the pitch, Wadike was subbing in and did not get over to where Lipinski was standing in time. Easy goal for Alex.
Hildebrand takes off with speed, gets it to Wadike, going to be marked by Lipinski, but just shoves her off, gets it to Naftel. The shot is no good. Williams with the hustle play, goes for the kick, picks it up, keeps sprinting. Howden is back with a dodgeball, gets beat out. Sheridan also gets beat out. Good stop there from Howden.
And like you mentioned, Keegan, their beaters on the Ottawa Black Bears is really preventing this game from getting out of hand. That could have easily been a goal for Rachel Williams.
Rakin is beat out and Bourne wants to press. Wadike beat out. Koretsky beats out Naftel. Emily Naftel gets the block, but Colin Bourne comes through and I think gets beat. Rachel Williams, meanwhile, gets around the corner on Gwen Naftel, gets picked up by Alex Naftel, and Sheridan is beat out by Emily Naftel. So a trio of family members there converge for the stop for the Black Bears.
Yeah, there was a whole lot of Naftals going on there. Now, no, what didn't happen, the ball did not go through the hoop, so excellent performance from the Naftals there, preventing the Admirals from getting the goal.
Alexander Ravash back in the black headband. Alexandra Fleck in white for Ottawa. We have 17 minutes of game time. Alex Naftel passes out. Wadike gets hit illegally by Bourdon. That shot is no good, but it looks like we're going to have a stoppage and potentially a second chance for Ottawa, although it's always tough. Yep, the HR waves the AR off in the illegal contact. Typically, if an AR calls advantage on a quad ball play and the HR didn't call it initially, it might mean that they saw the same thing and decided it did not rise to the level of a penalty, as we see here.
Yeah, Keegan, the whiplash, I think, made it look more concerning than it was. I think they actually got Wadike in the shoulders there. So I agree with the no call.
So Rojas Godoy in now, black headband for Admirals. High ball handling. McConaughey also newly subbed in a white headband. High after a pump fake, backs it up with Bourne in front. Alex Naftel cannot be beat in the zone. Gets it to Sheridan. Sheridan met by Fleck. Goes left around. Goes left again around. Naftel scores through an immediate dunk and a big poster there from John Sheridan, 11-2.
Massive poster there from John Sheridan on the top hoop, getting higher than everybody else. We're going to give that top hoop some love, pick it back up. It's been beat up a little bit.
Alex Naftel ball handling slowly. Emily Naftel in front with a dodgeball. Alexander Ravache looking to help win control back here. Bourne just backs it up before getting the beat off on Ravache. Washington can press now if they want. High goes up. Diego Rojas Godoy cannot get the beat off on Naftel. That's going to lose control, although Washington do get the stop from the press. A trade they might be willing to take here up 11-2.
And Sheridan slowly making his way back on pitch. The ball rolled quite a bit. He's going to sub out for what it looks like Justin Kramer. So Sean McConaughey brings it up instead, joined by Julia Rankin and Jeanette High for the Chasers and Diego
Rojas Godoy.
And Colin Bourne for the Beaters.
19 minutes here. Rankin slowly. Naftel cannot be beat in the zone. Bourne gets beat out on a trade. Shane McConaughey to Julia Rankin. She switches hands. Beat before, no good. And again, great defense there is Justin Kramer with the fresh legs. Attempts to get the quad ball there, is unable to. Naftel looks like what he sees ahead before slowing down, seeing High in front. Kramer tries to knock it out of his hands, cannot do so. High is really playing aggressive defense up top. Goes to the hit, gets the wrap before hitting the ground. Kramer now picks it up. Shane McConaughey easily intercepts the attempted pass to Hildebrand and slows it down as Rojas Godoy is going to sub out for Julie Neutzel behind. And Julia Rankin receives the pass.
Yeah, and I think the Admirals probably want to wait till the 20-minute mark to conclude this possession, but we'll see what they decide to do.
Neutzel and Bourne also looking to win control here. Hildebrand and Alex Naftel, the two up top in the point. Bourne gets beat as he goes to the tackle. Kramer comes through, gets the goal off before the Meg Howden beat comes in. That's going to be 12 to do at 20 minutes. So at 20 minutes, the Admirals lead 12-2. The set score will be 18. Of course, the flag runner catch is worth 3. Tyler Trudeau, who has flag runnered? Has been the flag runner in all the games so far today, will do so once again for us. Wadike of Ottawa has 1 catch against Trudeau, and Zan Siddiqui has the only catch for Admirals. He, of course, is not rostered in this series, only in the Charlotte series.
Yeah, so if Washington wants to get a catch this game, they're going to have to lean on someone else. Typically, it's been Shane McConaughey, if they're going to throw him in, or give someone else an opportunity to catch Tyler Trudeau in this game.
Lipinski was a seeker, I believe, earlier today as well as in the New York series. Liz Stone definitely has a lot of experience seeking, so I think we could see either of them in yellow. Although, last game of the day for the Admirals, I think despite the fact that it's their last game, they are going to want to end this one quickly. They have 2 more games tomorrow. I think they want to rest their legs, be able to eat some dinner, and get ready for tomorrow without prolonging this one.
Yeah, they've been playing for hours in this heat. It has started to cool down a little bit, but like you mentioned, Keegan, you want to get out of this sun, out of this heat as quickly as possible. Rest those legs because you still have 2 more games tomorrow.
Meanwhile, on the Black Bears side, I think they're going to throw everything they have at Tyler Trudeau and try to grab a catch. It's what they've done so far today. And of course, their day isn't done. Right after this game, they will have to face off against Charlotte.
Yeah, and I think there's a potential budding star there in Wadike, not only in the chaser game, but a potential seeker. I think he matches up very well against Tyler Trudeau, who's on the bigger side. He is very long, makes it difficult for you to get in and get close to that flag, but Wadike matches up very well. Similar build, and like you mentioned before, has a catch against Tyler Trudeau. I wonder if they're going to throw him at Tyler once again to try to get back-to-back catches.
Looks like Alex Lipinski, I think, is going to get the first stab at seeking here for Admirals. We'll yet to see who's walking over to the seeker starting area for Ottawa. We'll let you know as soon as that happens. So Neutzel and Bourne looking to win control here early, although Bourne is off broom. They'll be the starting beater pair for Washington, along with Julie Rankin, Justin Kramer, John Gaffigan, and Jeanette High in the chaser game. Alex Naftel in the green headband for Ottawa. Naomi Hildebrand, Tessier, and Alexandra Fleck, the chasers for Ottawa, and Zach Rakin, and I believe that is Meg Howden beating for the Black Bears.
Yeah, and I'm a bit confused here. The Ottawa Black Bears aren't actually fielding a seeker right now. Don't know if the person lost their headband or they're trying to get a way of doing so.
Yeah, Wadike is not on the field, so he can run over.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Wadike. I think he's a bit tired, and he's looking at everyone like, really, guys? I got to go out here again against Tyler?
But that is going to be our starting seeker matchup. Wadike for Ottawa against Lipinski for Washington. And it's going to be quad ball in the hands of Alex Naftel and the Ottawa Black Bears. Nutzel throws back the lone dodgeball for Washington. Colin Bourne picks it up. And it looks like Bourne is going to be playing quad ball defense here and ignore the flag runner game for just a little bit.
Yeah, and that's not a surprising decision from the Admirals. They've been dominating in the chaser game. Why not continue it when there's less beaters in play?
Wadike slowly walking over to Trudeau, clearly gasses. Naftel gets around high, but then the ball comes out. Hildebrand gets beat out. Gaffigan picks it up, is off and running. Gaffigan slows it up as Howden is back with a dodgeball. Bourne comes in, makes the beat and the catch. Gaffigan does not need a second invitation to shoot at that small hoop, 13-2.
Yeah, Gaffigan makes that look very easy. Wadike is getting extremely close on Tyler Trudeau. Gets a bit of a warning, sent back to hoops, but that was inches away from being a grab for Wadike.
Nutzel also made that little tap on Wadike on her way back to play defense. Bourne now playing super aggressively up high. Just had to inbound the dodgeball, I think. They're a procedural go back.
Oh, but
that
Colin
does put him
Bourne's
behind,
back.
and Geiler gets beat out. The quad ball gets knocked loose. Rankin's going to pick it up. Nutzel just running track in front of Rankin. Still going. Hildebrand to beat. Naftel gets a hand in front of it. Or Geiler, rather, got a hand in front of it.
And Wadike has the tail in his hands. That will make him 2 catches against Tyler Trudeau if it is counted good. Didn't get to see what happened in the interaction there, but he is standing smug. No, I think he knows it counts, or he's just exhausted, or maybe a little bit of both, Keegan.
Maybe a little bit of both. I'm sure he's exhausted. The catch is
The catch is good. Smiles from
and
both parties.
Wadike is 2 for 3 against Tyler Trudeau today. Not something a lot of seekers can do in only 3 games.
Yep, and that was a relatively quick catch. I think Tyler was only out there for 1 Admirals goal.
Yep, 13-5 here now becomes our score. Again, the set score is 18, so TJ, you are right. Just the 1 Admirals goal before Wadike was able to catch. Although Gaffigan here, with Geiler in front, is going to have an opportunity to try to score. I think the pass might be coming to Kramer or Rankin up near the camera.
Yeah, and Ravash is also standing right there, so I don't think Gaffigan has much of a choice but to go back to Kramer or Rankin here. Jeanette High appears to be off broom.
Yes. Control is with Admirals here, Nutzel and Bourne, though Meg Howden is doing as much as they can to prevent anything from happening before they get beat out. Rankin drives through. Geiler cannot be beat, just floats one. Gaffigan first to it, though. Gaffigan now driving in, and the shot is low. Bourne there to clean it up. Hildebrand almost got in the way as Rankin is able to get rid of it. That's going to be no foul. Nutzel's right over it. Nutzel with almost had the catch. That would have been great from Julie Nutzel. Instead, it's going to lose control and Ottawa can press. They haven't recognized it yet at all, and they just choose not to. A bad missed mistake, an opportunity there from Ottawa.
Yeah, the Admirals not having a dodgeball for at least 15 seconds there. Don't think Ottawa recognized the opportunity to press.
Gaffigan now has it. Koretsky subbing into this one at beater for Admirals. Bourne cannot get the catch. That's a trade of beats with Howden. Gaffigan gets beat out. Rankin's shot does not fall. And Admirals look all out of sorts here. I think they might need to get a whole new set of players onto the field. Bourne is subbing off. If I'm Bourne right now, I want to talk to 6 players as though it's a timeout and then send them out onto the field to end this game.
I completely agree, Keegan. They've been looking a bit sloppy, and while they still have this game in control, they're slowly losing it. And you really don't want to play an extended game for your last game of the day when you've been doing so well.
Yep, certainly not in the danger zone yet, but not fun to still be playing. Hildebrand gets the ball out to Fleck. Fleck wants to go back to Hildebrand, but Kramer's in the lane. Finally goes over the head of Kramer. Hildebrand gets beat out. Koretsky takes a quad ball to the face for their efforts here. Williams trying to get around the corner on Naftel, but slows it up. John Gaffigan is beat out. Kramer now has it.
That left
Kramer
hoop is
driving
open.
and hits the small hoop. Rakin elects to beat out Gaffigan, who did not have a ball, and in doing so took himself out of the play, opened up the lane for John Gaffigan.
Yeah, and as a coach, that's a tough one because they were looking ahead, trying to go for the open player that would have been there. But as a lot of people will say, ball is always priority. And when you give up a goal there because you beat out a person that didn't have a ball in their hand, it's kind of tough to live with.
Something Ottawa's been doing, though, is beating out those players behind the hoops. Works a lot better when you have dodgeballs rather than one. Tessier slowly walking this one up, raking in front. Goes right, tries to get through the hit from Trudell, but gets brought to the ground. Naftel picks it up, gets beat out by Littleton. Off and running is Kramer. Littleton can lead the way, make the beat on Tessier, and does. Now Kramer has no one to beat, puts it home 15-5. Washington need 3.
And I know Kramer's happy about that one. Finally not getting a dodgeball to the back on his run to the hoops.
And it's a great play by Littleton to run the entire fast break, make sure Kramer has no one to beat before finally pressing. Beats out Naftel. Naftel rips one. It almost went through the small hoop, couldn't quite get there. So the press there from Littleton, I would say give him an assist on the goal and then give him the turnover in that little span of time.
Well, let's calm down here, Keegan. We don't want to give Littleton too much credit. He might get a big head. So let's continue to watch the Admirals play. But yes, I'm just joking around. Littleton has been playing a great shift and great games all day.
So Bourdon here now over half. Trudell the near side option. Kramer and Williams behind. Littleton walking Bourdon a little bit forward, but Naftel's going to pick up Bourdon. The goal is no good. It missed out as Kramer was trying to set a screen. Bourdon gets it out to Williams. Williams now turns on the Jets, but Tessier is able to keep up step for step. Trudell picks it up on the bounce. Looks for Kramer, but then elects to keep it herself. She's going left. Kramer's going right. Koretsky's in front. Bourdon now has the pass. Koretsky clears a lane. Bourdon goes through and over the head of Miranda Naftel. 16-5-2 to go for Washington.
Yeah, and while it looked like Tino was kind of walking there, he has such long strides, was moving through that lane, gliding, slicing, and dicing, able to score the goal over Miranda. Puts the Admirals only 2 goals away from concluding their day and ending 4-0.
Alex Naftel slowly over half. Howden in front. Howden beats out Kramer. That opens up for Naftel, but Williams steps into the lane and Naftel wants nothing to do with her. He is able to get out of the contact, floats it over the top. That one's no good, out of bounds. And it almost looks like Ottawa is kind of content with some of these floaters now. Something you don't like to see. I know it's near the end of the game, but you don't want to get into bad habits before you play Charlotte after you looked so good against them at the end of the previous game.
Yeah, I agree, Keegan. I really hope Ottawa's able to clean it up here. Maybe it's just a bit of exhaustion.
Littleton pump fake before following it up on Ravache. No dodgeballs. Williams goes under Tessier, puts it home. 1 goal away, 17-5.
That was a beautiful play by Rachel Williams there. Don't remember who the pass came from, but able to go through the contact, do a little bit of a stopping of the dime there and throw it through the medium hoop.
So priority here for Admirals is score one more time. Tessier going to carry this one over half. Kramer's beat out. Tessier takes the lane straight through Williams. The pump fake from Littleton does absolutely nothing, and that's a good goal. Tessier takes it all the way. Do not disrespect her. She will punish you for it. 17-6 as Kramer is now off and running. Littleton prioritizing control here despite the fact his team needs only 1. Littleton is now beat out, and Koretsky is going to be able to win control. Kramer gets it far side to High. High gets it back up top to Tino Bourdon. Bourdon has a lot of space in front. Alexander Fleck not leaving the zone too much here. Kramer slowly. Littleton can get back into the play, walking up nonchalantly despite the fact his team only needs 1 to score. Kramer the no look to Trudell. Trudell around the corner to High. High cannot come away with the pass.
Oh, High gets it, and that's the game.
And scores from her knees. Jeanette High and Helen Trudell did not give up on the play. And with a final score of 180-65, Washington go 4-0 on day 1 of the Super Series, guaranteeing themselves a winning series against both Charlotte and Ottawa.
Yeah, that was a hectic play to end it, but pretty much decently clean from the Admirals throughout the entire game. It did get a bit sloppy towards the end, but when you win a game by 12 points, I think you're happy no matter what, especially when the opposing team got 3 from a flag catch.
All right, TJ, that is the final game for Washington today. Any notes on them, stuff we should look for tomorrow, or anything you like from them today?
I really like the aggression that we saw from their beaters in portions of games. There were lulls where they got a bit passive and were kind of content with just not getting blown up by the other team. But I think they play their best when they're aggressive and when they're confident. So I hope they carry that through the rest of this Super Series as well as their future games against Boston.
All right, don't go anywhere. We will be back with the final game of day one of this East Super Series here in about 15 or 20 minutes. That matchup will be against between Charlotte and Ottawa. Charlotte today is 1-2 with 2 losses to Washington and 1 win against Ottawa. And of course, Ottawa today is 0-3 with 2 losses against Washington and 1 loss against Charlotte. We're going to keep the stream live. The video feed will stay live. We will go muted until the next game is ready to go. Thank you so much for being here with us. All right, welcome back to everyone for our last East Super Series game of the day. It will be the Charlotte Aviators, in light blue defending the left-hand hoops, and it will be the Ottawa Black Bears in black defending the right-hand hoops. These teams faced off earlier today. Charlotte got the win quite convincingly, although near the end, after the 20-minute mark, Charlotte went on a little bit of a run, and it's honestly the best they've looked all day. TJ, what do you think Ottawa can do to try to get off to a start the way they ended the game last time?
It's I don't think they have many options here. I think Charlotte would have to look pretty bad, and they're going to need a little bit more, maybe 1.5 miracles in order to really put up a fight in this game. Their players are exhausted. Their line have been out there for long periods of time. We've mentioned this countless times today, only bringing 13 people down here to Howard County, Maryland. It's going to be tough. However, the lights are on, the sun is down, and it is the coolest it has been all day. So if they were going to win a game, it would be this one against Charlotte.
Ottawa is ready. Charlotte is ready. Braxton Hale going to do the run-up here for Charlotte, I think against
I think Alex Naftel or maybe
Ugochukwu Wadike. Yeah, unclear. They're lined up shoulder to shoulder here. We are off and running, and Hale is first to the ball, knocks it back to Brockway. Brockway moving right. Tomasini in front, I think, wanted to set a pick on Naftel. Pass goes behind to Hale. Hale comes around the corner, bar down, good goal for Braxton Hale to open up Charlotte's account 1-0.
Yeah, and Wadike got sent back to hoops there after the run-up, knocking over Hale. Was kind of unsure on the call from the head ref, so took him out of the play longer than they expected.
Tony Bonadillo tying his shoe with the dodgeball just sitting on the ground. I think that's going to go unpunished as Lee Hodge is now to the green headband. Looks like Hale was just in for the run-up. Naftel looks like he wants to get it to Tessier and does. Tessier comes around the corner, gets beat, but not before passing it off to Alexandra Fleck. Fleck is being played hard by Melissa Ross before just throwing the ball away. That's going to be a good stop for Charlotte, but Tessier, we saw once in the last game a kind of solo effort goal, another good attempt here. I think she's really shown out in the last game and a little bit.
Yeah, put Littleton on skates in the previous game. He's going to be having nightmares about that one.
Melissa Ross moving right, the pick from Brockway, tries to get around. Naftel goes left, the ball comes out. That's a beat from Bonadillo. Pass comes over the top.
Oh, great spin move, but it's wrapped up.
Yep, Wadike gets the hit off. Naftel falls on it in the green headband, and that was Grace Tomasini. Could not quite get the goal there for Charlotte.
Yeah, oh, and a beautiful catch by number 22 on Ottawa. That is Zach Rakin. Gets control for the Ottawa Black Bears, and that is a good look for them.
So control here for Ottawa, as you said, TJ. Naftel over half. Emily Naftel leading in with a dodgeball, gets it to Hildebrand. Naomi Hildebrand now. Emily Naftel in front. Bonadillo gets beat out. Hodge gets beat out after stepping out of the zone. An interesting move there. Naftel gets the pass off to Tessier. Tessier gets left and scores. This one's tied up at 1, and Ottawa looks good early.
Whoop, whoop. They are happy with that possession right there. That was beautiful offense. A nice little single-handed effort there.
So Hodge now ball handling over half with Bonadillo in front.
Looks like Ottawa's going for kind of like a trees look, but they only have 2 defenders on a hoop.
I think it is a 2-2 here, TJ, with Hildebrand up top, just a little bit walked in by Bonadillo.
Oh, I see. You're right.
Hodge gets beat out. The goal is no good. Beat before, but the follow-up is good. And I believe that was Wilson Brockway there with the goal. In fact, it is confirmed on that number. So Wilson Brockway puts Charlotte back up 2-1.
Yeah, and something that's been interesting to see.
Howden subs in but does not have a headband on, so immediately is going to need to go get one. And Charlotte could press here but choose not to. Alexander Ravosh, the only dodgeball here for Ottawa. Emily Naftel is forced to come back into this game as Howden looks for their headband. Hildebrand goes with a stiff arm against Tomasini before passing it off to Alex Naftel. Tessier calling for it. Instead, it goes to Hildebrand. Hildebrand to Wadike. Wadike is beat out by Bonadillo. Lee Hodge. I think Wadike thought that he got the block there, but not to be. Hodge over half. Bonadillo sprinting up. Ravash gets the
what a
throw
catch.
off, but Bonadio with a great catch.
Charlotte's been very patient here, just kind of walking up, just got control. Not really moving the ball very much. Lee Hodge passes it down to the left corner.
Yep, that's Brockway and back to Hodge here. Hirsch into the game as well. Brockway coming in, cannot handle the pass, just dropped it, looked for no reason. And after the thread of a needle of a pass from Lee Hodge, it's going to be a stop.
It's not
No,
over.
It's not. They called Alex Naftel to stop to back to hoops. Unclear why. In the green, he can't be beat. I'm wondering if they're saying he came over the top.
Or maybe he came off broom while on the ground.
He is going to get a penalty here. So it's contact to the neck as Naftel and Brockway rolled around for that one. Big news there for Charlotte as they should easily be able to score here and go up 3-1.
Yeah, and Ottawa can't catch a break, Keegan. I mean, they put up a good stop and then ends up getting a card. Not sure if it was entirely warranted, but what I do know is Charlotte's going to be in an excellent position to score here, putting them up 3-1 if they execute.
Yeah, Brockway here literally on the goal line with 2 hoops to choose from. As long as he doesn't get silly with it, it should easily be 3-1 here, which will release Naftel from the box. Brockway elects the medium-sized hoop, 3-1. Naftel is released. And Ottawa looks a little bit dejected, but I think they've been playing really well so far this game. They need to keep that energy up to keep this one close.
Yeah, and it's hard to blame them after seeing something like that go down. However, they need to keep their spirits up because they're only down 2 goals right now, which has been kind of their best performance early on in any of the 3 games that they've played today.
Hildebrand ball handling, looks to get it to Naftel and does. Hodge meets Naftel. Naftel goes left, then right, then back left. The stiff arm puts Hodge on the ground. The shot is no good. Naftel is going to be the first to the ball. The pass comes out to Alex Naftel. Hildebrand also beat out. That was Gwen Naftel behind, who was first to the ball.
Wadike throws it through.
Grabbed it. That should have been a turnover for play after beat. I think they thought that it was just going to be Charlotte ball, no harm, no foul. And ultimately, that's what it ends up being, is Charlotte looks to go up 3 here and extend their lead from 3-1.
Yeah.
Cody LeBove now in, head coach for Charlotte with a dodgeball. Hodge going far side as Melissa Ross just walks it straight in, gets Hodge. Hodge, no defender left. Wadike was completely faked out, 4-1. Good find there for Melissa Ross. Good finish there from Lee Hodge.
Yeah, and I'm hoping it wasn't the smooth moves from Lee Hodge. I think Wadike might have been tapped out there and was looking to tag in. But I have seen Lee Hodge move on the pitch, and it wouldn't be surprised if Wadike got juked there.
So Alexandra Flex subs in and will ball carry here. Zach Rakin back in for Ottawa. Max Geiler in green. LeBove already made a beat out on one Naftel. Now comes through. Howden picks up LeBove. The beat comes through. Howden had nothing doing there. Geiler gets the pass off behind to Naftel. The shot is low and no good, but picked up by Fleck. Fleck, though, gets rid of it to Hodge. Hodge now off and running. Rakin's beat does not connect. And with just Geiler to beat, Hodge goes for a second goal in as many possessions, 5-1.
Yeah, and while Ottawa has looked clean, this is typically around the time in the games that they've played previously where things kind of fall apart for them. They really need to keep their composure here, get a good offensive set, even if you don't end up scoring the goal, maybe getting control back or having just something go positive for you.
So Max Geiler here, ball carrying with Meg Howden in front. LeBove pulling the Mario Nasta there down on one knee against Rakin before walking back to his hoops. Pass goes far side. Gwen Naftel cannot handle the pass, and Melissa Ross is all over the place right now for Charlotte, recovering that ball.
Meg Howden with a lone dodgeball for Ottawa, backpedaling down to the medium hoop. Wondering what look Charlotte's going to go for here with control.
Ren Morgan and Cody LeBove now looking to win control. Morgan newly subbed in. Austin Cruz, ball handling, also newly subbed in. Gets it to Melissa Ross. Be met by Geiler. She goes right, passes way over the top. Good pass there.
I think there's an infraction on Charlotte here.
To Fornash. So Fornash was the receiver of that pass from Ross. But yes, TJ, there's some sort of stoppage, and you'd think if it was an immediate whistle, it would need to be on Charlotte. So Charlotte interpositional interference on number 48, Grace Tomasini.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I missed what exactly happened, but considering they're a chaser, maybe they kicked the dodgeball that was on the ground, or maybe something similar interfered with a dodgeball in some way they weren't supposed to.
And that is also going to be an immediate stop there for the Black Bears. Miranda Naftel looks to just drop on it, but Fornash wasn't really interested in that as he gets beat out at any rate.
Having some subs by the Black Bears.
Lebov beats out Fleck. Lebov playing all the way up at half pitch. Rakin just kind of pointing Emily Naftel to him, I guess expecting a tackle. Ren Morgan makes a beat. Rakin makes a beat. Geiler kind of has time and space, and Ottawa doesn't panic. Good beat there from Lebov. Now's the time to panic for Ottawa. Rips the pass.
One-handed
from
catch.
Melissa Ross. The MVP so far in this game takes off up the pitch. She has a few players in front. Fornash looks to make a screen, and coast to coast, Fornash with the defensive effort and takes it all the way herself.
And that's what we like to call a pick six over here, taking it coast to coast. One-handed grab. I would call a timeout too.
Ottawa does call their timeout, and Melissa Ross puts on a display for us. A player that really, I think, has had spurts throughout the day, but in this game has shown very brightly, both on the offensive and defensive sides of the pitch.
Yep, definitely. And I don't really know if there's much to talk about here if you're Charlotte. You're up 6-1. You've been playing a pretty clean game. This is a team that you've beaten once already today, pretty comfortably and convincingly. And at this point, I think you're just telling your players, stay safe. The sun is gone, so much of the heat concern is kind of no longer here. And then if you're Ottawa, it's only 6-1. 5 goals might seem like a big differential, but when you've lost by double digits in each of your games today, being only down a deficit of 5, especially when you have Wadike, who's had 2 grabs today and the flag runner on pitch, it's not the end of the world.
Without a doubt, and I've not talked to any of the Ottawa players, but I do believe that it is true that they have yet to win a game post-COVID in the past few seasons here in MLQ. And I think while they clearly are a competitive team, they're a competitive team every year. They're always extremely physical. They always really work as hard as any other team in MLQ out on the pitch. The results are never really there. And I'm wondering if for them there is a mindset of figuring out what small victories to take from games like this. So I think you're exactly right, TJ. While they're down 5, I think, that might be a celebration for them to be down this close, this far into the game. But equally, they've had some good looks. They've had some good stops. I think their beater play has been on par with Charlotte's whenever Cody Lebov isn't on the pitch. And I think, as you said, they've had some good passing plays. They've had some bright looks from a lot of different players. I think just about every player on the 13 rostered for Ottawa has had something positive, has had a positive contribution today, whether it be a good stop, a good goal, a good tackle. It's really been all of them. It's been a big team effort. So while they're definitely still trying to win, I think that you also have to focus on what do we want to work on in the next 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and just execute on that, which slowly, obviously, over the time a program can build, can improve the culture and really set you up for long-term success.
Yeah. That is definitely what you got to do at a stage like this in the program. Just make sure you're getting those small victories.
So players are now coming back out to the pitch. And the score is, in fact, 6-1, up 5. I feel like I said 5-1 before. If I did, I apologize. The score is 6-1 Charlotte. That was an Ottawa timeout. They will also start with the quad ball. Oh, heat advisory timeout, excuse me, not a charged timeout to Ottawa. And Alex Naftel, I believe, will start with the quad ball here after the good goal from Charlotte before that stoppage.
Rakin with Ottawa is pretty high up, already on Charlotte's side of the pitch. Kind of interesting to see. Doesn't look like Aviators going to try to punish him in any way.
I think that's kind of where he ended up, chasing after a dodgeball. Lebov forces the throwback without throwing himself. Naftel gets it to Hildebrand and is beat out. Lebov ends up getting the beat. No, he doesn't. And far side, Hildebrand sprinting in, cannot get around the corner on Cruz. Ren Morgan going out to settle this one and does, although it looks like Cruz might get called for contact from behind.
Yeah, and maybe it's just...
So it sounds like the call was initially the contact was clean. Then the player kind of twisted around behind, disengaged and re-engaged from behind, which causes that penalty. It does mean that Ottawa gets a second chance to score here, although Ren Morgan is right in the face of Naomi Hildebrand here on the whistle in.
Yeah, and I think Austin was looking for a reset force at mid-pitch, push Hildebrand over the line, and didn't get the call from the ref, so a bit of confusion might have led to the frustration there later in the play.
Hildebrand elects not to take it to the closest restrictor line, which would be the Charlotte keeper zone. An interesting call, I think. And Hildebrand immediately gets beat out. That's going to be a good stop there for Charlotte, despite the high efforts from the Ottawa players.
And a slight tumble there by number...
Yep, Gwen Naftel there hits the ground, but she looks to be okay. Melissa Ross taking a well-deserved sub. Grace Tomasini is also taking a sub. Do my best to get those names in as soon as I can. Burl Womack is one of the subs. The other one, I believe, is Corinne White.
And something you've heard us say a lot today is that Ottawa has control. They've kept control in each of their games against Aviators and Admirals. However, they haven't been able to make the most out of it. They are slowing the bleeding here a bit.
Great hit there from Gwen Naftel. Womack has to get rid of it. Alex Naftel tries to come out, but Fornash is beat out. Ren Morgan is now fighting for control.
I think they can run here, Keegan.
And it's going to be control to Ottawa. Ren Morgan is the only one back. Alex Naftel gets beat out. Great hustle play there, and Hildebrand cannot quite come away with it as Lebov makes the beat.
Yeah, and if that was a better pass, I think Alex should have caught the ball running and score it there in transition.
A tough look there. Lebov going in and creating havoc, but Ravash teamwork there is going to keep control here for Ottawa. Lebov now can be beat. The Ottawa players choose not to. Cruz now here.
Yeah, and I think Austin Cruz is kind of eyeing that top hoop, but it is not open right now.
Yeah, the pass goes far behind to Fornash instead. Gets around the corner on Tessier. The shot is no good.
Can Austin save it?
Cruz goes for the footwork save, as we saw Shane McConaughey do on the far sideline today. But unlike McConaughey, he is unsuccessful.
The ball will be turned over to the Black Bears. Unsure on who's going to receive it here. It looks like potentially Alex Naftel, potentially.
I think Naftel's the closest to the ball. Could potentially be Tessier. Either way, all four Ottawa quadball players are in their own defensive zone, well protected. I believe Emily Naftel has a dodgeball.
Oh, there's a call.
So, yeah, the first call is just an illegal reset, which is what we did discuss. Alex Naftel is awarded that quad ball. So Ottawa, Naomi Hildebrand is going to go to the box with a blue card for a late swat there. That turns over the quad ball. So unclear, or no, turns over the dodge ball.
Yeah, I think Amadon might have misspoke there saying quad ball initially.
So Emily Naftel is forced to give their dodgeball over to Ren Morgan.
Now, I think Alex Naftel might have an opportunity to run here. There are two Charlotte defenders at the hoops, but Morgan, oh no, Cody Lebov is there,
The question
actually.
is if Alexander Ravash comes up throwing and does not. Naftel just in front trying to protect a little bit.
Engagement coming.
And Lebov easily with the catch. Famous for that. Tessier goes right. The beat comes through from behind, not before the pass comes out. That goes out of bounds. It's going to be Charlotte ball.
Ottawa does fortunately have a dodgeball back.
Cody Lebov as he does whatever he wants against these Ottawa beaters. Austin Cruz now. The spin from Lebov goes in, trying to clear space, but his chasers don't recognize it. Fornash back to Cruz. Cruz driving in. A well-timed beat there from Lebov. Takes Miranda Naftel off the hoops and opens up the shot 7-1.
Yep, and they get to maintain control throughout that entire engagement. Cody Lebov going to take a much-deserved substitution here.
And I think that's the best news Ottawa have had all game. They've really managed to play to par, I think, when Lebov's not on pitch. But when Lebov's out there, they have absolutely no answer. Josh Peck has played big minutes today, and they've been good minutes in all of his games. We'll see if he can continue Lebov's dominance against Ottawa here. Naftel Passing it left to Tessier. Tessier marked by Fornash, back to Naftel. Naftel
Oh, that's a
looks
clean
right,
shot.
shoots left, right around Burl Womack, 7-2.
It's excellent execution there. A little 1-2 from the Ottawa team. Able to find that small hoop, kind of returning the favor where Charlotte was beating up that hoop against them earlier.
So Fornash makes the ball live before going to sub out Zachary Thompson into the game. Ball handling now. Slowly up past half. Morgan and Peck have control here for Charlotte, walking them in.
And I think that Charlotte wants to attack this hoop on the right, kind of throwing their beater there, but they won't really get the
Naftel's
opportunity.
beat out. Fleck is beat out. Thompson goes for the shot and hits it small hoop right past the hands of Wadike, 8-2.
Yeah, and that ball didn't have much pace on it, but it was so accurate and there was no one there. It's set up beautifully by the beater, able to just take a nice, easy shot from outside the zone.
So Nicholas Thompson in green now for Charlotte. Played that offensive possession and will now set up a point on defense. Zach Rakin back into this game. Meg Howden back into the game. Tessier now ball handling. Goes right, then takes a step back. The Howden beat misses, so does the Peck beat. Fleck now has it, cannot quite corral it out of bounds, and really an unforced error there from Ottawa.
Yeah.
Zachary Thompson slowly up the pitch. Nicholas Thompson is the option behind. Again, Morgan and Peck have control here, looking to make something happen for Charlotte on offense as they want to extend their lead past 6. Thompson gets it near side, fumbled a little bit by White, but eventually picked up. White, the beat misses by Rakin. He goes for the hit on Peck as the Thompson shot goes through, bar down, 9-2.
Yeah, and I don't think Zach Thompson needed to take that shot there. It goes in, and we're happy with the result, but Ottawa threw their lone dodgeball off pitch right before that. So maybe could have got an easier look by running at one of the hoops and dishing it to their teammates.
So Naftel now has it. Ball carrying over half. Howden and Rakin looking to win control back. Naftel directing traffic a little bit. Slowly up. Zachary Thompson, or
I think
Nicholas
they should
Thompson
attack that
rather,
right
playing.
hoop. And
Tessier fumbles it. It was an open look. Not quite there, but a good play from Ottawa before Thompson rips it over to Nicholas Thompson. That shot is no good. And Burl Womack is fighting for it. The kick from Wadike. Wadike ends up with it. Gets it to Naftel. That's keeper ball.
Yeah, and I think Thompson there is going to hear that one at team dinner afterwards. Had a wide open hoop in the middle and just kind of floats it over.
Tessier out. Miranda Naftel in. Again, Zach Rakin and Meg Howden looking to win control here. Naftel, Alex Naftel, walking slowly up, meeting no resistance into the keeper zone line.
What a shot.
No look on the medium hoop right past Zachary Thompson, 9-3.
Ottawa tries to throw back that dodgeball, hits Alex.
Peck, the effort here is trying to win control, is able to do so.
Yeah, and that was started by when they threw back their dodgeball. It hit Alex Naftel in the back of his ankle, leading it to not roll all the way to their hoops.
And I think it's also a consequence of having only 13 players here, really only 4 beaters through most of the day. It's tough to be sprinting the full length of the pitch here. White gets it to Womack. Womack gets it to Thompson. Nicholas Thompson driving through and goes with the reverse. A pretty goal there from Nicholas Thompson, 10-3.
Yeah, and Nick decided to actually put their hand through the hoop this time, leaving it to no chance at all getting the easy goal up and around the defender.
Ravash now in, black headband along with Emily Naftel, looking again to win control for Ottawa. They're both subbed off, but there's been no fall off in play from these Charlotte beaters. Alex Naftel ball handling up top. Backs up a little bit as Peck pressures. Now looking to move left. Not a lot of pressure here from Charlotte. Alex Naftel gets the no-look pass.
Whoa.
And almost a good finish. Good defense there from Thompson, but not to be for Naftel on the goal. Thompson sprinting up the pitch. Zach over the top to Burl Womack, but Wadike is the first person there, knocks it down and gets the stop. Despite the minutes Wadike has played today, he consistently
Oh,
gets to the
as
loose
you
ball.
mentioned that, it looks like he might be having a little bit of tightness in his hamstring. Hopefully he's okay, but I think he's going to sub off here.
He is going to sub off. Hopefully it's just a little bit of a cramp after a long day, but it's certainly going to be felt on the pitch here as Naomi Hildebrand subs in.
I think Otto's going to have to start moving forward a bit here.
Yeah, I think they're pushing the limits of what can be called stalling. Naftel moves right, met by Thompson, goes right around the corner, shoots left, intercepted by Zachary Thompson there.
And it looks like Charlotte's going to call a
calls
timeout.
So 10-3, I think we talked at the last stoppage, kind of small victory for Ottawa. I think this is good. They've put some goals on the board. Charlotte really is not scoring quickly or at a high percentage. And I think both of those things are big wins for Ottawa.
Yeah, and Alex Naftel getting a bit crafty. They really like that look on the medium hoop where Alex likes to drive in and either dishes it to the cutting offensive chaser or taking the shot for themselves. Last time seeing success having a pass that slided through that right hoop.
So a discussion here, again, this is a Charlotte timeout, not the 20-minute stoppage. The score currently is 10-3. Charlotte comfortably in the lead and has been comfortably in the lead the whole game. But Ottawa, as we've said, has had some good looks. I think what I want to see from Charlotte here, I mean, nitpicking obviously as they have a 7-goal lead, is just more consistency in their looks. So we talk about the Thompson missed shot, talked about a few plays where they've thrown an errant pass. It goes over the head of somebody. It bounces kind of before it hits there, allows the beat to get in. I think what Charlotte really needs to do in this game, while they're comfortably winning, I think they need to start focusing on those little things, mistakes you can't make against Washington or New York, who they're going to face later this season.
Yeah, I totally agree, Keegan. And I think they paid the price for it in their first series of the season against Boston. Playing very well to start off, trading goal for goal. And then once you start making those mistakes, the game kind of slips away from you. And right now they're not really paying the price against a kind of tired and depleted Ottawa team that maybe came in not as strong as this Charlotte team. But you really want to implement good habits when you're playing any game, because it is a very long season, and when champs comes around, you can't really afford to drop games.
So we are now getting back underway. It's a little bit of an elongated stoppage, as it is also a heat advisory stoppage. While it is much cooler here than it was at the start of the day, I believe it is policy that if any of the games during the day have a heat advisory stoppage, all of the games will. And obviously this being our last game of the day, the sun has set. And it's much, much cooler. I think you can kind of tell by the faces of some of the players out there. It's a little bit more pleasant to be running around. We still do have those heat stoppages.
Yep, and we're going to get started here shortly. All the players are returning to their brooms. Charlotte is up 10-3. Haven't gotten a lot of feedback from the score table on overall game time. Imagining we're over 10 minutes by this point.
So back underway, it's going to be Charlotte ball. Zachary Thompson ball handling this one out of the Charlotte keeper zone. Peck and a new partner in, I think it's Mickey Harrelson, but I will do my best to confirm that in a second. That is in fact Mickey Harrelson. So that's the new pair here for Charlotte. Thompson always looking like he wants to rip a shot at that hoop. Still hasn't done it. Goes behind to, I believe this is Braxton Hale now. Hale gets around the corner on Hildebrand before getting it to Hernandez, and Bonnie Hernandez gets into the scorer's column, 11-3 Charlotte.
And that's not an easy catch to make, Keegan, corralling that one and having enough composure to throw it through that small hoop, because that was a dart coming from the opposite side of the field.
Alex Naftel now across half. Alex Ravache in front of Hildebrand, who receives the pass, looking to win control here for Ottawa. Hildebrand really slow. And then just a bad pass. I think it was supposed to just be a pump fake before the ball came loose. Alex Naftel comes straight through and through the Braxton Hale hit, just powers through and says, I'll take this, 11-4.
They've really been liking that hoop on the right. Alex Naftel with the last 2 goals for Ottawa, one a shot on that medium hoop, and the most recent one, an emphatic dunk going through multiple Charlotte defenders.
18 minutes of time has passed. Hale comes over Haas, gets it to Hernandez. Hernandez goes left and right back to Hale. Control is in the hands of Ottawa here. Pass goes behind. The bounced pass cannot be corralled. This is what we were talking about, TJ. Tomasini, again, fumbles to pick it up. Finally does. Gets it to Hernandez. Peck dodges the beat. Perhaps it was just a miss from Emily Naftel, and Charlotte gets a second life here with Braxton Hale at the top of the key. Hale.
I think Hernandez is stuck between one and a set of screen.
Hildebrand, but Hernandez picks it up. And then Hildebrand, again, the good hands. Give them 2 stops on that possession, Naomi Hildebrand. And it's 11-4 here.
Alex Naftel slowly walking up the right side of the pitch. Ottawa returning to this kind of stacked look where they put everyone but one chaser on the same side of the pitch. They've had some mixed success with it throughout today.
Max Schuyler now in the black headband, something he did 1 or 2 times earlier against Washington. Wadike back in after the cramp earlier, denied by Thompson. Great defense there.
And Hale's in
Wadike,
transition.
I think got beat. Hale in transition, no one to beat. Braxton Hale coast to coast, 12-4.
And that was an amazing block by Thompson there at the hoops meeting Wadike.
Yeah, I'm hoping the MLQ official scorers give that one play the stop and the assist. So Tessier now, ball handling in the green headband for Ottawa. Wadike subbing off, I believe, to put on the yellow headband as we approach 20 minutes here. Tessier with Geiler leading in front. Gwen Naftel, the far side option, kind of coming around behind. Howden looking to win control against Peck, cannot do so. Tessier being marked heavily by Hale, who cannot be beat in the zone. Geiler gets a block off, it looked like. Far side pass. Miranda Naftel is beat out. That ball goes out of bounds, and that is the 20-minute stoppage.
I know, I was feeling it.
So 12-4 here is the score. The set score will be 18. Both of these teams have a few catches against Tyler Trudeau today, namely Tony Bonadillo for Charlotte.
Yep, and I think...
And Ugo Chukwu Wadike for Ottawa.
Yeah, and you mentioned it previously, Wadike subbed off right before that possession. I'm assuming they're going out to go get the yellow headband on and actually getting a chance to catch their breath before having to run against a very tough and always difficult to catch Tyler Trudeau. And then if you're Charlotte, you're up 12-4 right now, 8-goal differential. You have this one in the bag. In the previous game that they've played, they were able to run it up during the flag runner on pitch time period.
And TJ, believe it or not, it is raining.
Oh, wow.
It is starting to rain. Hopefully it's just a little bit of a drizzle as kind of the temperature drops. Obviously, all these teams are coming back tomorrow. So a stoppage here for any sort of rain delay would be pretty tough. And honestly, we also don't want any injuries on wet turf here. So hopefully this game ends relatively quickly and or the rain goes away.
Yeah, it's one thing when it's raining, you're playing on turf, but it's another thing being 5-6 hours in on an event, already exhausted, tired, 20 minutes into a game, and then it starts raining. So you have to deal with slick surfaces, exhaustion, and some players are already dealing with some kind of tweaks and injuries. And when you have a small roster or even a full roster and you still have games tomorrow, you really don't want to risk anything when it comes to injuries and playing in the rain.
So Alex Amidal signals for the players to go back to their brooms. Tyler Trudeau is out with the shorts, ready to go. Looks like Austin Cruz is going to be starting seeker for Charlotte. And Alexander Ravache is going to be starting seeker for Ottawa. I don't believe we've seen Ravache in the yellow headband yet today, TJ?
No, I don't believe so.
So a debut there, at least for this season. We'll see if he has any luck against Trudeau. As we have with all the other games today, the camera and my play-by-play will stick with Quadball. And TJ is going to do his best to keep an eye on the flag runner.
Having a bit of trouble here. Oh, there we are. I had a trouble finding the quad ball there, but we're over on the left side.
So Kayla Brooks now subbed in out of the timeout. Gets it to Hernandez, but she cannot quite corral it. Tessier picks it up. And again, those small mistakes from Charlotte, while they might not matter in this game, cannot be a habit for them if they want to have a deep run at championships this year.
And Ottawa, once again, is ignoring the seekers against the flag runner.
Tessier sprinting in, going left, tries to get around the corner on Thompson and is able to, and dunks it. Aya Tessier on a tour of the offensive zone. Not the first time we've seen her do that today.
Tessier has been
12-5.
so elusive today.
Meanwhile, Thompson wants to say, I could do it too. A little bit unselfish there. Gets it over to Caleb Brooks. These teams trade goals 13-5.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate Ottawa allows a goal shortly after that amazing play by Tessier, but I think she's looking to go back and do the same exact thing.
So Cruz here getting basically unlimited time against Tyler Trudeau, the flag runner, as LeBeau and Ren Morgan set up a wall. Good dodge there from LeBeau. Tessier gets beat out. Hernandez is going to pick it up and take off running. I don't believe there's any players back to beat Bonnie Hernandez.
It kind of gets blocked by her own teammate.
By her own teammate, Thompson.
And it's turned over. No, oh, Cody LeBeau is there.
Yep, the turnover, the throwback.
Oh.
Brooks intercepts. Brooks was beat out, no goal.
And I'll be interested to see what the final conclusion is after that chaos that just...
Yeah, I think they're just saying Brooks was beat out, so it's going to be awarded to Tessier. Some confusion there, but I think you're right. I think Nicholas Thompson blocked out Bonnie Hernandez from scoring, and while taking the beat, it gave Alexandra Fleck enough time to tag back in and then come over for the block.
Yeah, and Nicholas Thompson's track record's looking a little rough now. First with the missed open shot and now blocking
He's not liking that hoops, we'll say.
Yeah.
Not a lot of luck there for Thompson. So Tessier now slowly walking it up. Naftel and Howden are electing to play in the quad ball game. So Naftel's going to walk up Tessier. Tessier looking left and right. Thompson can't be beat, but gets the pass off to Hildebrand. Hildebrand, the easy goal over Caleb Brooks, 13-6. Ottawa, again, against Charlotte, is looking great in this 20-minute period.
And you can't see it, but Cody LeBeau is standing next to Wadike on his hoop, preventing him from getting even a second to look at Tyler Trudeau. And there's no one there to help him, so Wadike is frozen in place.
Cody LeBeau then with a catch as Thompson goes over the top, gets it to Hernandez. This time she is able to score through the outstretched arms of Naomi Hildebrand, 14-6.
So Charlotte, I think, is actually putting more resources than they need to prevent Wadike from getting a look here. Ottawa has 0 other beaters defending the flag runner right here, so I think they can get away with just having one beater defend.
Tessier, meanwhile, doesn't see LeBeau coming in from behind, is beat out. Howden is there to protect, though. There's a fight for it between Hildebrand and Hernandez.
I think Hildebrand comes away with it.
Yeah, Hildebrand did come away with it, but LeBeau is still there. Elects to ignore the ball carrier before finally a beat from distance is going to make that stop, but now LeBeau is unnecessarily running all the way behind his own hoops.
And it looks like Ottawa might actually get control after a nice beat from Never 79.
Nicholas Thompson, as Tony Bonadito is now in. Nicholas Thompson, far side, Tomasini gets beat. That's a good shot for Ottawa. I think LeBeau, honestly, just got a little bit silly with it. Was playing a little bit for show rather than for results, and his team paid for it as Jordy Sancho comes in.
And Wadike grabs it, and that looks good to me.
I did not see it. I saw both Wadike and Trudeau hit the ground, but I saw Wadike flying through the air. TJ, were you able to see that catch?
Yeah, Wadike has been relentless for the last 10 seconds, sprinting at Tyler Trudeau. I don't really think it should be a charge called on the catch. He was relentless, and he got his arm around while they were both twisting to the ground. If I was a ref, which thank goodness for everyone that I am not, I would call that a good catch, and that would make Wadike 3 for 4 coming into this series.
Yeah, Tyler Trudeau is putting the tail back on, so I'm not sure that this is going to be called good. But certainly, he's gotten a lot of amazing looks.
And the catch is good.
The catch is good. He goes 3 for 4 against Tyler Trudeau. An amazing accomplishment as the score is now 14-9. Again, in favor of Charlotte. The set score 18.
And Wadike only had about 30 seconds of time to actually look at Tyler Trudeau that game, being harassed at his hoops by Cody LeBeau for most of that time. Gets an opportunity and does not let it go to waste.
And Control and Quad Ball also with Ottawa. They are down 5. With a goal here, down 4. That would be huge for this program.
Yeah, and Charlotte still needs 4 more goals if they're going to win this game, so it is not over yet. This is the best we've seen Ottawa all day.
Naftel drives through. Great catch there from Ottawa. Caleb Brooks knocks this one out of the air. Is up and running with it. Has a few players back. Throws it way over the head of Thompson. And again, an unforced error from Charlotte. They did not need to run there.
They did not need to run there, and I think they got a little bit excited, especially after seeing the catch by Wadike, wanting to get back on the board themselves, but unfortunately throwing away the possession.
Howden subs, Ravash comes in. Again, control is still with Ottawa. Jordy Sanchez in this one with the lone dodgeball here. Or Sancho. My mistake. Hildebrand, far side. Kind of Ravache walking them in. Tries to go for the pass to Fleck, but cannot connect there. And Charlotte gets the stop.
Yeah, and I think Ottawa has had the most success when Alex Nafto was actually the one engaging the...
Hale with speed up the pitch. They got lost in coverage and scores past Hildebrand. 15-9. 3 goals needed for Charlotte here to end the game.
Yeah, and you can't teach that, Keegan. That is pure plate recognition and athleticism there.
So Tony Bonadillo comes in alongside, I believe, Mickey Harrelson here, a new beating duo for Charlotte.
Yeah, and I want to see Ottawa kind of let Alex Nafto kind of engage the defense here and kick it off to one of their wing chasers. That's what they've been seeing the most success with.
1.5 here from Naftal. Bonadillo switches hands, gets the beat off, and then Brooks comes in to get the stop on Gwen Naftal. Good team defense there from Charlotte.
And that was the look that we were going for right there. Alex Naftal engaging the defense, kicking it over the Hildebrand, unfortunately unable to execute.
Bonadillo, the pump fake, then the beat, wins control for Charlotte. Hernandez, though, is beat out by Ravache.
What a dodge.
Huge dodge, but Naftal is there to get the stop. And Charlotte is really having trouble closing this game out. Ravache beats out Braxton Hale. Naftal slow up the pitch. Meg Howden back in. A very short rest for them, but that's how Ottawa needs to do it here. Brandon Naftal, the upside option for Alex Naftal.
I wonder if we go to Tessier here after the drive.
Naftal,
and it looks like we do.
The
Oh,
one hand can't corral it, but picked up behind. The beat comes through from Bonadillo, and that's a good stop there, although you read that play very well, TJ. Braxton Hale now up with speed. Bonadillo leading the way. Naftal cannot be beat in the zone. The bounce pass to Brooks, and that's a good goal, 16-9.
And that is a bit cheeky. Absolutely no reason to bounce it off the ground there, but goes for it anyway because they knew they could do it.
Heat break here as we're doing those in 10 minutes of real time. So Charlotte is going to be able to talk through how they want to score their last 2 goals. Meanwhile, after the catch brought Ottawa within 5 goals, they've been unable to score since then. They still need 9.
Yeah, and something that's kind of concerning is that look that Ottawa has been going with where they drive middle and kick right, it is very simple. And the only reason they haven't been scoring is because the person hasn't been catching the ball. I'm nervous for Charlotte that they keep giving up that look. It's not very complicated, and if Ottawa could execute just a little bit better, maybe the passes, I think primarily the passes haven't been great to that cutting chaser, but if they could execute on that, they would have about 2 or 3 more goals, and this game would be a little bit closer.
Without a doubt, I think we're also seeing what an Ottawa team looks like when they're not playing in crazy heat. I can't imagine what we'd see from them if they had all their players here today. But certainly they've put up a great fight in all 4 games today. And Charlotte, again, we've talked about a few of their mistakes that they can't afford to make against better teams. Needing only 2 more, you'd like to think they have this one wrapped up. But, you know, they need 2. I think if it takes them 5 or 6 possessions to get there, their head coach is not going to be particularly happy.
Not at all. And if you're Ottawa, I think we talked about the small victories right here. Their offense has looked good, and they are going to something that they have seen work, the recognition to say, hey, we've seen this play working. We're going to keep going with it. We're going to get a little bit of different iterations of it, have different people run the same play and see what works for us.
And again, kind of weirdly, they've looked like the team with more energy for big spurts of this game. Despite only having the 13 players, they really are working as hard as they absolutely can, and oftentimes that's putting them in great positions against Charlotte.
Yeah, especially since a lot of these people, I don't know how many times they've been able to sub this game. I've seen Alex Naftal, feel like I've been calling his name for at least 20 minutes straight now. Hasn't had too many subs this game, if any.
Had a little bit of a time in the penalty box to rest. Sometimes it's okay to take a penalty if you need a breather.
Of course.
Naftal walking forward very slowly here. Ravache going around far side, beats out Hernandez. Naftal going left. Bonadillo now looking to press. Naftal drives through the pass. It didn't look like that's what he wanted. It looked like the ball slipped out. Braxton Hale taking off, running up the pitch. Looks like there's going to be a call in the beater play.
Yeah.
One of the ARs had their hand in the air.
And this might be against Charlotte. However, if there wasn't a card on the play or a call on the play, Ottawa had their dodgeball on the ground momentarily there, their lone dodgeball, so they could have got out in transition if this foul didn't stop play there.
Wait, was you complimented me though? Did I entertain you at least?
Oh yeah, no, you were doing well.
So conversation between some of the refs here. We'll have to see what way the call goes, if there's any to be had. It looks like there will be a dodgeball turnover at the very least.
And they're walking towards the Ottawa side, so I imagine this is against a Charlotte player.
For myself on any given like game I play.
Yep, so that's going to be awarded to Alexander Ravache. It's just a back to hoops penalty, it sounds like. But control is now with Ottawa in the hands of Ravache and Howden. Bonadillo, though, right on top of Ravache, so we'll have to see how these two play this one out.
Looks like they're going to throw back.
They both fake. Both fake, nothing happens.
Classic beater action
all
there.
builds up, no climax. That's a tough look there. Tomasini goes right to Brooks. Met out by Tessier, throws it back over the top. Braxton Hale keeps it on this side, so no reset. Hale dancing to Brooks. Brooks with a great spin move. Great setup there. Brooks had his back to Tessier to make sure there couldn't be contact, spun through and scored.
And that is a look that Charlotte is actually pretty well known for. I haven't seen it a lot today, but kind of posting up on a hoop there, catching it, and just turning around and saying to the defender, you cannot stop me.
So 17-9 now is the score. Charlotte need just one to win. Naftal over half here. Slowly up the pitch. Control is in the hands of Ottawa.
And I'm interested to see if they run that same look. How does it work when you pass to Wadike instead of maybe Hildebrand or some of the other chasers on the team?
Wadike, oh, bad pass. Attempt to Fleck. That's going to be a turnover. And Charlotte here can end it. It's their first opportunity to end this game.
Yeah, and I think Fleck wanted it to be thrown in front of her rather than behind because she was moving towards the hoops rather than staying stationary.
Hernandez is going to ball handle this one over half. Bonadillo leading in. They're going right. Hale is also going right. Tomasini is also going right. Pass goes to Tomasini, met by Tessier. That shot is low. It's picked up, and the new person in gets beat out. That was Wilson Brockway looking to come in and end the game, but instead a beat comes through. Ottawa lives for another possession.
Yeah, and that goal was almost a result of the Ottawa beater running towards the chaser behind hoops, and then they dropped their dodgeball, unfortunately.
A turnover forced, though, by Tony Bonadillo. Braxton Hale now running in, gets it to Bonnie Hernandez. Bonnie Hernandez ends this game, ends day one of the East Super Series. Final score here in this one is 180-95. At the end of the day, Charlotte is 2-2 with 2 wins against Ottawa, 2 losses against Washington. Ottawa falls to 0-4, although they've looked good for spurts. TJ, before we wrap this one up, any thoughts here on this game?
I would say if you're Ottawa, this is the biggest victory you've had all day on the scoreboard. You've lost by quite a few goals. However, this was the best that Ottawa looked today. They did score 105 in the previous game against Charlotte, but I think without a doubt, this is the cleanest their offense has looked. Got a very quick catch during flag runner on pitch, and I think you're excited to play this team tomorrow and hopefully get a win.
So as we said, this is the end of day one of the East Super Series. That, of course, means there is a day 2. Please join us tomorrow right here on the MLQ YouTube channel. We'll be starting at 11 a.m. Eastern. With those games, they'll start at 11, noon, and 1. So once again, thank you for joining us throughout this day. We'll sign off now.